Chapter 681. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Don't be in a hurry to enter the sovereign realm. Consolidate as much as you can. That way your foundation will be good. Many people find that their foundation is unstable after their cultivation increases, but they can't make up for it, always said to Night Sorrow. I'm not in a hurry. I'll take it slow. There's nothing much to do next anyway, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Right now, Yishan was really relaxed because he had already resolved some of his worries. Eastern Xian region was stable. The other realms could no longer suppress Eastern Xian region. Even if a spatial tunnel appeared, both sides were equal. If the saints of Eastern Xian region couldn't enter, the experts of the other realms couldn't enter either. Also, there was the matter of Night Moon Dynasty. Now that there was a saint guaranteeing it, the other dynasties couldn't act rashly. If they angered a saint, they would be destroyed. Then Yishang and the three girls set the boat into the lake and drifted freely in the lake. 13. Let's have a child? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. There's no hurry. Didn't they say that the parents' achievements will affect the child's future? Then let's wait until my cultivation increases a little. This is like laying a foundation for our future generations, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Yes, what's the hurry? Besides, we're not married yet. Love/go/little, say, web/w. AIQX. Com, Sikong Chiu said. Aoi just smiled at them and didn't say anything. J number 7 forever and 4 forever % free, K feet seeing little/say asterisk. While Yi Shang and the others were having fun, Yi Lingxie contacted the clan again and relayed the news of Yi Shang's safe return, reassuring everyone. After playing in the lake for 3 days, Night Sorrow and the others returned to Sky City. The girls had to cultivate with the team and Night Sorrow also had some things to do. Since he was sure that Night Moon Dynasty would be stable for the next 100 years, Night Sorrow planned to set up the teleportation formation. This way Night Moon could develop faster. Night Sorrow had a lot of teleportation crystals now, so it wouldn't be a problem to set up a few more teleportation formations. After saying goodbye to everyone, Night Sorrow left Sky City and went to Night Moon City. Night Moon City was already a prosperous scene. The people of Night Moon had enthusiastic smiles because they knew that Night Moon could settle down. In 100 years, Night Moon would have a big change, and the people of the Night Clan who left would also return. Seeing Night Sorrow, all the people of Night Moon bowed to greet him. They all recognized him as their young master and knew that the stability of Night Moon was brought by him. Night Sorrow went to Night Moon Sky and lit an incense stick in front of the monument. The incense here was very strong, and there were people of Night Moon standing guard here. The news of Night Sorrow's return quickly spread. Many people came to greet the young master, and Yi Lingxie also came. The family is very happy to know that you have returned safely, Yi Lingxie said with a laugh. It's nothing. Later, I will set up our Night Moon's teleportation formation and let the city recover faster. Love Gong Little say, Chu Night Sorrow said to Yi Lingxie. Then Yi Lingxie brought Night Sorrow to his mansion. It was the mansion he had lived in before Night Moon's decline. The two made tea and chatted for a while. Night Sorrow said that he was here to set up a teleportation formation. There is another problem. Just the main city's teleportation formation is not enough. We don't have any teleportation crystals. Let's set up a subsidiary teleportation formation, Yi Lingxie said. Sixth uncle, don't worry about this. I have been fighting with the other dynasties and gained a lot. At the very least, I have teleportation crystals, Night Sorrow said with a smile. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yi Lingxie sighed. This was because Night Sorrow had single-handedly changed Night Moon's situation. Riding on Tianyu, Night Sorrow and Yi Lingxie began to set up a teleportation formation on Night Moon's current territory. A month later, Night Sorrow and Yi Lingxie returned to Night Moon City. When Night Sorrow replaced the Night Moon City's teleportation crystal with the main teleportation crystal, Night Moon City was connected to the other major cities. That's great. However, we have to send someone to guard this place. Don't let it be damaged. Yi Lingxie was very excited. Night Sorrow nodded and set up some formations inside and outside the teleportation hall. Sixth uncle, here are some pills and spirit stones. You can use them as you see fit. Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Lingxie. Yi Lingxie nodded and accepted it. He didn't want to be polite with Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow waved at Yi Lingxie and took the teleportation formation back to Sky City. Seeing Night Sorrow return, the members of the god-slaying team were very happy. Ma Shizhuang brought over another vine. After sparring with everyone for a while, Night Sorrow left. He also wanted to strengthen his combat strength. Yun Huang felt helpless as he touched the bloodstains on his back. So what if you're a venerable? You'll still be beaten up if you go up against the captain. Just accept your fate. Ling Long said. Actually, when I became a venerable, my battle with the captain was still the same. The venerable binding is useless against him. I'm not as fast as him. You don't have to gloat. It'll be the same if you become a venerable, Yun Huang said as he glanced at Ling Long. My realm isn't high enough. It's useless even if my cultivation is high enough. Besides, the captain's cultivation and realm have both reached the critical point. He can become a venerable at any time. We'll just continue to be beaten up, Ling Long said as she glanced in the direction of the lake. At this moment, Night Sorrow was very excited. Just as he was playing with Tianyu and Silver Fox suddenly stopped moving. It should be said that she had entered a state of breakthrough. Night Sorrow let Tianyu be on guard while he went to the wooden boat to meditate and cultivate. At night, when Aoi and the other two girls came over, they were very surprised to see this situation. Then they put the food in the mansion on the wooden boat. Silver Fox's breakthrough was relatively slow. There was only movement on the third day, but it was very big. The energy kept rolling. As the energy vibrated violently, Silver Fox's body changed. She turned into a 13 or 14-year-old girl wearing a white robe. She lay on the cobblestones by the lake. Silver Fox is a little weak after forcefully transforming. However, this is very heaven-defying. She'll probably need to rest for a few days. Sikong Chuyu took out a long robe and wrapped it around Silver Fox. He placed her in the small boat and covered her with the robe. Why did Silver Fox make such a choice? Night Sorrow was a little puzzled. Generally speaking, demonic beasts could only transform when they were in the Great Heaven Realm, which was the Venerable Realm. It was easy to have disadvantages when transforming at level 5. At most, it would be half a transformation. However, Night Sorrow noticed that Silver Fox had completely transformed. I don't know. However, she has indeed completely transformed now. Although she's a little weak, she succeeded. This is a good thing, Sikong Chuyu said. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, the girls were far inferior to Night Sorrow. However, in terms of insight and common sense, Night Sorrow could not be compared to the girls. Chapter 682. Genius 1 second. Remember LoveLore? We provide you with interesting novels to read. 2 days later, Silver Fox woke up. Other than the robe that Sikong Chuyu gave her, she was also wearing a snow-white robe. Brother. Are you Night Sorrow's brother? Silver Fox greeted excitedly when she saw Night Sorrow. Yes, I am. I can't call you Silver Fox anymore. Give yourself a name. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Seeing that Silver Fox was fine, Night Sorrow was very happy. I don't know. Why don't you give me a name? Silver Fox went to Night Sorrow's side and pulled Night Sorrow's arm. Night Sorrow looked at Silver Fox and nodded after thinking for a while. Then follow my surname. You are extremely beautiful now. When you grow up, you will definitely be charming. Let's call you Yimei. That's a nice name. I'll be Yimei from now on. Silver Fox shook Night Sorrow's arm and said. Then Yimei greeted Sikong Chuyu and the rest. She was very obedient and sensible. X knew I most, fast on L. After greeting Night Sorrow and the rest, Yimei went to look for Tianyu. She had a very good relationship with Tianyu. I'll leave her in your care from now on. She's still young, Night Sorrow said. Then, Night Sorrow began to practice his movement and spear techniques to improve his combat ability. At night, the group returned to the mansion. After Aoi arranged a room for Yimei, everyone sat together for dinner. Yimei, why did you choose to transform in advance? It's very dangerous. Night Sorrow looked at Yimei and said. I'm taking a risk because it's equivalent to entering the spiritual state of all things in advance. The human form is good for activating the bloodline and potential. Yimei said. Night Sorrow nodded. All right. You know everyone here. You will follow me from now on. Brother, you have to bring me along if there's a battle. Yimei said. Then let's talk about it after your battle strength has increased. Night Sorrow shook his head. He would not bring the early Tier 5 Silver Fox out to battle. It would be very dangerous. A Tier 5 Silver Fox would not be of much help to him. After dinner, Aoi left with Yimei. Yimei had just become a human, so she needed Aoi to teach her a lot of things. Night Sorrow, Yang Lei, and Sikong Chuyu entered the main building. They hadn't been together for a long time. When he saw the two girls, Night Sorrow couldn't control himself. The three of them tossed and turned for the better part of the night before lying down to rest. Love go little Seiku, Night Sorrow, when do you plan to break through to the Venerable One realm? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Recently, I guess. My cultivation is enough, and there's no problem with my realm. However, I feel that my emotions are unstable. I plan to stabilize myself before breaking through, Night Sorrow said. If it was in the past, Night Sorrow would definitely not wait. He would choose to break through as soon as his cultivation reached the required level. However, Night Sorrow was not in a hurry now. As for his opponent, Night Sorrow was not worried about Night Sorrow. Jiu Hao was a big threat to others because the time attribute was a high-level attribute. It had a strong suppression. However, this suppression did not exist on Night Sorrow. In the morning, Night Sorrow cultivated his spear skills for a while. After breakfast, the group went to the training field. The members of the god-slaying team were shocked when they saw Yi Mei. They did not know where this little beauty came from. Yi Mei was indeed beautiful. Her body was graceful and her facial features were perfect. She wore a smile that could topple cities. Let me formally introduce you. This is my sister Yi Mei, Night Sorrow said as he brought Yi Mei to his side. Night Sorrow, you have a sister in the Night Moon Sea, right? Ling Long asked. She knew about Night Sorrow's situation. My parents gave me a sister. This is not my sister. She is Silver Fox. She has entered the 5th stage and has transformed. She will start cultivating with everyone today. Take care of her normally, but during training just do what you need to do. Night Sorrow said to the group. After that, the god-slaying team started their training. Yi Mei also joined the training. After watching for a while, Night Sorrow was shocked. Yi Mei's speed was too fast. Her body moved so fast that it was full of afterimages. The soft sword in her hand was also very powerful. Sometimes it could even transform into 2 or 3. Night Sorrow knew that it was the tail of Yi Mei's original body. Now it had turned into a weapon. After watching for a while, Night Sorrow discovered that Yi Mei could rely on her speed to fight with the other team members. Night Sorrow nodded in satisfaction. He was relieved. In the future, Yi Mei could cultivate with everyone and keep up with the pace. With nothing else to do, Night Sorrow strolled around Sky City and observed the situation in the city. Half a year had passed and Sky City had changed a lot. The original scenery had not been destroyed, and a small city had quietly appeared. In order not to affect Night Sorrow's living environment, Yiling Lan did not make any changes to Night Sorrow's residence except for the green stone path. Young master, are you free today? Yiling Lan walked over while Night Sorrow was observing the environment. They are all cultivating. I plan to relax and walk around. This Sky City is done well. In the future you will be the city lord, Night Sorrow said. Since young master has given the order, I will definitely do it well, Yiling Lan said with a bow. You watched Sky City's construction. In terms of feelings, most people are not as deep as you. You are very suitable to manage it. However, Night Moon Dynasty has a lot of things to do, so you will have to worry about many things, Night Sorrow said. Young master, you don't know that some of the members of Night Moon who lived in seclusion have returned after receiving news of Night Moon's redevelopment. 2 sovereigns have returned as well. Therefore, Evil King Ling has arranged for me to be in charge of Sky City. Others will take care of everything else, Yiling Lan said. Is that so? That's a good thing. Also, my residence needs to be expanded and built a few more pavilions. My Aunt Fei is the region lord of Eastern Shen region. She often stays here, Night Sorrow said to Yiling Lan drunkenly. At this time, Wu Lingfei was in the tent in front of the spatial turbulence in Dongxiang City. She was listening to a group of saints discussing how to solve Taichuan's problem. Then, Silver Dusk Saint looked at Wu Lingfei and said, Region Lord Wu is of the life attribute. Can't she rely on her attribute to force her way in? If she could, then I wouldn't be so helpless while Night Sorrow was left in Taichuan, Wu Lingfei said as she looked at Silver Dusk Saint. Can you ask Long Shenxing to come out and think of a solution? A saint from Western Nether region asked. I can't care about Long Xuanxing's matters. If you want to ask him to come out, then go ahead, Wu Lingfei said casually. Us? Back then, Long Shenxing said that unrelated saints would be killed if they dared to enter Eastern Shen region. We can't touch this bad luck, Qin Yuan muttered. Long Shenxing knows about this matter. If he wants to interfere, he will appear. If he doesn't want to interfere, then it's useless to invite him. This seed is just a new sage and there's not much I can do. Once you guys have a result, just inform me. Nodding to Xiaolanjun, Wu Lingfei exited the tent and left. Chapter 683. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Qingtian region has attacked Eastern Profound region twice. How can they be happy? Xiaolanjun glanced at Yin Shi and said, Love go little say W. Chuyin. She did not say anything. She was in the wrong in this matter. In fact, saints were not allowed to interfere in the region wars. However, she could influence the Qingtian region when it started. However, she wanted to see the Qingtian region become stronger, so she allowed them to invade everywhere. The Sanyuan region and Taiyue region had been attacked by the Qingtian region because they were selfishly sacrificed. In the end, the discussion did not reach a conclusion. In other words, they could not solve the problem fundamentally at the moment. Taichuan's spatial nature could not be restrained. The only thing Xiaolanjun and the others could do was strengthen the seal. Qinyuan, I promised Night Sorrow about the Taiching region. Therefore you should know what to do. Don't regret it when the time comes. Otherwise it will be too late. Xiaolanjun glanced at Qinyuan and left. She was giving him a warning. The other saints left one after another. However, Enshi Saint, Qinyuan, and the saint of the Western Nether region did not leave. The three of them were still sitting in the tent. Shi Taitsong, what do you think of the current situation? Enshi poured herself a cup of tea and asked. The seal here has been strengthened, so it is stable. Now we need to consider how to suppress Tianji Tower. If this continues, the 9 regions world will belong to Tianji Tower, the saint of the Western Nether region, Shi Taitsong said. But who can suppress Xiaolanjun now? If no one can suppress her, then Tianji Tower's expansion will be unstoppable, Enshi said with a frown. In the past, I annihilated the Night Moon Empire, Tianji Tower's partner in the Taiching region. However, Night Moon has risen from the ashes again. The two of you need to think of a solution. Otherwise, this situation will be difficult to solve, Qin Yuan said. What did we say in the past? We asked you to destroy the Night Moon Empire once and for all, but you still let their main members enter the Night Moon Sea. Now we are forced to agree not to touch the Night Moon Empire. If we go back on our words, Xiaolanjun will not stop. True Ocean Saint of the North Sea region and Nangan Saint of Nanli region will stand on her side. Shi Taitsong looked at Qin Yuan discontentedly. Love go little say Chu. He wanted to challenge the Eastern Shen region, but he was severely injured and did not come out for 1,000 years. He did not come out when Taiyue domain fell, Shi Taitsong said. He was very afraid of Long Shenxing. The Western Nether region is very stable now, and there are some small problems in the Qingtian region. The main point is that the Taiching region must be in our hands, Enshi Saint said. That's a good idea, but it's a little difficult. Qin Yuan was a little helpless. I'll go to the Unbounded Desolation region and see if the Black Dragon Saint is willing to join forces with us. Also, you go to the Seven Stars Empire and check if there is any news about the Greedy Wolf Saint, Enshi said to Qin Yuan. Okay, I'll go check it out. Qin Yuan nodded. These were the only saints who had come out, but there were still some who were in hiding. They had to find a way to fight against Xiaolanjun and some others. Love go little say Chu, okay, we'll meet at the old place later. Enshi, you have the best chance of surpassing Xiaolanjun among us. You have to work hard. Shi Taitsong said and left. Qin Yuan also left. Enshi was lost in thought as she looked at the spatial turbulence. Her eyes were constantly flashing, and her hands behind her back were clenched and unclenched. Only she knew what she was thinking. Wu Lingfei went to the dark hall of Tianji Tower. She wanted to know the recent situation, but it was useless to ask Night Sorrow. In terms of information, Tianji Tower was the best in the 9 domains. When Wu Lingfei asked the elder in charge of information, Xiaolanjun returned. Master Wu Kei, what are you busy with? Xiaolanjun asked Night Sorrow. I'm looking at the recent situation of the 9 domains, mainly the Taiching region. Night Sorrow hasn't been here for a long time, so I'm looking for him, Wu Lingfei said. They won't do anything on the surface, but they'll still do something secretly. They're very narrow-minded. Xiaolanjun sighed. What's going on? How many people are there? Isn't it just Qin Yuan? Wu Lingfei frowned. You don't understand this circle. Yin Shi Shilia Saint Shi Taitsong and Tai Yuan Saint Qin Yuan are all in the same boat, so they won't be willing to let Night Moon rise again. However, their actions won't be too obvious. After all, there are other saints who won't let them mess around, Xiaolanjun said. So it's like this? Wu Lingfei stood up and paced back and forth, thinking. Yes. Besides, they won't tolerate being suppressed by me. Yin Shi's combat power is very strong, and this is an unstable factor. Fortunately, you, Lord K, and the Chief Supervisor have all entered the Saint Realm, which has greatly reduced the pressure on me. It's mainly because of you. Your increase in cultivation is a shock to them, Xiaolanjun said with some sincerity. Is Yin Shi very strong? Wu Lingfei asked. Chapter B, Section QG, of the GJ Edition 2, 2-inch very strong. You'll know soon enough. There are also some hidden saints. If they try to rope them in, it'll be a big problem. Let nature take its course. If they go too far, I'll directly take action. If they want to fight, then so be it. I don't care so much. If the problem is really serious, then the people of Qinji Tower will retreat to the second base of the Eastern Profound Domain. Then they can only watch, Xiaolanjun said. Okay, if they dare to attack, then we'll fight them to the death. Wu Lingfei was not afraid of fighting at all. It's not like that. Saints don't dare to enter the Eastern Profound Domain. The saints of Qinji Tower are an exception. If other saints dare to enter the Eastern Profound Domain, they will be killed. Long Xianxing doesn't care about worldly affairs, but there is a bottom line, which is that saints are not allowed to enter the Eastern Profound Domain. No saint dares to ignore this. Xiaolanjun explained to Wu Lingfei. Long Xianxing is so strong? Wu Lingfei knew that Long Xianxing was not simple because Xiaolanjun and Yinshi had to bow to him, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. This is not an exaggeration. Back then, 3rd Yuan Saint of Sanyuan Domain did not agree with Long Xuanxing's rules and died in the Eastern Profound Domain. In addition, Taiyuan Saint of Taiyue Domain was also seriously injured by Long Xianxing. In the end, his whereabouts were unknown. Think about it, 3rd Yuan Saint and Taiyuan Saint were both old saints. They both thought that they were very strong, but they ended up in tragedy. Which other saints dare to go to the Eastern Profound Domain? If they dare to go, then they must be tired of living, Xiaolanjun said. Chapter 684. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mistress Wu, chaos is coming. It's best to be careful. Who knows how many experts will fall in this chaotic world? Xiaolanjun sighed. Wu Lingfei nodded. She didn't expect things to be so complicated. She thought that she would be able to change the situation after entering the True Saint realm, but it turned out that it wasn't the case. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have fought with Ji Yuhai in the sky above the realm's sea. If she had fought in the Eastern Profound Domain, Long Xianxing would have appeared, and Ji Yuhai would have died. After chatting with Xiaolanjun for a while, Wu Lingfei teleported towards the Grand Clarity Domain. She wanted to visit Night Sorrow since she had nothing to do anyway. She had strengthened the seal at the eastern entrance of the spatial passageway in the eastern Shen region. No nether beast below the Venerable Realm would be able to break through it. When Wu Lingfei arrived at the city in the sky, Yi Shan was watching the others cultivate. When he saw Wu Lingfei, Yi Shang led her into the estate. Auntie Fei, I've asked people to build a separate pavilion beside my estate. Alright, then when Auntie Fei comes in the future, she will have her own pavilion. That's very good. Wu Lingfei said with a smile. After returning to the manor, Wu Lingfei drank tea and told Night Sorrow about the current situation. In Wu Lingfei's heart, Night Sorrow was her family, and she could talk to him about anything. Moreover, this matter also involved Night Sorrow and the Night Moon dynasty. Baidu search AI go female sign xiao say www.ichuxs.com. After listening to Wu Lingfei's explanation, Night Sorrow tapped the table and pondered. This situation showed that the saint's promise was not completely reliable. Once Yin Shi and the others suppressed Xiaolanjun, everything would change. But you don't have to worry too much. At least for now, things are stable. Silver Dusk Saint and the others can't act recklessly, Wu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said, I understand. No matter what, I've profited this time. Not only have I earned resources, but I've also earned a righteous cause. If they act recklessly now, they've lost the righteous cause. Besides, the current Night Moon Empire isn't worth their time. When the Night Moon Empire returns, the Night Moon Empire will have its own saint. They won't be able to do whatever they want. Yes, it's mainly a matter of time. Auntie Concubine is just reminding you that if you don't think far ahead, you will have immediate worries. It's fine as long as you know what to do. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow then told Wu Lingfei about Silver Fox's transformation. A fifth-order metamorphosis. That's an incredible talent, at least in terms of metamorphosis, Wu Lingfei said. The sooner he transforms, the sooner he enters the human world, the better. Night Sorrow said to Wu Lingfei. Also, this is for you. You can continue to nourish yourself. Wu Lingfei returned Night Sorrow's Phantom Stone clone to Night Sorrow. The clone is the size of a baby's body. The life force is very strong. Night Sorrow communicated with the Phantom Stone's soul power and discovered the changes within. Auntie Concubine doesn't dare use my soul power to check, but I feel that it should be good for you to inject some life force into it. So, I helped you strengthen it, Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Thank you, Auntie Concubine. Night Sorrow hung the ice silk bag around his waist. What's going on there? Wu Lingfei pointed at Night Sorrow's head. There are some changes. I can control some, but it's not enough. Night Sorrow knew what Wu Lingfei was asking, but he still couldn't control the Phantom Fate Pearl. He could only control it to fly in the godly sea. Take it slow. It won't be long before you can control it. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow felt very relaxed as he drank tea and chatted with Wu Lingfei. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask and gain a lot of knowledge. Original first release. Asterisk at night, Yang Lei Sikong Chuyu, Alway brought Yi Mei and Night Sorrow to eat dinner with Wu Lingfei. Yi Mei, what a good name. How about this? You've been with Auntie Concubine for a while. Auntie Concubine has some experience. Wu Lingfei looked at Yi Mei and asked. Yi Mei nodded. She was familiar with Wu Lingfei. She felt that although Wu Lingfei looked cold, she could give her a warm feeling. After handing Yi Mei to Wu Lingfei and sending Aoi to rest, Night Sorrow entered the secret cultivation room and started to cultivate. His true chi cultivation needed to be stabilized, but his soul power, bloodline power, and myriad Dao Tome still needed to be cultivated. After cultivating for an entire night, Night Sorrow woke up early to cultivate his spear arts. Cultivating spear arts had already become a part of Night Sorrow's life. If he didn't cultivate his spear arts for a day, Night Sorrow would feel like he was missing something. Later, follow Auntie Concubine to Tianji Tower and upgrade your reincarnation spear. Also, forge another one for him. Wu Lingfei pointed at the ice silk bag on Night Sorrow's waist and said, Okay, I need to hurry because I can break through at any time. Right now, I just want to stabilize my cultivation. Night Sorrow said. After eating breakfast, Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi were going to the martial arts field to cultivate with the other members of the God-slaying team. However, they looked at Yi Mei and didn't know if she would go. Go. Cultivate with Auntie Concubine every night. Wu Lingfei nodded at Yi Mei. Since they had nothing to do, Night Sorrow took Wu Lingfei to Night Moon City for a walk. After knowing that Night Moon's promise was not necessarily effective, Night Sorrow regretted using the top-grade teleportation crystal. Night Sorrow even wanted to dismantle it, but Wu Lingfei stopped him. She felt that even if the saint's promise was no longer effective, it wouldn't come so quickly. Tianji Tower would receive the news in advance, and Night Sorrow's actions would come quickly. Night Sorrow took Wu Lingfei to Night Moon City for a look. Wu Lingfei also burned an incense for Night Moon's ancestors. Then, accompanied by Night Sorrow and Yi Lingxia, they went to Night Moon City. Night Sorrow, are you in a hurry to go in? If you're in a hurry, Evil King Ling can lead the way and Auntie Concubine can take you in. However, breaking the seal on Night Moon's people is the same as messing up the plan. The gains don't make up for the losses. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said. Night Sorrow shook his head and said, I'm not in a hurry. My parents' safety is more important than anything else. It's only a matter of time before we meet again. I can wait. That's a good attitude. Take it slow. It won't take long, Wu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei then left Night Moon City. After taking a tour around Night Moon City, they returned to Sky City. While the two of them were drinking tea, Xiaolanjun and Lin Yuandao arrived. Lin Yuandao knew that this was the transit station between Tianji Tower and Night Moon City. Xiaolanjun then told him why she had come. She wanted to ask Wu Lingfei to go to the realm of unbounded desolation and meet someone through Tiger's Roar, a reclusive saint from the realm of unbounded desolation. The realm of unbounded desolation owed Wu Lingfei a favor. Therefore, Xiaolanjun felt that it was more likely that she could get in touch with him through Tiger's Roar. Chapter 685. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In other words, Hu Xiao can get in touch with a saint expert from the human camp in the realm of unbounded desolation, Wu Lingfei said. That's right, Xiaolanjun said. Hu Xiao should be able to get in touch with the city lord of the realm of unbounded desolation. You helped him a lot during the beast tide in Grand Desolation City, so I don't think Hu Xiao will refuse to take you to meet that saint expert. That saint expert should be Hu Xiao's ancestor, the Flying Tiger Saint. Wu Lingfei nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Wu Lingfei wouldn't refuse such a request as it was a matter of Tianji Tower. Currently, Tianji Tower was stable because of Xiaolanjuan's strength. If the Silver Dusk Saint and the other saint experts were too strong, it would be troublesome. Wu Lingfei was a member of Tianji Tower, but Tianji Tower and the Eastern Xian realm were closely related. It could be said that both sides had mutual interests. Aunt Fei, I'll go with you, Night Sorrow said. Xiaolanjun nodded. It's good to take Night Sorrow with you. As a heaven's emissary of Tianji Tower, Night Sorrow is the pillar of Tianji Tower's future. It'll be good for him to get in touch with the outside world. She agreed with Night Sorrow's decision to go with her. In fact, Night Sorrow had his own business to take care of in the realm of unbounded desolation. He wanted to talk to Hu Shao and see if he could expand his business in the Medicine Valley to the realm of unbounded desolation. Night Sorrow knew that the business in the Medicine Valley was doing very well. It was already on track in the Eastern Shen realm, and there were also some medicinal pill shops in the realm of Taiwa. After bidding farewell to Aoi, Yanglei, and Sikong Chuyu, and telling the members of the God-slaying squad to work hard on their cultivation, Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei set off for the realm of unbounded desolation. Night Sorrow, do you have something else to do? Wu Lingfei asked Yi Shang as they took the teleportation array to her residence in Taiching City and hurried towards the teleportation array there. I can't hide anything from Auntie Fei. I'm planning to help the Medicine Valley. If the Medicine Valley wants to develop, it can't lack resources. The Medicine Valley is good at alchemy, so I plan to rely on this technology to develop. Night Sorrow told Wu Lingfei about the current resources development of the Medicine Valley. Wu Lingfei nodded. That's a good idea. As long as the ratio of materials exchanged for pills isn't too high, no one will refuse. This way, when we see Hu Shao, Auntie Fei will help you mention it. It was possible to teleport directly from the realm of sky-bearing to the realm of sky-bearing to the realm of sky-bearing. However, teleporting from the realm of sky-bearing to the realm of unbounded desolation required flying. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Wu Lingfei was a saint, so her speed was naturally extremely fast. One had to know that her original body was a flying spirit beast, the Ice Phoenix, that was good at speed. In 2 days the two of them arrived at Great Desolation City. Wu Lingfei first brought Night Sorrow to see Qing Mang. You came at the right time. Someone just sent 2 desolate stones yesterday. Qing Mang took out 2 desolate stones when she saw the 2 of them. Then Night Sorrow took out 200 high-grade spirit stones and put away the desolate stones. Tianji Tower paid 200 high-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Sub-Tower Master Qing Mang. I'll continue to buy desolate stones. Night Sorrow cupped his hands and said to Qing Mang. Okay, then the mission will continue. Also, Sub-Tower Master Wu and Emissary Yi Tianji must have a reason for coming, right? Qing Mang asked. Then Wu Lingfei said that she was going to see Hu Shao to discuss some matters. Qing Mang didn't ask anything and took the 2 of them to the City Lord Mansion to see Hu Shao. Seeing Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow, Hu Shao was very enthusiastic and personally made tea to welcome them. It's like this. I'm here this time to ask for a favor. Wu Lingfei cupped her hands and said to Hu Shao. Sub-Tower Master Wu, please speak. As long as Hu Shao can do it, I'll definitely do it. Hu Shao said directly. Then Wu Lingfei told him her purpose for coming. Hu Shao thought for a moment and said, I really don't know. I've never heard of the Flying Tiger Saint, but my family used to have a Flying Tiger Venerable. I'll go back to my family later to take a look. Okay, if you see him, please tell me that I'm sincerely visiting. Wu Lingfei cupped her hands again. It's nothing. Sub-Tower Master Wu can stay in Great Desolation City first. I'll go back later. Hu Shao nodded. Then Wu Lingfei brought up the matter of cultivation resources, the current development strategy of the Medicine Valley in the Eastern Shen realm, and the exchange rate of medicinal pills for materials. 1 cauldron of medicinal pills for 3 sets of materials. That's fair. I'm all for it. You don't need to trouble yourself with this. Just have Sub-Tower Master Qing Mang bring me to the City Lord Mansion. Hu Shao was very happy to have such a cooperation. After all, there weren't many people in Great Desolation City who were good at pill concocting. It was a win-win situation for the Medicine Valley. On the other hand, exchanging 1 cauldron of medicinal pills for 3 sets of materials was indeed fair. After all, there was a chance of failure. Besides, pill concocting required time and spirit stones to power the cauldron. After chatting for a while longer, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow returned to the Tianji Tower branch in the realm of unbounded desolation to wait for news. 5 days later, Hu Shao brought an old man to Tianji Tower to meet Wu Lingfei. Standing in front of Hu Shao, the old man clasped his hands at Wu Lingfei and said, A saint expert has come to the realm of unbounded desolation. Please excuse me for not coming out to meet you. You're being too polite, Senior Flying Tiger Saint. I'm Spirit Concubine Wu of the Heaven's Extremity Demonic Palace, and I apologize for disturbing you. She clasped her hands respectfully at the old man, who was none other than Saint Flying Tiger Saint from the realm of unbounded desolation. You're welcome. Have a seat. Last time when we were attacked by a beast tide, I was very worried. However, I had an agreement with Black Dragon Saint, so I could only watch and not do anything. Fortunately, Master Wu Lingfei came to my rescue. The Flying Tiger Saint nodded at Wu Lingfei in a very polite manner. Wu Lingfei shook her head. We're both humans, and Qinji Tower is also developing in the realm of unbounded desolation. Therefore it wasn't much of a help. Master Wu Lingfei, you must have a reason for coming to see me. Please tell me. The Flying Tiger Saint got straight to the point. Then Wu Lingfei introduced herself and talked about the current situation, as well as the situation of Silver Dusk Saint and the others. Chaos is coming. I have a hunch about this. I also know the Everlasting Saint's personality. She wholeheartedly cares about the Nine Realms world. The Tianjin Tower is also there to balance the Nine Realms world. In fact, it's fine for her to come. How can I not give her face? Flying Tiger Saint said with a smile. Thank you, Senior, for asking me to come here first. The main thing is that the Silver Dusk Saint and the others went to the Black Dragon Saint. We had no choice but to disturb the Flying Tiger Saint's cultivation, Wu Lingfei said. AQV is the only Z original / version, 7Q4S him? All are unspecified currency pirated. Chapter 686. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Alright, we'll head back now. See you later in the realm of Qingtian. Also, Senior Flying Tiger Saint is always welcome to visit the Eastern Shen domain, Wu Lingfei said. Ah, Long Xuanxing's temperament is too strange. It's not worth offending him. If you have time, Master Wu Kei, please come to the Unbounded Desolation as a guest. The Flying Tiger Saint said with a laugh. All the veteran saints knew the situation in the Eastern Shen domain. The Flying Tiger Saint laughed and left the Tianji Tower. He nodded at Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow, followed by Hu Xiao. The world is so chaotic now. Qing Meng was shocked by the conversation between Wu Lingfei and the Flying Tiger Saint. Yes, there's nothing we can do about it. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If something happens in the Tianji Tower in the realm of unbounded desolation, inform the headquarters. Although it's a chaotic world, the Tianji Tower has the ability and preparations to deal with it, Wu Lingfei said to Qing Meng. After resting in the Tianji Tower for a night, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow left the realm of unbounded desolation and headed to the realm of Qingtian. The Flying Tiger Saint is easy to talk to, Night Sorrow said. How should I put it? Auntie Fei is here on behalf of the Tianji Tower. You should at least meet her. Besides, the Black Dragon Saint and the Silver Dusk Saint are together, which is a threat to him, Wu Lingfei said. After thinking about it for a moment, Night Sorrow understood. 2 days later, the two of them returned to the Tianji Tower in the realm of Qingtian. However, they didn't see Xiaolanjun and Lin Yuandao. Then Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow teleported to the first base of the Tianji Tower. In the underground hall, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow saw Xiaolanjun and Lin Yuandao. How did it go? Xiaolanjun asked. It went well. The Flying Tiger Saint will come to the Tianji Tower in the near future, Wu Lingfei said and told Qing Meng about what had happened. Good. That's good. Since he's here, it shouldn't be a problem for us to form an alliance, Xiaolanjun said. It shouldn't be a problem. His attitude is very good, Wu Lingfei said. She was certain of this. Tower Master Wu and Night Sorrow, both of you need to be careful. The 5-clawed pterosaur that was killed in the beast tide last time is the descendant of the Black Dragon Sage. This matter could be troublesome. Xiaolanjun thought for a moment and said. So what? Night Sorrow was from the Night Moon dynasty. If he touched Night Sorrow, he would be going against the Saints' alliance. He wasn't afraid of me. Wu Lingfei sneered. That's right, Wu Lingfei sneered. That's right, Wu Lingfei sneered. Xiaolanjun nodded. Not to mention Wu Lingfei's current cultivation base, the other saints couldn't reach the high level of the attributes. Many saints could only reach the peak of the ordinary attributes in the end. In addition, Wu Lingfei had Dongshuan's origin power, which was equivalent to having Dongshuan's origin power in her body. She could increase her combat strength outside the Eastern Shen region. If she was in the Eastern Shen region, it would be even more amazing. Wu Lingfei could even control the energy of the Eastern Shen region to attack her opponent. Another point was that Wu Lingfei was approved by Long Xianxing. If she was touched, Long Xianxing could easily appear and the consequences would be serious. Chapter 3, New Chapter 7, Part 1. After chatting casually for a while, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow left the Tianji Tower base and returned to the city in the sky. The loft that Yi Linglan had sent people to build was ready. Night Sorrow led Wu Lingfei to live in it. After drinking a pot of tea in the loft and seeing that Night Sorrow was about to leave, Wu Lingfei reminded Night Sorrow, Auntie Fei is going to cultivate in seclusion. If there's anything you need, just call me. Night Sorrow left the loft and went to the training field to watch the others cultivate. Yang Lei, Sikong Chuyu, and always stopped cultivating and drank tea with Night Sorrow. They asked Night Sorrow about the situation this time. Night Sorrow told them that the realm of unbounded desolation had agreed to the Medicine Valley's business. You're way too amazing. Just by going out for a trip, you managed to solve a huge problem. If this were to continue developing, our Medicine Valley would definitely become stronger, Qingji said excitedly. When we return to the Medicine Valley, just tell Master and the others. We don't have to run around anymore, Night Sorrow said with a smile. After that, the three women continued to cultivate. Yishang held the reincarnation spear and cultivated his realm, searching for a feeling. He remembered that he should mention the matter of forging a weapon when he met Lin Yuandao this time because his cultivation could enter the honorable realm at any time. After Yishang practiced his spear arts for a while, he beckoned Yi Mei over. Yi Mei, are you used to it? Night Sorrow asked as he poured a cup of water for Yi Mei. Very good. My brothers and sisters have been taking good care of me, Yi Mei said. Night Sorrow nodded and said, that's good. You should familiarize yourself with your new fighting style and gain some combat experience. Yun Huang and Ling Long also came over to have tea with Night Sorrow. Captain, we know what happened. With this saint's promise, we can't go out and kill now. It's too depressing. Yun Huang took a sip of tea and said, that's all we can do for now. In addition, you guys choose a time to practice combat with everyone. At the same time, clean up the high-level demonic beasts in the wasteland in Night Moon's current area, Night Sorrow said. Then Yun Huang and Ling Long went to talk to Xueling and Ho Jian. In the God-slaying team, when Night Sorrow was not leading, the team followed Xueling and Ho Jian. Yun Huang and Ling Long also respected this rule. After the team finished cultivating, Night Sorrow brought the girls back to the mansion. After dinner, Night Sorrow looked at the girls and made a decision. He was going to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the venerable realm. Okay, you should take this step. Sikong Chiyu nodded. Then we'll wait for your good news, Yang Lei said. Night Sorrow smiled at the girls and entered the secret cultivation room in the main building. When he comes out, he'll be a powerhouse. Alway looked at Night Sorrow's secret cultivation room and said, he won't have any problems. He's already reached the realm and his cultivation has been stable for a while. Breaking through to the venerable realm is just a matter of time. Sikong Chiyu said. She was very confident in Night Sorrow. A few years ago, the Medicine Valley was looking forward to the emergence of a venerable. That would change the situation of falling behind and getting beaten up. Now, 13 is also trying to break through to the venerable realm. There are many changes in the world. Some things can't even be dreamed of. Yang Lei said with some emotion. 13 entering the venerable realm is a great shock to the Medicine Valley and the Eastern Xian region. Always said with a smile. It's not just the Eastern Xian region. I wonder what the other dynasties in the Grand Pure Domain will think when they hear this news. 13, who is just a void inquiry stage 5th level cultivator, has already caused a huge commotion in them. It would be strange if they don't have a headache now that he has entered the venerable realm. Yang Lei's face was filled with anticipation. Chapter 687. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go divided by Xiao? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Night Sorrow entered the secret cultivation room. First, he calmed down his emotions and prepared for his breakthrough. Love Go divided by Xiao www.achux. So there were 3 factors needed for a void inquiry stage cultivator to advance to the venerable realm. The first factor was that their true chi cultivation had to reach the critical point. The second factor was that their soul power had to be strong. The third factor was also the most difficult one. It required the cultivator to be in the state of the unity of heaven and man realm. This was also the reason why many void inquiry stage cultivators could not advance to the venerable realm even after reaching the peak of the void inquiry stage. When a void inquiry stage cultivator breaks through to the venerable realm, they had to integrate their soul power into their true chi. Only by doing so could their soul power be combined with their true chi, which was the signature move of the venerable realm. The strength of their soul power was the foundation of the integration. Their cultivation level was the key. If they could not achieve these 2 points, no matter how strong their true chi cultivation was, they could only be a void inquiry stage cultivator. After Night Sorrow calmed down his emotions, he began to organize the energy in his body. After doing so, Night Sorrow first displayed the state of the unity of heaven and man realm. Then he controlled his soul power to flow and merge it with the true chi in his dantian. This was the first step. It was the first step to advance to the venerable realm. After his soul power entered his dantian, Night Sorrow controlled the rotation of the true chi in his dantian, driving his soul power and merging it with his true chi. This was a crucial breakthrough. Therefore Night Sorrow was very careful. After 6 hours, Night Sorrow's soul power and his true chi merged perfectly. His true chi had the effect of his soul power. After doing this, Night Sorrow began the second step, which was to compress his true chi. He would compress his misty true chi into a liquid state. When the liquid state appeared, the breakthrough would be complete. Currently, Night Sorrow's misty true chi and soul power were merging. After a long time, his soul power would separate from his true chi. However, if his true chi was upgraded from the misty state to the liquid state, it would completely stabilize the current state of fusion. After stabilizing his current state, it was similar to advancing from the spirit severing realm to the core condensation realm. However, the difficulty was not the same. After all, the quantity and quality of his true chi were different. Love Go Xiao Say W Chu. After stabilizing his emotions, Night Sorrow controlled his Zhen Qi and compressed it towards the center of his dantian. At this time, Night Sorrow was very careful. This was the last step and he could not afford to make any mistakes. If he failed, then his soul would be severely damaged. Time slipped away bit by bit. Night Sorrow's side was compressing in an orderly manner. After daybreak, Sikong Chuyu and the other girls didn't go to the martial arts practice field. They waited in the courtyard in front of the mansion while making tea. Yi Lingxie came to talk to Night Sorrow about what had happened in Night Moon City. Knowing that Night Sorrow was about to break through to the Venerable Realm, he also waited with the girls. After half a day, the first drop of liquid true chi appeared in Night Sorrow's dantian. It was a deep purple, sparkling and translucent true chi. With the appearance of this drop of liquid true chi, the mist-like true chi in Night Sorrow's dantian was quickly assimilated. As long as the liquid true chi touched it, the mist-like true chi would naturally turn into liquid true chi. Right at this moment, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky, which was originally clear for 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Moreover, they were rolling dark clouds. At this moment, Wu Lingfei appeared in the courtyard. What's going on? It's Night Sorrow's breakthrough to the Venerable Realm. Why would tribulation clouds appear? Yi Lingxie's face was filled with worry. Whenever a heaven-defying demonic beast or cultivator appears and the heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate it, a lightning tribulation will appear. It's also a test. However, I didn't expect that the lightning tribulation that would only appear when others enter the Sage Realm would appear when Night Sorrow is at the Venerable Realm. Wu Lingfei's face was also filled with worry. At this moment, Night Sorrow suddenly felt his heart palpitating. He released his soul power to investigate and found out what was going on. When Tianyu advanced to the Void Inquiry stage, a lightning tribulation also appeared. When Night Sorrow's misty true chi completely transformed into liquid true chi, which meant that Night Sorrow had completely entered the Venerable Realm, the black clouds in the sky churned even more violently. Any cultivator could sense the terrifying energy contained within. Night Sorrow exited the cultivation room and left the mansion. He rushed towards the lake. He couldn't let the lightning tribulation destroy the mansion. SMB, #Forever3Exempt. Read novels. Night Sorrow arrived at the lakeside. Just as he steadied himself, an explosion came from the rolling dark clouds. Then a purple lightning bolt struck towards Night Sorrow's head. Night Sorrow took a deep breath, and the reincarnation spear on his back appeared in his hand with a shake. He then displayed the 7 stars dazzling moon spear art. He displayed the 7 stars dazzling moon spear art, displaying the dazzling moon spear art. The spear light collided with the thunder and lightning. Along with a loud explosion, Night Sorrow's body was pushed into the ground, and the robe on his right arm turned into black shreds. The tip of the reincarnation spear didn't change, but a few cracks appeared on the handle. This was the effect of being unable to withstand the lightning tribulation's energy and Night Sorrow's energy. After all, it was a rank 5 weapon, but Night Sorrow displayed the Venerable Realm's true chi. Night Sorrow sighed and shook the shredded robe on his right arm. He jumped out of the pit and scanned the reincarnation spear at the same time. He knew that the reincarnation spear couldn't be used anymore. If he used it again, it would shatter. He still had to advance the reincarnation spear. Night Sorrow, be careful. The lightning tribulation isn't over yet. Wu Lingfei, who was watching from the side, shouted at Night Sorrow. After hearing Wu Lingfei's warning, Night Sorrow was stunned. When Tianyu advanced, wasn't there a lightning tribulation? Why wasn't there a lightning tribulation for him? Looking up at the sky, Night Sorrow realized that the dark clouds were still rolling and brewing energy. Without a weapon, Night Sorrow took out the sky-piercing spear. He held the sky-piercing spear in his right hand and stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Night Sorrow knew that his test had come. If he could successfully pass the lightning tribulation's test, then he would officially become a venerable. If he couldn't, then he would become a pile of ashes under the lightning tribulation. It wasn't that Night Sorrow was nervous, but that the lightning tribulation was too terrifying. That strike just now had already shaken his internal organs. This was also because he cultivated the myriad Tao treasured tome and had the medicine spirit's energy to help him recover, so he was fine. Little Kong, can you withstand the lightning tribulation? Night Sorrow asked Little Kong. He didn't dare to use it directly because he was afraid that Little Kong would be hurt. It's okay, you can try. Little Kong replied to Night Sorrow. Just at this moment, a second explosion rang out. A bolt of lightning once again shot towards Yi Chang. Night Sorrow controlled the Time Pagoda and smashed it towards the lightning tribulation, hoping that the Time Pagoda could withstand the lightning tribulation's power. But in reality, the result was different from what Night Sorrow expected. The lightning tribulation collided with the Time Pagoda and directly struck the Time Pagoda. Then it continued to strike towards Night Sorrow's head. At that moment, it was too late for Night Sorrow to use the Time Pagoda. He took a deep breath and used the Hand of Desolation with his left hand, slapping towards the lightning tribulation. Then he poured his chi into the sky-piercing spear in his right hand. Before Night Sorrow's left hand and the lightning tribulation intersected, a vision started to appear. The scene on Night Sorrow's hand changed, and then Night Sorrow's hand and the lightning tribulation collided. With a muffled sound, Night Sorrow's body was sent flying. Chapter 688. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow used the 7-star glorious moon spear to shatter the sky-piercing spear, but the lightning was still there. Night Sorrow's body flashed and retreated quickly, but the lightning was still chasing after him. Night Sorrow had no choice but to take out a second sky-piercing spear and continue to use the 7-star glorious moon spear to block the lightning. Pok, pok, pok. Cracking sounds kept coming out as Night Sorrow's sky-piercing spear shattered one by one. When the 11th spear shattered, Night Sorrow only had one sky-piercing spear left. The lightning was offset by Night Sorrow's attack. Night Sorrow's heart ached when the sky-piercing spear was destroyed, but he had no choice. Currently, the sky-piercing spear was only left with the 5-clawed pterosaur's dragon tendon. However, Night Sorrow didn't feel relieved because the thunderclouds in the sky were still rolling. What's going on? Is it not over until we kill Night Sorrow? Sikong Chiu's eyes were filled with anger and worry. No one can help him at this time. The lightning tribulation is a test for him. Our interception and attacks will be ignored. We didn't make a spirit-level weapon for him. This is our biggest mistake. Wu Lingfei's eyes were also filled with worry. Looking at the rolling thunderclouds, Night Sorrow planned to hide in the space-time treasure pagoda. After his body flashed, he realized that it was useless. There was an energy in the world that could block him from entering the space-time treasure pagoda. This meant that he could only face the lightning tribulation and couldn't escape. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and put on a pair of claw gloves. One was the azure claw glove, and the other was a custom-made claw glove from the Medicine Valley. He didn't have a weapon now, so this was all he could do. As for the spirit-level longsword in his storage ring, he couldn't use it at all and couldn't fight at all. Following the third explosion, lightning bolts shot towards Night Sorrow once more. This time, Night Sorrow activated the Golden Phoenix flexible armor. At the same time, he also activated his protective energy shield. He then executed the spatial splitter consummate skill. At present, Night Sorrow had consumed a lot of true chi, mainly because he had just advanced and had not yet stabilized his cultivation, so his true chi could not withstand his continuous attacks. In addition, the 2 consecutive lightning strikes had already injured Night Sorrow, so he did not dare to hold back. The Space Rend energy chop was very fast, and it collided with the lightning in midair, causing a series of explosions. After the first spatial tier was completed, Night Sorrow immediately sent out a second spatial tier. The lightning was weakened by Night Sorrow's spatial rend, but it still continued to press down. Night Sorrow's body continued to fly backwards. At the same time, he continued to unleash spatial cracks. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.ichuxs.com. After the 4th spatial tier was sent out, Night Sorrow's bloodline talent under the dragon bone was completely exhausted. However, at this time the lightning still had more than half of its power. With a low roar, Night Sorrow used the myriad Tao Tome's energy to protect his body. The true chi in his right hand and the power of desolates in his left hand executed the shattering killing fist he had learned from Reverend Lu Shan. He continuously punched the lightning bolts that were chasing after him, and began to resist them with all his might. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds kept coming out. Night Sorrow, who had not been caught by the lightning bolts, continuously punched out to wear down the lightning bolt's energy. After a dozen punches, his gloves shattered. Night Sorrow did not care so much and continued to punch. After a dozen punches, Night Sorrow could no longer use his true chi. This was because his true chi was exhausted. If he forcefully activated his true chi again, there was the danger of his core shattering. In addition, his power of desolates was also exhausted. Love go go shao shua 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 w. Ai chux. Seum with a long roar, Night Sorrow's right hand changed to the myriad Tao Tome's energy, and his left hand changed to the profound Jade spiritual energy. He once again attacked the weakened lightning bolts. When Night Sorrow's myriad Tao Tome's energy and profound Jade spiritual energy were almost exhausted, the lightning bolts were also dispersed by Night Sorrow. Standing on the shore of the lake, Night Sorrow's body was trembling. He was currently extremely weak, and there was no energy left in his body. If the lightning calamity was not over, he would only end up being killed. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and disappeared in an instant. A five-colored light appeared and slowly fell on Night Sorrow's body. An extremely comfortable feeling spread to Night Sorrow's heart. Night Sorrow immediately sat down cross-legged and began to fully recover. As the various energies in Night Sorrow's body circulated, the five-colored light was absorbed by Night Sorrow and disappeared into Night Sorrow's body. Success, he passed this trial. Wu Lingfei let out a sigh of relief. P permanent S free of charge E/look at little a and say, "What's going on?" Entering the Venerable Realm, there are actually 3 terrifying lightning calamities. This is asking for death. Yi Lingxia muttered. There are 2 possibilities for this situation. The first is that the Heavenly Tao does not tolerate it, so the Heavenly Tao created a lightning calamity to annihilate him. The second is that it is a test of the Heavenly Tao. But no matter what the situation is, there will be great benefits after passing it. Wu Lingfei explained. Then everyone waited. After Night Sorrow's 5-colored light entered his body, he completely recovered. However, in order to not waste the 5-colored light's energy, he kept circulating his own energy and merged it into his body. After refining Night Sorrow, he realized that his soul power, myriad Tao Tome, power of desolates, true chi and mysterious Jade spiritual energy were all strengthened to different degrees. This made him very happy and he continued to meditate and cultivate. After cultivating for 2 hours, Night Sorrow's myriad Tao Tome entered the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Tao-seeking realm. Feeling that the 5-colored light's energy was wrapped in his own energy and could not escape, Night Sorrow stood up. Night Sorrow, congratulations on successfully passing the lightning calamity and entering the Venerable Realm. Wu Lingfei came in front of Night Sorrow and said, "Thank you, Aunt Fei." Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Wu Lingfei. Then Yi Lingxia and Yi Linglan also congratulated Night Sorrow. The 2 of them had been scared out of their wits, afraid that Night Sorrow would not be able to withstand the lightning calamity. Then the members of the God-slaying team also came to congratulate Night Sorrow. Sigh. It's a pity that the 11 sky-piercing spears were destroyed. They have been through many battles with me. I didn't expect that only one would be left today. Thinking about the destruction of the 11 sky-piercing spears, Night Sorrow felt a little reluctant and sad. It was their mission to accompany you as you grew up. Now that their mission is complete, we will go to Tianji Tower later to get your weapon ready. Otherwise you won't even be able to fight, said Wu Lingfei. Night Sorrow had successfully passed the lightning calamity and entered the Venerable Realm. This was a big deal. Then the group returned to Night Sorrow's residence to hold a banquet. However, no one dared to compete with Night Sorrow in drinking today. This was because Night Sorrow had just successfully advanced and had just survived the lightning calamity. His body might not be used to it yet. Night Sorrow was very happy. After all, he had taken the most important step and entered the realm he had always dreamed of. Night Sorrow believed that it would be very easy for him to kill a beginner venerable now. He might even be able to fight a mid-level venerable. After drinking for a while, the members of the God-slaying team left. They had to seize the time to cultivate diligently. Night Sorrow lowered his head and pondered. Night Sorrow, what are you thinking about? Yi Lingxia asked. Logically speaking, I should have contributed to the 9 Zones world. Back then, I fought in the Death Space and then I fought in the Supreme River Space. How could there still be a lightning tribulation? Night Sorrow voiced his confusion. Chapter 689. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. I see. What is the compensation? I don't know the details, but it will strengthen all kinds of energy in my body. Even the power of desolates, which is the most difficult to cultivate, will be improved. Love go little say, Night-Sorrow said. This kind of compensation is very good. Well, you seem to be in a good state now. Take a rest. We'll go to Qinji Tower and ask Master K to forge a weapon for you, Wu Lingfei said. This matter is indeed urgent. The reincarnation spear is damaged now. If I use it again, it will be completely destroyed. I can't bear the consequences. I feel uncomfortable if I don't practice the spear for a day, Night-Sorrow said. After chatting for a while, Night-Sorrow followed Wu Lingfei to the first base of the Qinji Tower in the Taiqing region. However, he did not see Lin Yuandao or Xiaolanjun there. Then Wu Lingfei brought Night-Sorrow to the secret tower of the Qinji Tower headquarters. In the secret tower, the two of them saw Lin Yuandao. The Venerable Realm. Night-Sorrow, you should be the youngest Venerable Realm expert in the history of the 9 regions world. Lin Yuandao was very happy to see Night-Sorrow enter the Venerable Realm. He saw Night-Sorrow as his successor. It's indeed not bad. You have the ability to fight above your level. Now that you've entered the Venerable Realm, ordinary Venerables will no longer be able to threaten your safety. Xiaolanjun also arrived at the secret tower. Don't mention it. I was shocked today. Night-Sorrow encountered a thunder tribulation when he entered the Venerable Realm. It was not easy to survive 3 thunder tribulations. Wu Lingfei explained the situation at that time. It was not easy to survive 3 thunder tribulations. At the same time, it also shows that his aptitude is heaven-defying. It's good that he survived. Xiaolanjuan's heart skipped a beat. Since you guys are here, I have something to do next. I will upgrade your weapon to a spiritual weapon. Lin Yuandao pointed at the reincarnation spear on Night-Sorrow's back and said with a smile. 1 is not enough. We need 2. Wu Lingfei pointed at the ice-soaked bag on Night-Sorrow's waist and told him about Night-Sorrow's soul doppelganger. 2 then. Lin Yuandao said with a smile. Then Night-Sorrow took out the reincarnation spear and a pile of top-grade materials that he had prepared. Spatial refined iron? This thing is suitable for you. Your Yi clan's innate bloodline energy is of the spatial attribute. This spatial iron essence is of the spatial attribute. How about this? I will first upgrade your slightly damaged reincarnation spear. Then I will use the spatial essence iron as the main material to forge a new spear. Loved Gon Little say, Chulin Yuandao looked at the materials prepared by Night-Sorrow and said. The spatial refined iron was given to him by Yu Yangyu during Night-Sorrow's engagement ceremony. Then Wu Lingfei took Night-Sorrow to rest. Night-Sorrow also needed to stabilize his cultivation. Lin Yuandao took the materials and went to forge a weapon for Night-Sorrow. In the courtyard next to the secret watchtower of Qinji Tower, Night-Sorrow began to organize his gains after his advancement. After entering the Venerable Realm, Night-Sorrow's cultivation became very smooth. His control of the energy of heaven and earth became stronger. At the same time, his true qi burst out more fiercely and with greater power. This was because his true qi contained the power of the soul. Night-Sorrow felt that something was missing when he couldn't cultivate spear techniques. He cultivated the Hand of Desolation, the Mystic Ice Claw, and the Killing Fist. As for the heaven-covering hand, it was now replaced by the Hand of Desolation. After cultivating for half a month, Night-Sorrow had completed the improvement and adaptation of his body, palm, and fist techniques after his advancement. On this day, Night-Sorrow had just finished cultivating when Lin Yuandao appeared with 2 spears in his hands. Take a look. See if you are satisfied. Lin Yuandao handed the 2 spears to Night-Sorrow. Yong Jiu Wavel Fi look at small I say Yishang put down one of the spears and picked up another one. He picked up a long spear with a silver shaft and a pitch-black blade. Yishang knew that this was the reincarnation spear just by feeling it. Because the spear had been with him for the past few years, Night-Sorrow had some connection with the reincarnation spear. This was also the feeling that came from cultivating the realm of one with the spear. With a flick of his wrist, Night-Sorrow displayed his spear technique. Night-Sorrow felt that the reincarnation spear was a little different from before. It didn't obstruct his true qi, and after his true qi burst out, it was smooth all the way. This was the difference between a spiritual weapon and an ordinary weapon. Ordinary weapons had more impurities and obstructed energy. Therefore, they would be destroyed by the tyrannical energy of a Venerable Realm cultivator. In addition, insufficient strength was also a problem. As Night-Sorrow displayed his spear technique, the sound of energy exploding continuously rang out. With the improvement of Night Sorrow's cultivation and the improvement of the quality of the reincarnation spear, the power of Night Sorrow's spear technique had increased greatly. After displaying a few spear techniques, Night Sorrow put away his spear and bowed to Lin Yuandao. It's very suitable. Its power has increased a lot. Thank you, Lord Quebec. Because the materials you brought are of a high level, these two spears are both high-grade spiritual weapons. I can only forge them after advancing to the Saint Realm. I definitely couldn't do it before. Lin Yuandao said with a smile. That's great. Night Sorrow was very happy. High-grade spiritual weapons are the highest spiritual weapons that can be forged in the current 9 regions world. Supreme-grade spiritual weapons and holy treasures are almost all self-evolved. As long as a high-grade spiritual weapon is nourished properly, it will produce a weapon spirit. However, weapons are an exception. They won't produce a weapon spirit, but with the nourishment of the user's energy and true qi, they will still advance. Wu Lingfei appeared in the courtyard. Thank you, Lord Quebec. Night Sorrow bowed to Lin Yuandao. It could be said that this had solved a big problem. All Void Inquiry stage cultivators would face this big problem after advancing to the Venerable Realm. They could not use their previous weapons. It was hard to say if they could get a spiritual weapon. Besides, it was also a big problem whether it was suitable for them. Take Night Sorrow for example. If his reincarnation spear could not advance and he could not find a suitable spear-type spiritual weapon, his combat power would be greatly reduced. There's one more thing that you have to pay attention to. You can use this high-grade spiritual weapon now because you have been fighting with it for a long time. You have already reached a certain degree of compatibility with it. However, you can't use the second spear. You need to constantly nourish it with your own energy and true qi. Only when you reach a certain degree of compatibility can you use it. Otherwise it will be like a child wielding a huge blade. Lin Yuandao reminded Night Sorrow. Thank you, Lord Quebec. Night Sorrow understands. Night Sorrow bowed to Lin Yuandao again. These materials are superfluous. Keep them. Lin Yuandao took out some materials and placed them in front of Night Sorrow. I don't need them anymore. I'll leave them to Tianji Tower. Whoever needs them in the future can take them. Night Sorrow did not have the intention to take back the materials. No. For example, you have to keep this spatial refined iron. If the weapon is damaged and needs to be repaired or upgraded, it will also need materials. Of course, materials with the same origin are the best. Lin Yuandao said with a smile. He was quite happy. He was happy that Night Sorrow was generous and that Night Sorrow was willing to contribute to Tianji Tower. Keep them. I believe that Lord K is already very happy that you have such a kind heart. Xielanjun came to the courtyard and said with a smile. It's still the Supreme Elder who understands my heart. Night Sorrow, you can treat Tianji Tower as your home and are willing to contribute to Tianji Tower. This is what I feel most gratified about. Lin Yuandao said. But I feel a little embarrassed. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Chapter 690. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. That's not suitable. Night Sorrow's aptitude is shallow, and he hasn't done anything for Tianji Tower. I really can't accept the position of young master. However, as long as Tianji Tower needs me, Night Sorrow will definitely do his best. Night Sorrow was stunned for a moment, then he refused. You haven't done anything for Tianji Tower? You've done enough. We all agree that you're suitable, Lin Yuandao said. At the very least it's not suitable for now. The Night Clan has returned, and battles with the other dynasties are inevitable. I'm a descendant of the Night Clan, and I must participate in any battles. Therefore, I don't want to make things difficult for Tianji Tower. Night Sorrow expressed his own concerns, which was also the reason why he admitted that he was not suitable. Night Moon Dynasty is Tianji Tower's best partner and ally. Night Moon Dynasty was ambushed back then because the other party wanted to eliminate Tianji Tower's help. Tianji Tower and Night Moon Dynasty have a very deep friendship. It can be said that they advance and retreat together. Otherwise, Tianji Tower wouldn't have sent people to defend the border of Night Moon Dynasty. Therefore you don't have to worry about this. Xielanjun explained why Night Sorrow's position as young master would not conflict with the future battles. You should have no more worries now, right? Lin Yuandao said with a smile. Not really. I have a very good relationship with Yun Huang and Ling Long. We're all brothers and sisters who have gone through life and death together. This kind of thing will affect them. I don't want to hurt our relationship. Night Sorrow expressed his concerns. You don't have to worry about this matter. We'll take care of it. You're the young master from today onwards. Xielanjun glared at Night Sorrow. All right. Then Night Sorrow will accept it. Night Sorrow bowed and said. You're still forcing yourself. Do you know what it means to be the young master of Tianji Tower? The position and identity of the young master is only second to the palace master and grand elder, and is equivalent to the vice palace master. It is higher than the other palace masters and elders, which means that they have to listen to your orders. Xiaolanjun looked at Night Sorrow and said gloomily. Many people were jealous of this position, but Night Sorrow didn't care. So that's how it is. However, Night Sorrow will know his limits and will not act recklessly. I will also respect the opinions of the seniors, Night Sorrow said. You're right. They're all seniors. We have to respect them, Xiaolanjun said with a smile after hearing Night Sorrow's words. She liked Night Sorrow's character and temper. Lin Yuandao smiled and said, I have always been worried about the future of the younger generation and the future of the Empyrean Apex Citadel. Now that the stone in my heart has been lifted, Yishan, you should also celebrate for yourself. Take out some wine. Night Sorrow nodded and took out a few jars of wine and placed them on the table. While drinking, Lin Yuandao changed Night Sorrow's token into a pure gold one. In addition, his mask was no longer the celestial mask. It was also a golden mask. Palace Master, please explain to Yun Huang and Ling Long. I don't want to see them hurt because of this. However, I don't think they will either, Night Sorrow said. Don't worry. I'll go with Elder Hua later to explain to them, Lin Yuandao said. Yun Huang and Ling Long had entered Tianji Tower through Hua Haining's assessment. It would be better for Hua Haining to attend the exchange. After staying in Tianji Tower for a while, Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei returned to the city in the sky. Lin Yuandao called Hua Haining to follow them. When they arrived at the city in the sky, Lin Yuandao and Hua Haining called Ling Long and Yun Huang over to talk. Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei returned to the mansion. Q version after communicating with Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei and Aoi, Night Sorrow sent Wu Lingfei to the attic to rest. Then he went to the lake to practice his spear technique and body movement technique. After entering the venerable realm, Night Sorrow had to strengthen himself in all aspects. After obtaining the advanced reincarnation spear, Night Sorrow naturally had to strengthen his spear technique. He had to strengthen the coordination between his spear technique and his body movement technique to increase his combat strength to the greatest extent. He knew that cultivation served actual combat strength. Night Sorrow held the reincarnation spear in his hand and carried it on his back. This was to cultivate the compatibility. After cultivating for a while, Night Sorrow carried the reincarnation spear on his back. He took out the long spear with spatial attributes and waved it twice. With this wave, Night Sorrow discovered the characteristics of this spear, which was that its spatial cutting power was very strong. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow gave this new spear a name, the Air-Splitting Spear. When Night Sorrow held the Air-Splitting Spear and performed the unity of man and spear to find the feeling, Yun Huang and Ling Long flew down from the rock wall beside the city in the sky and landed beside Night Sorrow. You two guys are here. Night Sorrow carried the Air-Splitting Spear on his back and said, Night Sorrow, what are you thinking? I, Yun Huang, will not have any thoughts about you becoming the young master. I will only be happy. The young master said that you are not willing to do it. In fact, we are not willing to do it either. You are afraid of hurting our brotherhood. Then let me tell you, such a thing does not exist. Yun Huang stepped forward and punched Night Sorrow's shoulder. I am a woman. I am not interested in being an official. It is very good that you are the young master. I am sincerely happy, so don't make blind guesses. Our brotherhood will not change. Ling Long also said. Actually, I am also not interested in being the young master. I am being forced to do something beyond my ability. There is nothing I can do about it. Night Sorrow said. I know you. You are the young master of the Night Moon dynasty, but I don't see you putting on airs. This shows that you are not interested in power. Your 2 spears are not bad. Did the Tianji Tower help you make them? Yun Huang said. Yes, I provided the materials. The young master helped me refine them. Night Sorrow said with a smile. You should have asked me. I can probably refine spiritual weapons now. I don't need you to provide the materials. How about this? I can help you make a spear pouch. It will be more convenient to carry the spears. Yun Huang said. Okay. Also, you can refine spiritual weapons. Can you help me upgrade this? Night Sorrow took out his only remaining sky-piercing spear. You really want me to do it? I am currently practicing refining weapons. My scimitar has not been upgraded yet. Yun Huang said with some embarrassment. No problem. When is it convenient for you to do it for me? I have some materials here. Night Sorrow said. That is not necessary. Remember that wine you promised me. I will double it. Yun Huang said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Night Sorrow of course knew what Yun Huang was talking about. He was talking about the Sun Dragon wine. Captain, this is your fault. You have good wine and can give it to Yun Huang. Why can't I have a share? Am I not your brother or sister? After listening to Night Sorrow and Yun Huang's conversation, Ling Long was somewhat unwilling. That is a wine for men. It is not suitable for women. Night Sorrow said with a smile. I don't believe it. What wine can be drunk by men but not by women? Give it to me. Ling Long stretched out her hand to Night Sorrow. Chapter 691. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Two shameless people drinking any kind of wine. I don't want this kind of wine. Give me another jar. Ling Long looked at Night Sorrow and Yun Huang with disdain. Night Sorrow took out 3 jars of wine. The 3 of them went to the wooden boat and started drinking and chatting. This is a good thing. Night Sorrow, now that you're the young master, at least we don't have to worry about some powerful people coming out to bully us in the future. Yun Huang said happily. Indeed, Yun Huang and I have never thought about being the young master. However, if someone else becomes the young master, it will be troublesome for us. Should we listen to them or not? If we don't, we'll be disobeying them, Ling Long said. We just have to do our own thing. There's no need to think about other things, Night Sorrow said with a smile. The 3 of them drank for a while and returned to Night Sorrow's mansion. Lin Yuandao and Hua Haining were there in Night Sorrow's mansion. Well, the 3 of you have a deep friendship and can fight side by side. This is a good situation, Lin Yuandao said with a nod. Our captain is thinking too much. If someone else becomes the young master we might not be convinced, but our captain is fine with it, Ling Long said. It's good that you're all fine with it. Elder Hua and I will go back first. You 3, if you need anything, come find us at Tianji Tower. Also, there are other members of Tianji Tower in the God-slaying squad. You 3 take good care of them, Lin Yuandao said and left Night Sorrow's mansion with Hua Haining. Soon after, Yun Huang and Ling Long also left. They had come to see Yi Shang to express their attitude. They wanted to show that their friendship would not be affected by Yi Shang taking over as the young master of the Empyrean Terminus Tower. After everyone left, Night Sorrow told the 3 girls about what happened at the headquarters of Tianji Tower. 2 high-grade spirit spears. 13, you're really something. Yang Lei patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. Then Night Sorrow talked about how he had taken over the position of the young master of Tianji Tower. We're all from Tianji Tower. If Sha Dan is the one in charge of Tianji Tower in the future, we'll also have a headache. With the power in your hands, at least we won't be bullied. Xikong Chu was also very happy. Oh, forever, too free of charge. Read L Novel 13. Now that you've entered the Exalt realm, you should organize everything you've learned in the past. Only then would you be able to develop steadily. Oi said. She was the calmest of them all. I understand. I should focus on stabilizing my cultivation for now. However, I still have to go into seclusion first. My body's cultivation has also reached the critical point of a breakthrough. Night Sorrow glanced at his body and said. I really have to hand it to you. You've improved so quickly in all aspects. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said with some emotion. After drinking tea for a while, Night Sorrow entered the secret cultivation room. After taking out the spirit jade stone stool that contained life energy, Night Sorrow sat down cross-legged and placed the 2 spears on his legs. Then he took out the black tortoise spirit crystal and began to cultivate. The advancement of the myriad Tao Tome was relatively easy. As long as there was enough energy in the body, it would naturally advance. Night Sorrow cultivated naturally. At the same time, he nourished the 2 spears on his knees. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, he also naturally refined the 5-colored light in his body. That was the heavenly Tao's compensation after the lightning calamity. It was helpful to him in all aspects, and it was a fundamental help. It increased the density of his true qi, the strength of his tendons, meridians, flesh, and bones. His soul power was also stained with some of the 5-colored light, making his soul power more complete. In addition, it also strengthened the walls of his Dantian and Spirit Sea. After half a day, Night Sorrow's myriad Tao Tome entered level 8 of the Tao Querying Realm. Not only was the energy of the myriad Tao Tome stronger, but Night Sorrow's body was also strengthened. His strength had also increased. His essence Qi smoke had also reached more than 5 zhang. After the advancement of the myriad Tao Tome, Night Sorrow did not come out of seclusion. He stabilized his cultivation and cultivated at the same time. He communicated with Shao Kong to help him. That was to continue cultivating his soul power and bloodline power. His true qi and myriad Tao Tome's cultivation were stabilized and settled. After cultivating for half a month, Night Sorrow came out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, his mental state was extremely good. It could be said that he could be considered a true honorable now. His cultivation had stabilized, and his battle skills and movement skills had also caught up with the rhythm. Night Sorrow came to the training ground where the god-slaying squad was cultivating. He drank tea and watched everyone cultivate. During the interval of drinking tea, Night Sorrow asked about the situation of the resources. He was only relieved when he heard that there was no problem with the resources. Night Sorrow was very tired of Night Sorrow. After cultivating for a while, she would run to Night Sorrow's place to chat. Seeing that everyone was cultivating in full swing, Night Sorrow greeted Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi before returning to the secret cultivation room. This time, Night Sorrow was cultivating with a specific purpose. His true chi and myriad Tao Tome were naturally stabilized. While the Time-Space Treasure Pagoda was assisting him in cultivating his soul power and bloodline power, Night Sorrow took the Desolate Stone and started cultivating. He wanted to absorb the energy of the Desolate Stone to strengthen his power of Desolates. Usually, Night Sorrow did not have such an opportunity. This was because he usually held the Black Tortoise Spirit Crystal to cultivate the Myriad Tao Tome. Now that the Myriad Tao Tome needed to be stabilized, he could spare some time. Night Sorrow cultivated day and night. He had 4 Desolate Stones and he needed about 10 days to refine each Desolate Stone. When Night Sorrow did not come out of seclusion for more than a month, Yang Lei felt like scolding him. Ninth junior sister, calm down. Night Sorrow is cultivating, not seclusion. Don't worry. Looking at Yang Lei who was pacing back and forth, Aoi said, that's right. If he's not in seclusion, why can't he come out and rest? Doesn't he know that others are worried? Doesn't he know that he has a family? Yang Lei said angrily. Sometimes he has some enlightenment. How can he stop when he has enlightenment? Alright, sit down and have a cup of tea. Aoi pulled Yang Lei to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. I'm not angry at him. It's just that he doesn't cherish himself. It's too tiring. Yang Lei took a deep breath and said. Sikong Chuyu did not say anything. She also felt the same. She did not want Night Sorrow to be too tired. Just as the 3 women were drinking tea, Night Sorrow came out. After more than a month of seclusion, Night Sorrow finally strengthened the power of Desolates in the 4 Desolate Stones. The power of Desolates in his body had also strengthened by a lot. It could be said that his arms were now filled with power of Desolates. However, the amount was not enough. He was unable to convert the myriad Tao treasured book's attributes. Night Sorrow's goal was to accumulate power of Desolates and convert the myriad Tao treasured book's attributes. However, Night Sorrow also had some concerns. The myriad Tao treasured book contained power of Desolates. If he cultivated according to his current cultivation method, would it work? Once the energy was converted, what would he do if he could not absorb the energy from the Shen Turtle Crystal and Blood Spirit Turtle Crystal? If he could only rely on the power of Desolates, where would he find so much power of Desolates? Looking at Night Sorrow, who had his head lowered, the 3 women stood up. Chapter 692. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. It's refining the Desolate Stone. It's refining it in one go. After sitting down, Night Sorrow was still thinking about it. He was still confused. Can't you come out and rest before going into seclusion to cultivate? Yang Lei stared at Night Sorrow. I'm sorry. I lost track of time while cultivating. 9th senior sister, 6th senior sister, Chiyu, please don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. Night Sorrow stood up and smiled apologetically. Then he poured tea for the 3 girls. Even if you want to be angry, you can't. However, you have to cherish yourself. Cultivation requires hard work, but we are really worried about you. Yang Lei said. Be careful. I will be careful in the future. Night Sorrow said. You have been thinking about it? Did something happen? Sikong Chiyu asked Night Sorrow. I am a little confused. I don't know how to deal with it. Night Sorrow didn't hide anything from the 3 girls and told them about the current situation. This is indeed a worrying problem. Your myriad Tao treasured tome's attribute has changed, so your combat strength will increase. However, without the absorption of the power of Desolates, your body tempering cultivation will remain stagnant. Then the losses will outweigh the gains. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said, Love go little say, Netku, that's what I am worried about. Night Sorrow nodded and said, 13 Can you do this? Fuse a little of the power of Desolates into the energy in your body and observe it slowly. Maybe your body's energy will have the characteristics of the power of Desolates and it won't hinder the advancement of your cultivation, Qingji said. 6th senior sister, You mean to increase the quantity of the myriad Tao treasured tome's energy and use the power of desolates as its quality. Night Sorrow's eyes lit up. Give it a try first. If it works, you can fuse with it. The smoothest outcome is that your body tempering cultivation level will not be delayed. The improvement of the energy quality requires the power of desolates. Oi nodded. Night Sorrow stood up and walked a few steps away. However, he soon came back and smiled at the three girls in embarrassment. Why aren't you leaving? Why don't you go and cultivate? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow, her eyes already smoking. No, I'm just warming up, Night Sorrow explained with a smile. If you dare to cultivate now, I will immediately tear down your secret cultivation room, Yang Lei said. Night Sorrow smiled and nodded. Then he suggested that they go to the lake to roast fish and drink wine. The three women were satisfied with this suggestion. Then they went to the wooden boat by the lake. Seeing Night Sorrow's arrival, Tianyu, who was originally resting here, was very happy. He kept being intimate with Night Sorrow. Get me a few big fish. Night Sorrow patted Tianyu's neck. After receiving Night Sorrow's signal, Tianyu flew directly into the lake. Soon 2 fish were caught by Tianyu. After cleaning them up, Night Sorrow roasted them. I've been in seclusion for a month. What's the situation outside? Could it be that it has quietened down? Nothing's going on, Yang Lei said. The moon is very round. Is it the day to pay respects to the ancestors of the Yi family? Night Sorrow said. Tomorrow is the day to pay respects to the full moon. Last month, the 3 of us went to pay respects on your behalf, Sikong Chuyu said. Night Sorrow nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I'll leave it to you to take care of such things. After that, they ate the roasted fish and drank wine while chatting casually. Night Sorrow had not been so relaxed for a long time. 6th Senior Sister, when can we reach the Venerable Realm? Shirsan runs too fast. We can't catch up to him even if we try to catch up. Yang Lei, who was already at the peak of the 6th level of the Void Inquiry stage, gave Night Sorrow a glance and said, Why are you two still in a hurry? I'm not even in a hurry. Always said with a smile. When 6th Senior Sister reaches the 3rd level of the Void Inquiry stage and eats the Void Extreme Pill, it will be very fast for you to advance to the 4th level of the Void Inquiry stage. Sikong Chuyu, who was also at the peak of the 6th level of the Void Inquiry stage, said, Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Cultivate slowly. Your foundation must be stable. Night Sorrow said, Aren't you embarrassed to say that to us? Why don't you cultivate slowly? Yang Lei glared at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow smiled embarrassedly. Speaking of this matter, he felt a little guilty. 9th Junior Sister, you've already scolded him a few times. Shirsan has been accompanying you with a smile. How about this? Let's go to Night Moon City tomorrow. Shirsan, you can also relax. It's no big deal to postpone your cultivation for a while. Oi said. Night Sorrow nodded. He also understood that he needed to spend some time with the 3 ladies. 13th Junior Brother, I'm sorry. 9th Senior Sister is a little excited. Yang Lei suddenly felt that she was a little strict. No matter what, Night Sorrow was the young master of Night Moon City and the young master of Tianji Tower. It was not appropriate for her to yell at him. Night Sorrow did not mind. It would not be good if others heard it. It's nothing. I really didn't spend much time with you. Night Sorrow said. Yang Lei did not say anything. However, she knew that she had to change. Although Night Sorrow did not mind, it was not the same as before. The few of them chatted and drank until midnight before returning to the mansion. Night Sorrow sent Aoi back to the mansion first. 6th Senior Sister, if there's anything, just tell me. I'm a little careless. Very good. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Go back and accompany the 2 of them. Aoi hugged Night Sorrow and returned to the attic to rest. When Night Sorrow returned to the mansion, Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu were still there. Since you haven't left, then don't leave. Night Sorrow held each of their hands and entered the bedroom. The red candles burned and the gauze curtains swayed. The room was filled with charm. 4 hours later, the 3 of them stopped fighting. 13, I only said a few words to you today and you took revenge. My body is about to collapse. You almost took it apart. My waist is a little numb. Yang Lei muttered unhappily when she saw Night Sorrow coming out of the bathroom. Night Sorrow smiled. You were the one who kept yelling. Weren't you afraid? What could I do to you? Now you know that your waist hurts? That's right. I can prove it. 9th Senior Sister was yelling very loudly just now. Sikong Chuyu, who was combing his hair, said. That's so embarrassing. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's meditate and cultivate. Yang Lei sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Sikong Chuyu combed his hair and also entered a state of cultivation. Night Sorrow also began to meditate as he watched the two girls cultivate. While he was meditating, his pair of spears were placed on his legs. Q latest chapter T verse O previous. After washing up and eating breakfast in the morning, Night Sorrow and the others went to the martial arts arena. He was going to Night Moon City. However, before he went, he wanted to see how his brothers were doing with their cultivation. When they saw Night Sorrow, the members of the god-slaying squad cupped their hands and greeted him. Xueling Ho Jian, is everyone alright? Night Sorrow glanced at the members of the god-slaying squad and asked the two vice-captains. No problem at all. Everyone has mastered the technique of using energy. Xueling took a step forward and said. Chapter 693. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There's no problem at all. During this period of time, 6th senior sister has also been refining pills for us. Nan Liu stood up and said. That's right. Nan Liu stood up and said. Okay, that's good. Also, if you're worried about your family or the sect, you can go back together. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, Night Sorrow said. Seeing that Night Sorrow was done dealing with the god-slaying squad, Yun Huang walked over to Night Sorrow's side. This is the holster I made for you. Try it on. It'll be more comfortable to carry. As he spoke, Yun Huang took out a holster that was half a foot long. It was hollowed out. New percent and fastest, Jup, Yuzi, not bad, it looks beautiful, Night Sorrow said as he took the gun from the holster. It's designed to be hollowed out so that the weapon can be nourished by the energy leaking from the body, Yun Huang explained to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow then put the gun holster on his back and inserted the two guns into it. After chatting with everyone for a while, Night Sorrow brought Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei and Aoi to Night Moon City. When the citizens of Yue City saw Yi Shang and the others, they all bowed in greeting. After what had happened during this period of time, Yi Shang's prestige in Yue City was extremely high. Everyone knew that the current situation of Night Moon was brought about by Night Sorrow. They also knew that their young master had risked his life to investigate the situation in the alternate dimension in order to stabilize Night Moon. Night Sorrow and the three girls sat on the beast carriage and walked around the city on Night Moon. They even had some food in a restaurant. Night Moon City feels very comfortable, very different from the hustle and bustle of other cities, Sikong Chuyu said. Indeed. It gives off a very peaceful feeling. Look at the many people walking on the streets. There are also vendors on both sides of the street, but no one is making a ruckus. The quality is indeed very good, Yang Lei said. That's why we have to learn from 9th junior sister, always said with a smile. 6th senior sister is here again. I'm trying to change it now, Yang Lei said. After eating some food, Night Sorrow paid the bill despite the restaurant's refusal. Night Sorrow then called for a beast carriage. Night Sorrow's heart skipped a beat when he saw the carriage driver because he recognized him. Without saying anything, Yi Shang brought the three women onto the beast carriage and rushed towards Yuetian. Then Yi Shang saw flying beasts in the sky. Night Moon City allows flying mounts? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, it happened half a month ago. Because our young master's brothers and friends cleared out all the high-level demonic beasts in the wilderness and deep mountains near Night Moon City, flying mounts are allowed in Night Moon City, the carriage driver said. Night Sorrow, let's use flying mounts then, Yang Lei said. So you all have flying mounts? Then I'll stop by the side, the carriage driver said with a smile. No. I'll take the beast carriage today, Night Sorrow said with a wave of his hand. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow with some confusion, but she didn't ask. Night Sorrow must have his reasons for making such a decision. Even if there wasn't a reason, she had to accompany him. Love go go shao shua 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 w. Ai chux. Xiaomon Night Moon City, Night Sorrow got off the beast carriage and handed 2 high-grade spirit stones to the carriage driver. No, just 2 low-grade spirit stones will do, the carriage driver shook his head and said. Uncle, when I first came to Night Moon City, I took your beast carriage to go to Night Moon City. At that time, you took half of the fare and said that you hoped that I wouldn't blaspheme the Night Moon City. Therefore, the glory of the Night Moon City is defended by you all. Night Sorrow is grateful. Night Sorrow bowed to the carriage driver. Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei and Aoi also cupped their hands to the carriage driver. They understood why Night Sorrow still wanted to take the beast carriage even after knowing that flying mounts were allowed. Night Sorrow. You are the young master. Young master, please don't be like this. The carriage driver hurriedly bowed in return. Take these spirit stones and cultivate diligently. The glory of the Night Moon still needs to be defended by everyone. Night Sorrow stuffed the spirit stones into the carriage driver's hands. Take it. Night Moon is honored to have citizens like you all. It is also the glory of the Night Moon. Yi Lingxie appeared and nodded to the carriage driver. Night Sorrow waved at the carriage driver again and brought the three girls to follow Yi Lingxie to Night Moon City. When they arrived at Yi Lingxie's residence, Yi Lingxie wanted to make tea, but Yang Lei took the teapot away. Sixth uncle, you don't have any servants here? Night Sorrow asked in surprise. Sixth uncle doesn't need them. I usually sweep the courtyard and take care of the flowers and plants. It can also be considered as a form of cultivation, Yi Lingxie said with a smile. Here are the spirit stones. Sixth uncle, please take them first. The medicinal pills will have to wait. I don't have time to study alchemy recently. Later I will refine a batch of medicinal pills. Night Sorrow took out 2 storage rings and handed them to Yi Lingxie. Night Moon is currently on the right track. There is no shortage of resources and it will slowly enter a virtuous cycle. Our Night Moon citizens can live a hard life. You can keep the resources. Yi Lingxie pushed the storage rings to Night Sorrow. It's still enough for me. The people of Yi you are able to live a tough life. They've endured for so many years, but since we've decided to stand up again, we can't let them live a sullen life anymore. Just like the coachman uncle today, the Yi family has the responsibility and obligation to let them live a better life. Night Sorrow said. Back then it was the carriage driver uncle who had taught him his first lesson. The glory of Night Moon was in everyone's hearts. That's good. Sixth uncle will take it. You're right. Our Yi clan owes them. Yi Lingxie nodded. Also contact the Yi clan again. If there is anything we need, just tell us. If we can do it, we will do it. If we can't, we will do it. Night Sorrow expressed his attitude. I just contacted them. Right now, the upper echelons of the Yi clan are in seclusion. Some of the disciples have also entered a state of frenzied cultivation. There is no need for us to worry. Yi Lingxie shook his head at Night Sorrow. After that, Night Sorrow and the others chatted casually with Yi Lingxie. Yi Lingxie also told Night Sorrow about the Yi clan situation with the spatial fissures. It wasn't much different from Wu Lingfei's analysis. The cultivation path was almost the same. The only difference was that the Yi clan members had strengthened their cultivation in this area since they were young. In the Sea of Night Moon, there was a cultivation treasure land with strong spatial attributes. The Yi clan members all cultivated their foundation there. Because of the spatial energy, the Yi clan members' talent was strengthened at a young age. This also let Night Sorrow know why his bloodline talent was activated late. It was because he had started late. You don't have the help of the blessed land, but you still cultivate the spatial fissures very well. Yi Lingxie smiled at Night Sorrow as he spoke. I was taught by Andy Fei. Otherwise, I would only know that the bloodline talent would increase my battle strength. I didn't even know about the existence of a unique talent, Night Sorrow said. Chapter 694. Genius 1 second. Remember LoveLore? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Later, I'll go to the Sea of Night Moon to cultivate the spatial crack technique and see if I can do it or not. Night Sorrow said. Alright. Sixth uncle will accompany you then. Yi Lingxie nodded. Night Sorrow had entered the Venerable Realm and awakened 5 innate bloodline energy points, which allowed him to cultivate the authentic spatial crack technique. When the moon rose, Yi Lingxie brought Night Sorrow and the others to the stone tablet in the night moon sky. At this moment, there were many people gathered in front of the stone tablet in the night moon sky. The administrators of Wuyo City, Wu-Mo City and other cities who had teleportation formations had all arrived. When they saw Night Sorrow and Yi Lingxie, they all bowed to greet them. Yi Lingxie waved his hand. There's no need for so much etiquette. Burn incense for the heroes of the Yi clan who died in battle. First, Night Sorrow brought Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei and Aoi to burn incense in front of the stone tablet. Then Yi Lingxie brought some Venerable Realm experts of the Night Moon Sky branch and the administrators of the other cities. 4 forever exempt $W fee. Look, little number 0 say 1y, our young lord has already killed countless Venerable Realm experts when he was just at the 5th grade void inquiry stage. Now he has even entered the Venerable Realm. He is worthy of being called the King of the Night Moon. With such a young lord, why would we need to worry about the Night Moon standing at the top of the 9 regions again? Therefore, everyone can relax and cultivate. Yi Lingxie looked at the people of the Night Moon who were paying their respects to the Yi clan's martyrs and said. After hearing Yi Lingxie's words, the people of the Night Moon bowed to pay their respects to their young lord again. Night Sorrow doesn't deserve everyone's respect, but as long as I'm here, I'll fight whoever dares to bully my Night Moon and humiliate my Night Moon. Night Sorrow declared. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, the people of Night Moon became excited again. The people of Night Moon didn't lack courage. Now that there was a young master with courage, how could they not be excited? After paying his respects, Night Sorrow was stopped by Gu Jun. He hoped that Night Sorrow would take a walk around Wuyo City. Night Sorrow greeted Yi Lingxia and brought the three girls to Wuyo City. After meeting some people from the City Lord's mansion of Wuyo City, Night Sorrow took the three girls to walk around the city of Wuyo. Wuyo City. The name is beautiful and so is the city. Before the war, Uncle and Auntie must have lived a happy life here. Aoi said emotionally. This place will be even more beautiful in the future. If you like, we can build a mansion here. Night Sorrow said. We can come if we want. It's convenient to have a teleportation portal. How can we manage so many mansions? Sikong Chiyu said with a smile. Then we'll do as you say. Night Sorrow said. After that, the few of them walked around Wuyo City. Seeing that the girls were tired, Night Sorrow called for them to ride their mounts back to the teleportation portal. After greeting Gu Jun, they teleported to Night Moon City and returned to the city in the sky. After returning to the mansion, the few of them sat down and chatted. Although Night Moon is still recovering, his spirit is very good. The heart of glory is in everyone's heart. This is indestructible. As long as he doesn't die, his faith will be there. It won't be a problem for him to rise again. Always said. I understand. In that case, all of you can cultivate however you want. I'll try to integrate the power of Desolates into the Myriad Daos tome later. Also, I'll go to Night Moon Sea with Sixth Uncle to cultivate the spatial crack. After I'm done with this, I'll accompany all of you. Ninth Senior Sister, don't be angry. Night Sorrow said. 13 Ninth Senior Sister has a straightforward temper. She might be a little arrogant. However, I'm not blaming you. I just feel sorry for you. Don't be angry. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yang Lei's eyes became a little moist. This was because she knew that her attitude had affected Night Sorrow. However, Night Sorrow was still willing to accommodate her and not make her unhappy. I know that 9th Senior Sister, 6th Senior Sister, Chiyu, all of you are doing this for my sake. I'm not angry. There's only warmth in my heart. Night Sorrow stood up and hugged Yang Lei. We're all a family. No one will be angry at anyone. Sit down and drink some tea. Night Sorrow, just take care of yourself in the future. Sikong Chiyu stood up and poured tea for everyone. I know. Currently, the problem with the power of Desolates needs to be solved. The other thing is to cultivate the spatial crack. In the future, I won't have anything to do. I'll accompany all of you every day. Refining pills and roasting fish by the lake will be easy. Night Sorrow said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow went to the secret cultivation room to study the power of Desolates. 6th Senior Sister, did I bring a lot of pressure to 13? Yang Lei looked at Aoi and asked. That's not it. 13 is working very hard. We just need to give him some pointers and subconsciously influence him a little. For example, we can take him to the streets or take him out to play. That way our goal will be achieved. After all, 13 cares about us, so he won't refuse our suggestion. Qing Ji expressed her opinion. 6th Senior Sister is still the most experienced. I have to learn from her in the future. Yang Lei exhaled and said. Night Sorrow entered the secret cultivation room. He took out the Spirit Stone of Life and sat on it. After placing the 2 spears on his legs, he began to cultivate. Night Sorrow first separated a strand of power of Desolates into the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy. Then he slowly dispersed it. Following that, he quickly circulated the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy. After that, he began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate naturally. He carefully observed whether the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy was still increasing. After observing for a while, Night Sorrow didn't feel much. He directly drank 2 drops of Spirit of Life liquid to cultivate. As he cultivated the Myriad Dao Treasured Book, Night Sorrow felt that the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy was still increasing. Feeling that it wasn't affected, Night Sorrow continued to disperse the power of Desolates into the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy. As he poured the power of Desolates into the Myriad Dao Treasured Book, Night Sorrow tried his best to raise the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's cultivation level. At the same time, he observed the changes in the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy. Once something happened, he would stop. Time slipped away bit by bit. The power of Desolates in Night Sorrow's arms decreased as it merged into the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy. The Myriad Dao Treasured Book's energy was still increasing. It didn't fall into a deadlock because of the change in the power of Desolate's attribute. Such a situation made Night Sorrow feel more at ease. To be honest, he was a little afraid. Whether it was the Myriad Dao Treasured Book or the power of Desolates, they were both his trump cards. They were his foundation. If anything happened to either of them, it would have a huge impact on him. It could even affect his future cultivation. After a night, Night Sorrow's power of Desolates had completely merged with the Myriad Dao Treasured Book. This caused the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's cultivation level to rise to the late stage of level 8 Dao Querying Realm. What made Night Sorrow the happiest was that the Myriad Dao Treasured Book's cultivation level was still increasing with the help of the Spirit of Life liquid. After sensing his body, Night Sorrow stopped cultivating. After calming himself down, he left the secret cultivation room. Chapter 695. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? Show.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Without caring about anything else, Night Sorrow circulated the power of the Myriad Dao Tome and struck an ancient tree in the mansion with his palm. Oh, genuine first release K square root. As Night Sorrow struck with his palm, the image of time flowing appeared on his palm. Following that, the ancient tree withered, aged, and died. Good. Night Sorrow roared. What are you doing? Sikong Chuyu was shocked by Night Sorrow's roar. Success. The fusion is a success. Although the power of Desolate's attribute power has decreased compared to before, the attributes are still there. Now, as long as I have energy in my body, my attacks will contain the power of Desolate's attribute attack. Night Sorrow said excitedly. That's great. It can be considered as solving one of your problems. Aoi walked over and said with a smile. Sixth senior sister's suggestion is still the best. Night Sorrow hugged Aoi and kissed her on the cheek. After the kiss, Night Sorrow was stunned for a moment. Aoi's face was also red. She did not expect such a situation. Sixth senior sister, I was a little excited. That was abrupt. Night Sorrow said embarrassedly. What are you trying to explain? Kissing your fiancé is a normal thing to do. Yang Lei said with a smile. I'm so happy. Sixth senior sister's suggestion helped me solve a big problem. In the future, I won't have to be distracted by two types of energy. The cultivation of the Myriad Dao Tome will not be delayed. In the future, when I have Desolate Stones, I can use them to improve the quality of the power of Desolates in the Myriad Dao Tome. Night Sorrow said. Everyone was happy that Night Sorrow's problem was solved. They ate breakfast happily. However, Aoi blushed every time she saw Night Sorrow. After breakfast, the three girls went to the martial arts practice field. They had already become used to following the team to cultivate. Yishang also followed them to the martial arts practice field. After sending the three women to the martial arts practice field, Yishang waved at the three women and went to the lake to cultivate. Night Sorrow did not want to be special. He was afraid that his cultivation state would affect the others. After all, the gap was too big. It would be easy to attack the others' confidence. When Yishan cultivated his spear art and movement technique as well as his actual combat ability, he used the reincarnation spear. This way he could cultivate the strongest destructive power. While cultivating his senses, Night Sorrow held the Space Splitter Spear and cultivated the compatibility between him and the Space Splitter Spear. This way, his doppelganger would be able to use it in the future. In the evening, Yishang didn't wait for the girls to find him. Instead, he went to the martial arts practice field and waited for the three girls to finish their cultivation so that they could go home together. Delivery in the morning and pick at night. Captain, your fiancé is simply a model. I'm so envious. Ling Long said with a smile. You can do it in the future too. Yishang, who had brought the three girls away, waved his hand and said without turning back. Ling Long, did you notice? Captain's mood is very high. It's rare to see him like this. Yun Huang said with his arms crossed. It should be because Captain has made new achievements in some aspect or solved some problems. It's rare to see him in this state. Ling Long nodded and agreed with Yun Huang's point of view. Every day was like this. Night Sorrow would send the three girls to the martial arts practice field and pick them up at night. Night Sorrow, aren't you going to cultivate the spatial rend? You should go find sixth uncle. When you're done you can come and accompany us. That way we can enjoy your transportation with a clear conscience. Sikong Chuyu said while eating dinner. Yes. Although we enjoy this kind of life, we can't delay your matters. Yang Lei said. Night Sorrow nodded. I've almost mastered the spatial rend. It won't take long to learn from sixth uncle. Then go tomorrow. Come back early when you're done cultivating. I haven't cooked in a long time. I'll cook when you come back, Yang Lei said. After resting for a night, Night Sorrow sent the three girls to the martial arts practice field. Then he left Sky City and went to Yi Lingxia's mansion on the night moon. You're here. Let's have a drink first. Then we'll go to the night moon sea. Yi Lingxia had just returned from patrolling the city. Seeing the night moon city recover quickly, he was very happy. After drinking a jar of wine, Yi Lingxie brought Night Sorrow to the Night Moon Sea. Night Sorrow, we Night Clan members cultivate the spatial rend here. In a moment, 6th Uncle will demonstrate it. You can watch and then 6th Uncle will explain it to you. Yi Lingxie said. Seeing Night Sorrow nod, Yi Lingxie activated his bloodline talent. The spatial rend energy rose behind him and slashed towards the Night Moon Sea. As the spatial rend energy moved forward, the spatial turbulence was cut open. Then Yi Lingxie stretched out his arm and controlled the spatial turbulence to not close. After cutting open the space, use the sovereign's unity of heaven and man to prevent the spatial turbulence from closing. Then use your bloodline talent to protect yourself. You can enter. After explaining, Yi Lingxie pulled Night Sorrow and used his bloodline talent to envelop the two of them and entered the Night Moon Sea. Then Yi Lingxie controlled his body to move through the spatial turbulence. The energy of other attributes will be consumed very quickly here. However, our Night Clan member's bloodline talent is of the spatial attribute, so the consumption is very small. If we encounter spatial turbulence that we can't avoid, then we'll continue to slash. While explaining to Night Sorrow, Yi Lingxie used the spatial rend to move forward. After a while, Yi Lingxie brought Night Sorrow out of the Night Moon Sea and returned to the Night Moon Sea. Then 6th Uncle, let me try. Night Sorrow said. Take it easy. In the history of our Night Clan, the weakest who can use the spatial rend to move through the spatial turbulence is a mid-level sovereign. Yi Lingxie said to Night Sorrow. However, he wasn't worried because with him by his side, there wouldn't be any danger. Nodding at Yi Lingxie, Night Sorrow used the spatial rend against the Night Moon Sea. Then he used his sovereign realm strength to control the spatial turbulence so that it wouldn't close. After maintaining his bloodline talent to protect himself, Night Sorrow charged into the spatial turbulence. Yi Lingxie was worried about Night Sorrow's safety, so he followed closely behind. Night Sorrow's protective energy transformed into the polar moon wheel and cut through the spatial turbulence. Only when he encountered something he couldn't avoid would he use the spatial rend. After drifting through the spatial turbulence for a while, Night Sorrow and Yi Lingxie left the Night Moon Sea and returned to the Night Moon Sky. Not bad, this is talent. What you lack is the cultivation of your bloodline talent. As the quality and quantity of your bloodline talent increases, the spatial rend won't be a problem for you at all. However, don't tear through space and enter directly for the time being. It's still dangerous. After all, your cultivation is still a bit low. Yi Lingxie said excitedly. He was really happy. He only gave some pointers to Night Sorrow and there wouldn't be any problems. Is there a big difference between tearing through space and tearing through spatial turbulence? Night Sorrow asked. Chapter 696. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. I understand. It's fine as long as the direction is right. I'll slowly cultivate, Night Sorrow said with a smile. 6th Uncle doesn't need to worry about you. Also, if you have any problems you can tell me. You're already the young master of Tianji Tower. If the elders of Tianji Tower hadn't told me about such a glorious thing, I wouldn't have known. Yi Lingxie thought of another topic. I didn't really want to do it. After all, it's inevitable that Night Moon will fight with the other dynasties. But Master Lin Ke and Grand Elder didn't think it was a big deal, so I didn't refuse. After all, it would hurt my reputation. Night Sorrow took out a jar of wine and gave it to Yi Lingxie. He also opened one for himself. Just let nature take its course. It's nothing much. However, to be able to become the young master, this is your ability. You should know that the family has not helped you at all. They have always been a burden to you, said Yi Lingxie. 6th Uncle, don't say that. When I first came to Night Moon City and met the coachman uncle, I felt that such a family is worth fighting for. Even if I die in battle, I won't have the slightest bit of resentment, Night Sorrow said. Then 6th Uncle won't say anything. Also, I've reported to the family that you've become a venerable. As for what your title will be, I don't know, Yi Lingxie said. Don't worry, I don't care about that. Also, Elder Ling Lan and Elder Ling Yuan will have to follow the rules of the clan when they break through to the Exalt realm. We'll also have to apply for their titles, said Yi Shang. He didn't want anything that would disappoint them. Yi Lingxie told Night Sorrow that he had already reported everything to the family. He didn't know when the family's arrangements would be made. In addition, the family had also given instructions about the situation in Yuexiang City. Everything should be done according to Night Sorrow's wishes. However, Night Sorrow shook his head. No matter what, those people are my seniors. I can't casually criticize them. It's better to wait for the family to come back first. Then we'll do as you say. If we don't deal with them, we'll be letting them off easy. You want to stay out of this? You really don't have Night Moon's character. At the mention of Yuexiang City, Yi Lingxie's heart was filled with anger. He was even a little afraid. He was afraid that the actions of the people of Yuexiang City had chilled Night Sorrow's heart. If Night Sorrow really didn't care, then Night Moon wouldn't be in this situation now. Original K version first. Release / after that, the two of them arrived at the central area of the Night Moon sky. Now the hall behind the monument had been built. Currently, it was the main hall of the Night Moon dynasty. There were still people handling things inside. Baidu search AI go female sign xiao say www.ichuxs. Tom Night Sorrow and Yi Lingxie sat on the steps in front of the hall and drank wine. Yi Lingxie told Night Sorrow about Night Moon's past. They are very arrogant now, but in the past, no matter which dynasty they were from, when they came to our Night Moon dynasty's territory, they had to be obedient. They had to think twice before looking up at the sky because that is the sky of our Night Moon, Yi Lingxie said very heroically. It will be like this in the future. If anyone comes to our territory to look up at the sky, we'll beat them until they lower their heads, Night Sorrow said. This temper of yours, ha. Sixth uncle likes it. Baidu search AI go female sign xiao say www.ichuxs.com, Yi Lingxie said with a smile. As long as you're alive, you can't lack strength of character and pride, Yi Shang said. This is the main reason why Emperor Xin bloodline can control the family. It is because of this dominance. Emperor Xin is like this. Brother Wang Linghuan is also like this. Nephew Wu Yu looks gentle and quiet, but when he explodes he is very terrifying, Yi Lingxie said. I think it won't be long before we can see them again. Night Sorrow was still thinking about his parents. Don't worry, they are all well. Your parents are Night Moon's outstanding talents. They are also the pride of Night Moon. It won't be long before we can see them again, Yi Lingxie said. Yi Lingxie was also a good drinker. He and Night Sorrow were both in a good mood, so they started drinking. They drank until the afternoon when the two of them were drunk. There was a row of wine jars on the steps. When Night Sorrow woke up, it was already morning. He and Yi Lingxie had already been carried back to the mansion. The two of them each had a recliner and slept very comfortably. The wine is good. Although I drank a lot, I feel refreshed when I wake up. Yi Lingxie stretched lazily. Ah. Sixth uncle, whenever you come to Sky City, there will always be good wine to serve you, Night Sorrow said. Alright, let's go back. Otherwise your 3 daughters-in-law will be worried. Yi Lingxie waved at Night Sorrow and began to chase him away. Night Sorrow bowed to Yi Lingxie and left behind a jar of wine. Then he left Yi Lingxie's mansion and took the transportation array back to Sky City. After arriving at the martial arts arena, Night Sorrow waved at Sikong Chuyu. Come, make a pot of tea. Sikong Chuyu came to Night Sorrow's side and sniffled. What happened to you? He drank too much. He slept for half a day and one night with Sixth uncle. He drank so much that he didn't know anything. He was probably carried back to the mansion. Yi Shang said with a hiccup. You guys are really gods. How did your cultivation of the spatial crack go? Yang Lei came over and patted Night Sorrow's back. I succeeded. That's why Sixth uncle is so happy and drank wine. You guys go cultivate. I'll drink some tea to sober up. Night Sorrow smiled. Watching everyone cultivate, Night Sorrow drank tea to sober up. As his body circulated his true qi and the myriad Dao's treasured tome, and his soul power circulated, the effects of the alcohol naturally passed. At night, Night Sorrow brought the 3 women back to the mansion. You're back. Night Sorrow saw Wu Lingfei inside the mansion. Aunt Fei, you came out of seclusion? Night Sorrow rubbed his forehead and asked. I've been out for a few days. I went back to the Eastern Profound Domain to have a look. Then I went to the Tianji Tower and got some news, Wu Lingfei said. What news? Does it have anything to do with us? Night Sorrow asked. It does, but it depends on your decision. To be precise, one of the 3 imperial cities, Haotian City, has appeared. However, it's still in the spatial turbulence and hasn't completely appeared yet, Wu Lingfei said. Haotian City, this name sounds very domineering, Night Sorrow said. The most important thing is that there is a heaven-sealing palace in Haotian City, which can give titles. As long as a cultivator enters the venerable realm, they can enter the heaven-sealing palace. If they are recognized by the heaven-sealing palace, they will be titled venerables or saints, Wu Lingfei said. Is this important? Aunt Fei, don't you have the title of Golden Phoenix? Senior Sierra is the everlasting saint, Night Sorrow said. It's not like that. The titles that we cultivators call each other are just code names for convenience. However, the titles given by the Heaven Sealing Palace are recognized by the Heavenly Way and have luck. The meaning is completely different. They are two different things. The difference is like heaven and earth, Wu Lingfei said. It seems that Aunt Fei has to go once. Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei and said. Chapter 697. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. I'll go, but I still have to figure out the situation. The others are all venerables and saints. I'm only a first-level venerable, so I might be at a disadvantage, said Night Sorrow. If you want to go, then go with Auntie Fei. I think there are many people from our celestial extreme tower who want to go as well. The appearance of Haotian City is a huge blow to the 9 regions world, Wu Lingfei said. When do we leave? Asked Night Sorrow. There's no hurry. Haotian City is still at the border of the Desolate Sea and the Domain Sea. It will take some time for it to appear, said Wu Lingfei. What's going on? The disappeared Imperial City has reappeared. Night Sorrow still couldn't understand. This is a chaotic world, a great chaotic world. You still don't know that in addition to the Venerable of Time from Jiu's family, the Venerable of the Dead has appeared in the Western Nether Territory, and the Venerable of Wind and Fire has appeared in the Southernly Territory. Therefore, the competition among the younger generation is very fierce. Everyone wants to be the young king of this era, said Wu Lingfei. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that he was very outstanding, but the 9 regions world was so big and there were many geniuses. He was not the only one. Also, you should know a person called Su Mu, right? Asked Wu Lingfei, looking at Night Sorrow. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, yes, I know him. He was a former disciple of the Medicine Valley, but I don't know where he went. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said. He had a deep impression of Su Mu because Su Mu was very strong at that time. He had competed with him for the title of the new king of the Medicine Valley. He had killed Su Wang, but he really didn't know anything about Su Mu. That guy is also very powerful now. He also got a heaven-defying opportunity and became a disciple of a saint. He threatened to kill you, said Wu Lingfei. Kill me? Ah, let him come. I was able to beat him up once, so I can beat him up twice. But if he provokes me again, it won't be as simple as just beating him up, Night Sorrow said with a laugh. He's currently under the Silver Dusk Sage's tutelage. It should be the remnants of the Golden Flame sect who brought him to the Qingtian region. Perhaps he was discovered by the Silver Dusk Sage by chance and became the Silver Dusk Sage's disciple. In addition, he has comprehended the ultimate earth attribute, the strength attribute. We can't underestimate him. Wu Lingfei slowly explained Su Mu's situation to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. In his heart, he had never underestimated any opponent. Why didn't 13 just crush him to death back then? Aunt Fei, what is that fellow's cultivation? Yang Lei asked. Late void inquiry stage. His innate talent is astonishing. Wu Lingfei left, and Night Sorrow fell into deep thought. I say, what kind of world is this? Why can't people be at peace? Sikong Chiyu poured a cup of water for Night Sorrow and said, We're caught up in a chaotic world. There's nothing we can do about it. Let nature take its course. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Night Sorrow sighed and said, Let's just ignore these things and cultivate in Sky City. What nonsense is this? Yang Lei said. If it's ordinary, then we can't ignore it. However, we can't ignore this. Titles are related to the fight for fate. I've read in the ancient records that fate is very important. It can directly affect one's achievements. Without fate, you'll lose the favor of the heavens. Nothing you do will go smoothly. 13's cultivation is smooth and he's obtained a lot of resources. He's also helped the Medicine Valley rise and helped Night Moon stabilize the situation. This is all related to 13's fate, always said. Yes. Ninth senior sister Chiyu, I have to go. Many things will change when the title Great Hall appears. Getting a title is one of them. Haotian City has disappeared for countless years. This is the first time it appears. It's hard to say what will happen. If there's an opportunity, we'll have to fight for it. Don't the Western Nether region and the Southernly region both have powerful young warriors? Let's try and see who's stronger. As for that Su Mu, I think he's a hidden danger, Night Sorrow said. Yang Lei and Sikong Chiyu nodded and stopped talking. They also knew that this matter was very important. They only said those words because they were worried about Night Sorrow. 13 That Su Mu is cruel and merciless. He's not a kind person. He's hostile to you. If you have the chance, kill him, Yang Lei said after thinking for a moment.
Chapter 2883. A misunderstanding because at this time, everyone knew that the clan had changed. The grandson of the disciplinary elder could no longer steal Sky Tiger's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before, and no one could shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he closed his door and cultivated silently. Outside his residence, hundreds of guards were guarding the side of Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan didn't understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The clan competition began very soon. What surprised all the young clansmen was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, he went on a rampage in a crushing manner. The strange attack of the Sky Tiger was not something that belonged to the clan. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how unconvinced these clansmen were, they ignored them. Until a piece of news spread that the Sky Tiger had obtained an ancient divine ability. In an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, the Sky Tiger had only cultivated the first 3 moves. However, it was enough to defeat all enemies in 3 moves. Without any pressure, he crushed them all the way. As for the boss of the Sky Tiger, this mysterious figure had also attracted the attention of countless people. Unfortunately, there was no way to find out. The Sky Tiger had never revealed where Yi Xian was, so it was impossible for anyone to find out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already closed his eyes and cultivated for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, Yi Xian hadn't even opened his eyes, nor had he moved his body in the slightest. On this day, under the leadership of the Sky Tiger, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and a few important members of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan had already followed them over. However, all of them waited outside silently. No one dared to take a step forward. The Sky Tiger had already used his strength to prove the authenticity of the ancient divine ability. At the same time, the 3 ancient resources had already been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that to the boss of the Sky Tiger. No one in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan dared to be disrespectful to this incomparably mysterious figure. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Yi Xian to come out. It was fortunate that these people didn't go in to disturb Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was at the most critical moment. Whether or not he could successfully comprehend it would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Yi Xian. The power of the stars had already gathered more and more, turning Yi Xian into a person of light. If someone saw Yi Xian now, they'd probably be extremely shocked. This was because Yi Xian no longer had his original appearance and was completely transparent. All of his internal organs could be seen clearly, but even his internal organs had completely turned into light. A profound and mysterious cloud of energy revolved around Yi Xian. If someone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in alarm. Yi Xian's current reaction was 1,000 times stronger than theirs. Star body training. This phenomenon could only be called star body training. Unfortunately, no one knew what star body refinement was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Yi Xian had already completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Yi Xian was only immersed in shuttling through countless stars. Time continued to pass as Tianhu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside, and Yi Xian himself was experiencing an extremely great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Yi Xian didn't complete the mission according to the time limit, then the price of losing half of his cultivation would be enough to make Yi Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know the passage of time at all. He didn't know that he didn't have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Sky Tiger habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, then Sky Tiger would have already rushed in to look for Yi Xian. At this moment, Sky Tiger once again looked ahead, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. He directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Tinhu silently looked forward. All of a sudden, an incomparably vicissitude yet extremely gentle aura suddenly descended. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst forth. The light spread out with the top of everyone's heads as the center. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. Streaks of light rapidly fluctuated towards the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it gave off a very gentle feeling. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? The Heaven Dragon Divine General raised his head and looked at the circles of light in the sky as he subconsciously asked. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had ever seen such a change before. At the same time, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Yi Xian opened his eyes, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification: congratulations to host for completing the Power of the Stars quest. You have received a special reward, a luxury gift bag. Obtained special material, 9-star linked pearl stone. Obtained experience points reward, level increased by 1. Ding! Host has broken through. Current high level 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Luxury gift bag, 9-star linked pearl stone. The sudden reward caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be bountiful beyond Yi Xian's expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian still had to thank the Sky Tiger. One had to know that the moment Yi Xian's will returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Sky Tiger's call, Yi Xian would have died this time. Most importantly, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't comprehend the power of the stars. On the contrary, he comprehended it too much. Yi Xian's comprehension of the power of the stars this time was quite bountiful. However, Yi Xian helplessly discovered that at least for now, he could only occasionally use the power of the stars because there was almost nowhere to replenish it. The 10 suns of the God realm revolved around him, and the power of the stars had long since been blocked. Yi Xian didn't open the gift bag. Instead, he silently stood up and walked outside. At this moment, the light of the stars hadn't completely disappeared from Yi Xian's body, so any movement he made would bring along countless illusions. Those weren't illusions left behind by moving too quickly, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. Instead, they were naturally formed by the power of the stars. Yi Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of light phantoms. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others didn't know that Yi Xian's current situation was only because of the power of the stars, so they couldn't explain Yi Xian's current situation. Most importantly, the Heaven Dragon Divine General's cultivation was profound. Even if he didn't use his spiritual will, he could still see a lot of things with just his eyes. Physical clone. Divine General Heaven Dragon murmured in a very low voice. However, who couldn't hear the people around them? Hearing the words corporeal doppelganger, everyone was shocked. A physical clone represented a divine ability, and at the same time, it also represented a kind of identity. Chapter 2884. Luoluo's new Cluet was a physical clone. Everyone, including Divine General Tian Long, was speechless. Of course, given their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that he had just started cultivating. However, only the divine masters of the demon god's sacred territory possessed the ability to create a physical clone. Therefore, they were certain that this person had a close relationship with a divine master. This made many things clear. Why was this person able to give Sky Tiger 3 primordial resources and an ancient divine ability right off the bat? Perhaps only a divine master could have such a deep foundation. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Yi Xian have any relationship with the divine master of the demon god's domain? In fact, he hadn't even seen the divine master before. If there was any relationship, it would be that Yi Xian was preparing to find Luo Luo from the hands of the demon god's domain's divine master. "Boss, you're finally out," Sky Tiger said in surprise. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In reality, he was still slightly afraid. After all, among the people standing in front of him, which one of them didn't emit a powerful aura? This made Yi Xian very clear that any one of them would be able to take him down in an instant. However, since these people didn't use their spiritual will to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. "Who are these people?" Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard Yi Xian's question, he immediately introduced them to him. It turned out that because of the Sky Tiger's ancient divine ability, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and the others wanted to meet the boss of the Sky Tiger, which was why they made this trip. After Sky Tiger finished his introduction, Yi Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect that he'd meet a great general of the demon god's divine domain so quickly. Of course, Yi Xian didn't reveal any unnecessary expressions at this moment. Instead, he calmly responded. After chatting with the Heaven Dragon Divine General for a while, the Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others left. A huge misunderstanding had already caused the people of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to only fear and not doubt Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, much less have a deep relationship with them. Thus, this meeting was somewhat indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan left, Sky Tiger excitedly said to Yi Xian, "Boss, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's competition." Sky Tiger had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was the mission that Yi Xian had given him, so he naturally had to do it well. However, to Yi Xian, he didn't take it too seriously. Therefore, Yi Xian only nodded his head before saying to Sky Tiger, "Let's go, let's leave this place." The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others already knew that Yi Xian was here, so this place wasn't safe anymore. Thus, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why are you leaving?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to stay. As for where I go, it doesn't matter. I'll just go wherever I go." Yi Xian simply wanted to leave this place. As for his destination, he didn't have one. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he would need to go to the residences of the 8 great divine generals. Only there would be a passageway, and if Yi Xian were to mention borrowing the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to the Kunlun Divine Domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, it was impossible for Yi Xian to contend against the 8 great divine generals. Thus, provoking any one of the 8 great divine generals was an unwise choice. It might be possible to search for Luo Luo's whereabouts, but he had a Sky Tiger by his side. Thus, perhaps the Sky Tiger's mouth would be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger, "Sky Tiger, do you know that there is a holy son of the 9 paths?" Sky Tiger looked at Yi Xian in confusion. "Boss, you also know about the 9 Dao Saints." "The 9 Dao Saints?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luo Luo's identity in the demon god's domain wasn't simple. Yes, he is the saint of the 9 Daos. Every saint has his own title. For example, the other saints call me the Heaven Dragon Saint. However, the saint of the 9 Daos is very special. It is said that he is not from the demon god's celestial realm. The 9-tailed heaven-loathing fox has a very high status. Even the Lord God has to respect the saint of the 9 Daos. Moreover, the saint of the 9 Daos is highly regarded by the Lord God. Tianhu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Yi Xian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Yi Xian was powerless to save Luo Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine master of the demon god's domain to allow Luo Luo to go into seclusion because he valued her. It was probably because Luo Luo was constantly thinking of leaving the demon god's domain to find Yi Xian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god's domain could only trap Luo Luo. When they arrived in the god realm, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Luo to know that Yi Xian was in the Kunlun divine domain, nor did she know about the conflict between Yi Xian and the demon god's domain. Perhaps the current Luo Luo wouldn't suffer any grievances in the demon god's domain. On the contrary, because of his noble identity, it was very likely that he would be valued. After a period of analysis, Yi Xian roughly knew that Luo Luo wouldn't be wronged, so there was no need to rush to find her. However, Yi Xian didn't know that ever since he'd arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo had been a little anxious. There was a special connection between Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god's domain, after Yi Xian arrived at the demon god's domain, his ability to sense was suppressed by a portion, causing Yi Xian to be unable to accurately locate Luo Luo. However, because Yi Xian had arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo's perception had been strengthened. It could be said that every time Yi Xian moved, Luo Luo could clearly sense it. Luo Luo was very clear that Yi Xian had come here for her. How could Luo Luo not know what had happened to the human race in the demon god's domain? Therefore, Luo Luo was still extremely worried about Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. From the moment she arrived in the god realm, she had been brought here by a mysterious force. It could even be said that even the divine masters of the demon god's domain had to bow their heads in front of this force. This was a super large force, and at the same time, it was also a peerless expert. Luo Luo didn't know who this person was, but his every move, every word, and every action was under this person's surveillance. Even if he was the holy son of the demon god's domain, it was only that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo Luo could feel that person's goodwill. Chapter 2885 2473 Yellow Sand Zone. Yi Xian and Sky Tiger continuously traverse thousands of realms in order to reach a dangerous place. At this moment, Sky Tiger stood behind Yi Xian and hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really going to enter this place? Since you're already here, do you want to go in?" Yi Xian indifferently said as he looked at the boundless yellow sand in front of him. This was a place that Yi Xian had deliberately chosen because this time, Yi Xian was prepared to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that everything he wanted to do was because of his cultivation realm. Insufficient strength. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian was prepared to level up crazily. First, it was the mysterious trial. Because Yi Xian wasn't strong enough, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate, so he could only teleport out. After that, it was Luo Luo's matter, and then he left the demon god's domain. In short, everything was because he wasn't strong enough, and if he stayed outside, he would have to worry about his identity being exposed and being hunted down. Therefore, there weren't many choices left for Yi Xian. Entering this place and quickly increasing his strength might be the only choice. At this moment, the yellow sand that Yi Xian saw was quite famous in the demon god's domain. This place was called the Drought Sea. The Drought Sea was enormous, but even divine beasts didn't dare to rashly enter its interior. This was because not only did the Drought Sea have an extremely violent natural climate, it also had the ancient beast clan. It was said that the formation of the Drought Sea came from a huge explosion. In ancient times, when the gods fought, the Drought Sea was also a very famous battlefield. Thousands of powerful ancient supreme experts fought here. They tore the void and trampled on the mountains and rivers, but for some reason, they actually broke through a secret realm. It was a completely isolated secret realm that belonged to the Ancient Beast clan. The remaining experts were hunted down by the Ancient Beast clan and died one by one. After the secret realm exploded, everything inside the secret realm was scattered here. The yellow sand zone was only the outermost area of the Drought Sea. As for the inside, it was even more terrifying. According to Sky Tiger, even the Lord God had come here personally, but he had only entered for less than 10 days before retreating with a face full of fear. This was because there was a super powerful existence in the Drought Sea, an existence that even the divine master of the demon god realm couldn't do anything to. Fortunately, the Drought Sea had not moved for millions of years, as if it was an independent place that was not affected by anything from the outside world. In fact, some experts from the demon god realm would also form teams to enter the Drought Sea to search for treasures. After all, there were many special resources in the Drought Sea, and the ancient beasts were also very valuable. The ancient beasts did not have the ability to transform, nor did they have high intelligence. Moreover, they all cultivated their physical strength. Sky Tiger said that the reason why he could fuse with the Dharma idol was because his father, the Heaven Dragon Divine General, had entered this place when he was young and had some fortuitous encounters. Then, he combined it with his own understanding and compiled the cultivation method of the Dharma idol fusion. Therefore, Yi Xian chose this place. He chose the Drought Sea. Since the ancient beast clan was so mysterious, it would definitely allow Yi Xian to quickly increase his strength. Fear. Perhaps others would be afraid, but Yi Xian wouldn't. For Yi Xian, he was fearless. The Drought Sea had powerful ancient beasts, so it was the best place for Yi Xian to cultivate. After all, Yi Xian needed to devour to quickly increase his level. Yi Xian didn't want to wait any longer. He'd waited for too long. It was time to explode. There were still many things waiting for Yi Xian to do. He couldn't waste too much time in the demon god realm. If you don't want to go in, wait for me outside. I'll come out and find you. Yi Xian indifferently said to Sky Tiger. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Sky Tiger and directly walked forward. Actually, it was a good thing for Yi Xian not to bring Sky Tiger with him. After all, if Sky Tiger went with him, then some of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed. At least for now, Sky Tiger didn't have the qualifications to know Yi Xian's secrets. Sky Tiger hesitated for a moment. By the time he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared, so he could only stay where he was and cultivate while waiting for Yi Xian to return. After entering the yellow sand zone, there was nothing special about it at first. There was only an isolation belt that stretched as far as the eye could see. Here, whether it was the stone god beast or the ancient beast, they rarely came here. However, it was precisely because of this that there were humans here. Yi Xian maintained the release of his spiritual will the entire time, so it didn't take long for him to find a small human tribe. This was a tribe that relied on an oasis. There were only a few hundred people, but it seemed rather peaceful. Yi Xian didn't hesitate as he directly walked over. The people here all had very low cultivations. They made some simple magic treasures to protect their homes. At the same time, they hunted some weak ancient beasts or divine beasts to cultivate. At this moment, the sudden sight of Yi Xian in the yellow sand immediately attracted the attention of the people here. "Dad, Dad, there's someone in the desert." A youth shouted loudly. A moment later, he saw a burly man rushing over. He was holding a large blade made of unknown materials in his hand. There were a few people following behind him. "Go in, quickly go into the house. There's a formation in the house. If the situation isn't right, activate the formation immediately." The burly man shouted loudly. Very quickly, everyone around the oasis hid in the only stone house in the oasis. Yi Xian knew what these people were worried about, so he didn't mind and continued to walk over. "Halt, who are you?" I'm Yi Xian. I'm passing by and would like to rest in your place. After all, he was a human. It wasn't easy to meet a free human in the demon god's domain, so how could Yi Xian go find trouble with these people? You're a human. The burly man hesitated for a moment, but he recognized Yi Xian's identity and asked hesitantly. Yes, I'm a human. Of course Yi Xian wouldn't hide it and directly returned. It's actually a human. Quick, please come in. When they heard that they were from the same clan, those people didn't stop Yi Xian and quickly welcomed him in. Brother, don't blame me. You should know that if we don't raise our vigilance, we might be eaten by divine beasts or ancient beasts one day. May I ask which tribe you're from? I'm not from here, but from the outside. This time, I'm here to investigate the interior. What? You want to go in? I say, brother, aren't you too bold? Although the lives of our human race are as cheap as grass here, there's no need to humiliate yourself like this. If you go in now, you're simply courting death. Chapter 2886. 2474 God-slaying set. When the robust man saw that Yi Xian didn't say anything, he hesitated for a moment before handing over a green card to Yi Xian. Brother, take this. It might be of help to you. Yi Xian picked up the card. It was still made of an unknown material, but there was an ancient word Bing sealed on it. What is this? Yi Xian asked in confusion. What is this? We don't know either. This thing was accidentally obtained from an ancient beast when we were hunting. Although we don't know what it is, we do know that as long as you use your spiritual will to activate it, it can condense the image of an ancient beast and protect you. Card. Ancient Beast Phantom. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that there really was a secret in the drought sea that belonged to him. I don't need this anymore. After all, I'm afraid this thing will be of great use to you guys. The burly man hesitated for a moment, but this thing was extremely useful to them. It could be said that they had relied on this thing to help them hunt ancient beasts a few times, and it was also because of this thing that they had been able to withstand the attacks of several divine beasts. The burly man frowned. The human race that lived in the drought sea had a tradition. Once they met a fellow race member that needed help, they would do their best to help. After all, it was not easy to survive here. If they did not help each other, the human race would have long since been removed from this place. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian refuse, the robust man felt guilty in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a round plate. Brother, since you don't want the card, I'll give this to you. To be honest, we've only activated it once when we obtained it. At that time, we managed to summon over 10 powerful ancient beasts. Unfortunately, for some reason, we couldn't use it anymore. So, even though this thing is powerful, I can't tell you how to use it. Take it first. Who knows, it might be of some help to you on the way. Yi Xian did not understand the tradition of helping each other in the drought sea, but he knew how to repay kindness. These people were able to help him the first time they met, so Yi Xian would not be stingy. Alright, I'll accept this. These pills are for you. Distribute them to your clansmen. It will be beneficial to your clansmen. The burly man didn't know that the pills Yi Xian gave him were cultivation pills that were difficult to obtain outside. Therefore, he accepted them without hesitation. After Yi Xian left the tribe, he took out the strange disc as he walked. What is this? Yi Xian was puzzled. The disc's shape was extremely simple. If it wasn't for the burly man's introduction, Yi Xian would have thought that it was a plate for storing vegetables. Of course, it was obvious that this thing wasn't that simple. System, detect this thing. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System prompt, host's resources are insufficient, unable to detect. Insufficient resources. Could the system be talking about faith value? System, then I will use the resources to exchange for faith value detection. Ding. System prompt, host's resources are insufficient, unable to exchange for enough faith value. Yi Xian's footsteps abruptly stopped. What did he mean? All of his resources added up wasn't enough to detect such a thing. Just what was this thing? Was it that strange? Yi Xian didn't believe that he really couldn't do anything to this thing. System, open that gift bag for me. Yi Xian had completed the star power quest earlier and obtained a gift bag as well as a 9-star linked pearl stone. However, he hadn't used it. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to use the gift bag because of a plate. Ding. System prompt, special gift bag has been successfully opened. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1-point gift bag, 1 magic treasure gift bag, and 1 unknown gift bag. What was going on? He opened a gift bag, and in the end, he opened 3 gift bags. After Yi Xian recovered from his astonishment, he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Xian didn't need to wash his hair to explain the gift bag. He would either give him devouring points, eternal points, or faith points. But no matter what it was, one thing was certain, it was all good stuff. System, open the gift bag first. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could obtain. It would be best if he could obtain eternal points. Although he hadn't obtained devouring points in a long time, eternal points seemed to be more useful. Ding. System prompt, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 million faith points, 100 eternal points, and 10 devouring points. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He even felt that happiness had come too suddenly. 1 million faith points wasn't much, but the key was the eternal points. A total of 100 eternal points, this was something that Yi Xian didn't dare to imagine. What did 100 faith points mean? Even if he used the eternal domain, he could use it 20 times. This time, just by opening the gift bag, he actually gave Yi Xian such a big prize. How could Yi Xian not be excited? 10 devouring points. Yi Xian didn't know if it was because of the increase in his cultivation or because of Yi Xian's bad luck, but he hadn't encountered a devouring beast in a long time, let alone obtain devouring points. But at this moment, he obtained 10 devouring points in one go. Combined with suitable resources, wouldn't Yi Xian be able to change his clothes this time? Even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm at this moment. The reward for this gift bag was simply too generous. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian continued to say to the system, System, open the magic treasure gift bag. It was obvious that the magic treasure gift bag could open a magic treasure. In that case, the points gift bag had given Yi Xian such a big surprise. What kind of surprise would the magic treasure gift bag give Yi Xian? Ding, system notification, congratulations to host, you have obtained a special scroll, a complete set scroll. Set perfection scroll, able to choose suitable resources, according to the host's wishes, directly complete the set of more than 2 parts that the host has. Shock, ecstasy. Yi Xian didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Although it was only a scroll, its value was simply immeasurable. For example, Yi Xian possessed the God-slaughtering sword and the God-slaughtering armor. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian could use this complete set scroll to forge the entire God-slaughtering set in one go? Although Yi Xian had to provide the resources himself. However, one had to know that compared to resources, forging a magic treasure on the level of the God-slaughtering set was probably even more difficult. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's hand that was holding the scroll actually trembled slightly. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian saw the materials used to forge the God-slaughtering set, his expression turned unsightly. Chapter 2887. 2475. The system was so scared that it upgraded. Where would Yi Xian go to get this thing? This was the God Emperor realm. What was the God Emperor realm? It was an expert on the level of the Divine Lord like Mi Ming. The system actually wanted Yi Xian to get the Divine Lord's divine deity. Moreover, it wanted to get 5 of them. Yi Xian had only come into contact with 2 God Domain Masters after being in the God realm for so long. One was the Kunlun God Domain's Divine Master, Mi Ming, and the other was the Demon God Domain's Divine Master. However, forging a God-slaying set required 5 Divine Lord Divine Deity, and it was a complete Divine Deity. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the scroll without hesitation. This was because he knew that with his current strength, he was unable to prepare all the materials. Of course, just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he couldn't do it in the future. There was still the last gift bag. As for this last gift bag, it was probably the most special gift bag. Just what kind of surprise would it bring to Yi Xian? System, open that unknown gift bag. Yi Xian said indifferently. His tone was calm, but his entire mind was focused. Ding, system notification, ding, warning, warning, the host has received a super strong reward, the system has entered an emergency upgrade. Ding, warning, warning, host please note, the system will be forcefully shut down for 3 months. Yi Xian was stupefied. What did he open up that directly upgraded the system? Moreover, it was an emergency upgrade. Yi Xian subconsciously shouted at the system a few times in his heart. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. In other words, the system had already gone to upgrade. However, the key was that Yi Xian didn't even know what he'd done. Wasn't it just an unknown gift bag? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, it was only 3 months, so it wasn't unacceptable. This is great. I can't detect what this plate is used for. Forget it, let's just leave it for now. Yi Xian had a bitter smile on his face. This kind of situation was completely out of his expectations, and it was something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. During the 3 months that the system was upgraded, Yi Xian didn't plan on causing trouble. After all, without the system, Yi Xian's strength would still decrease. Most importantly, even if he killed an ancient beast or a divine beast, he wouldn't gain any experience. Thus, killing them would be for nothing. However, it was still necessary to hurry. Yi Xian didn't plan on looking for trouble, but that didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come looking for him. On this day, Yi Xian walked through the yellow sand zone as usual. Although the yellow sand zone was only the outermost region of the Drought Sea, however, the Drought Sea was extremely vast. According to Tianhu, the Drought Sea occupied 1/5 of the demon god's celestial territory. With such a huge area, even if it was the outer area of his territory, it was still not something that could be walked over quickly. After all, there wasn't even a map here, and from time to time, he would take the wrong path. Whether it was his divine sense or his eyes, they were all useless in this yellow sand zone. The yellow sand zone had a strange restriction that was enough to make anyone who entered lose all sense of direction. It was said that there was once someone who was trapped in this yellow sand zone for 10,000 years. Moreover, that person was lucky and did not encounter the disaster of the yellow sand zone, which was why he was able to survive. But this time, Yi Xian wasn't that lucky. He encountered the most ordinary disaster in the yellow sand zone. Law Storm. Due to the special location of the yellow sand zone, the other law powers were relatively rare. However, there were a few types of law powers that were too much. One of them was the law of wind. It could be said that the yellow sand zone was filled with strong winds at all times. However, it wouldn't be affected in the slightest during normal times. After all, even the simplest protective divine power would be enough to resist these gales. However, once he encountered a storm of laws, it would be tragic. The storm of laws was precisely because the power of the laws of wind was too concentrated in a certain area, causing it to automatically produce a phenomenon of balance. Through the form of a storm, the power of the laws of wind was eliminated. Even the power of the laws could be eliminated. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. There was no sign of the formation of the storm of laws. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking as usual. However, the instant he took a step forward, a sudden change occurred between heaven and earth. A violent and terrifying aura instantly overturned the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian didn't even have the slightest ability to resist as he was directly brought into the sky. When he stabilized his body and looked over, heaven and earth had long since become indistinguishable. At this moment, it was as if Yi Xian had been brought into an unknown space. Above his head, his feet were small, and his surroundings seemed to be the sky, yet also seemed to be the earth. It was incomparably strange. Boom! A divine dragon condensed from the laws directly charged towards Yi Xian. That was a pure life form of the laws, and it was actually formed in an instant. However, before Yi Xian could even react, the law divine dragon instantly disintegrated. The storm of laws wasn't really a storm. The reason why it was called a storm was because it had something in common with a storm. That was, they both had an eye. Fortunately, Yi Xian was currently in the eye of the wind. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't move an inch at this moment. He could only watch the terrifying changes in the outside world. One by one, the law life forms quickly appeared. The law dragon, the law tiger, and even the law Kunpang. However, these law life forms would not last long from the moment they appeared to the moment they disappeared. This was because they were all wind elemental law life forms. The main reason for the appearance of the law storm was because there were too many laws of wind being repaired. At this moment, Yi Xian personally witnessed a miracle. A miracle that others would never be able to see in their entire lives. In the blink of an eye, a law life was born and died in an instant. Other than Yi Xian, no one else knew of their appearance. Perhaps, Yi Xian's eyes were their only witness. Because of Yi Xian, all of them had existed. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't release his divine will at all. Yi Xian had tried, but he'd only released a trace of his divine will before being swept away by the storm of laws. Therefore, Yi Xian's eyes were the only witness. Everything that had happened. Those law life forms didn't seem to know what they were experiencing. It was as if their lives should only belong to that instant of blooming. The storm of laws condensed the excess wind laws into life forms, and then quickly let them die. Through this method, the excess power of laws was eliminated. However, this process was incomparably natural. After all, this was the result of the balance of nature. This was the result of the laws of the great Tao. Only in the eyes of Yi Xian, a witness, felt sorrow for those law life forms. Yi Xian was a witness. He was able to personally witness how these strange law life forms were born and how they died. Chapter 2888. The withered bone sword servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. They weren't strong enough to come into contact with this secret. As for news from the 100 Calculators sect, they hadn't reported back yet. Yi Xian had asked twice, but he only knew that the 100 Calculators sect had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's territory to investigate, but they still hadn't found anything. It seemed that they could only take their time in finding Luo Luo. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the eve before the storm. QWPM at this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together to get Yi Xian, or even take Yi Xian's life. In the end, what was to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored as he stayed in the training camp. One had to know that in the training camp, Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God realm. If he really wanted to talk about the cultivation of divine abilities, Yi Xian wouldn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, Quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't know this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian Gongzi, come with me quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What, Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. Along the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, especially the ingredients for the divine beasts, most of them could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luo Qi went to an inn together to get the divine beast ingredients that had already been ordered. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there was no problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yan and the young girl to be unable to react in time. Luo Qi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yan was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly gods, 2 mid-level heavenly gods, and 1 high-level heavenly god. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luo Qi away. Luo Qi immediately thought of Yi Xian. Because in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Did you hear? That girl is actually a slave. Those people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the slave pavilion often get slaves, they also catch runaway slaves. That girl is really unlucky. Looking at her now, she seems to be doing well. I didn't expect her to be a slave. What a pity. Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar. Naturally, he was sure that it was Fian. Damn it. Who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never treated Fian as a slave, not even for a moment. Slave pavilion. What a good slave pavilion. Who gave them all their strength to capture people? Boom. Yi Xian's figure moved and directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction set up by Fian herself. Around her, 8 people looked at Fian calmly. Ha, lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter. Uncle has time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction that was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian said casually. Young man, watch the show and stand further away. Our slave pavilion is capturing runaway slaves. Be careful not to accidentally injure you later. Accidentally injure your uncle. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. This sword attack was launched by Yi Xian in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom. One sword, just one sword, killed that person in an instant. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. They only reacted when Yi Xian killed someone. Damn it, brat, do you know who we are? But before this person could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. And it was done with the god-slaying sword. Boom. Another sword attack, still as violent as before. Another slave pavilion disciple was directly killed on the spot. The remaining 6 people did not dare to be careless. They immediately retreated and pulled away from Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian kill people, the surrounding people all showed a strange expression. Many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yi Xian did not care so much now. He directly attacked. Without even seeing Yi Xian move, he directly broke the restriction set up by the people in the slave pavilion. "Girl, are you all right?" Yi Xian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. "I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death." "What did you say?" "These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of this girl. I want to kill all these people." Yi Xian said the latter half of the sentence to Luo Qi. At this time, Luo Qi was dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yi Xian's strength had increased to the mid-true god realm, Yi Xian had only just leveled up. However, Yi Xian was facing 8 slave pavilion disciples who were not weaker than him. He did not hesitate to attack and even killed 2 of them in succession. Oh, okay. Luo Qi was already stuttering. However, she quickly rushed to Fian's side and carefully protected her. "Are you her master?" At this time, the leading heavenly god looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian answer him? No, he would not. In Yi Xian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yi Xian slowly turned around and clenched the god-slaying sword in his hand. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beast sword servants. However, Yi Xian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. "Boy, since you are her master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price for this slave. Name a price." It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. "Name a price." "Okay, I'll give you a price." God-slaying / Chapter 2889. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Overbearing and domineering. The 10,000 or so ladle commanders also varied in size. The largest one had a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were about 10 of them, while the others were all about 3 meters tall. There were almost 10,000 of them. Whoosh! As it circled incessantly, the black weeping soul horn hovering above the million-soldier army appeared to be unable to make a decision. It was still circling even after a dozen seconds had passed. The million-strong army trembled and did not dare to act rashly in the face of all this. However, Yi Xian and Barakai were the same. They had already stopped and looked ahead with shock and vigilance. Their minds were in a mess. After all, everything had happened too suddenly, and the result was so strange. It was just a black horn, but it could be so ferocious. It was simply unacceptable. As for the mosquito prince Xue Ben, he had already been taken into Yi Xian's beast ring when the black weeping soul horn pierced into the void ladle emperor's back. On the one hand, he was worried that the black weeping soul horn would become interested in Xue Ben and turn around to deal with Xue Ben after absorbing the void ladle emperor. After all, the latter was at least an origin realm existence. On the other hand, he was worried that Xue Ben would take the initiative to provoke the black weeping soul horn. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, when trouble really came, there was no way to avoid it. Besides, this so-called big trouble had actually come out of Yi Xian's body in the first place. It might not necessarily not come back after it was done with its business. The current situation was exactly the same. In his line of sight, the black weeping soul giant horn that was circling endlessly in the black hole in front of him hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it didn't attack again. It abruptly turned around, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black streak of light that shot towards the direction of Yi Xian and the master and servant. The speed at which it came seemed to be 30% faster than when it left. Moreover, as it rapidly approached, its enormous body, which was over 10 feet in size, was also rapidly changing during the process of shooting, just like before. The only difference was that when the black weeping soul horn shot out from Yi Xian's body, it was originally a black streak of light that was as small as a speck of dust. Then, it expanded with the wind and rapidly expanded. But now, as it turned around and shot back, the change in its shape happened to be the opposite of before. The originally huge black curved horn was also shrinking at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, so fast that it was shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of turning into a black light that was like a speck of dust and returning to the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Damn it! What does this guy think I am? A free lair or cave? Yi Xian saw through the black weeping soul horn's plan at a glance. As he cried out in alarm, his expression changed completely. Gloomy as water, a dark light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he had already summoned the Dongshu shuttle that he had kept in his body. Let's leave immediately. We can't let this damned black horn bother us again. The last sentence seemed to be directed at Barakai, who was beside him, but in fact, it was the portrayal of Yi Xian's true intentions. The reason why he kept the black weeping soul horn in his undying world was because he thought that it was extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary it was, in Yi Xian's eyes, this black horn was just a dead object. But now, it was completely different. When he thought about how the other party could easily kill the terrifying Void Ladybird Emperor in an instant, Yi Xian felt a chill down his back. Such a terrifying existence had been hiding in the undying world in his body for a period of time. This was simply too terrifying. Because of this, Yi Xian was almost scared senseless when he saw the black weeping soul horn turn around and head towards him. The only thought in his mind at this moment was to quickly leave this place, the faster the better. Swish! Just as he and Barakai's shoulders shook and their figures rushed into the Dongshu shuttle that Yi Xian had summoned, the black weeping soul horn whistled from afar. At this moment, at the same time Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle, it turned into a black streak of light that was like a speck of dust and directly entered his body, disappearing in an instant. Bang! Bang! Seeing this scene from the corner of his eye, Yi Xian's heart suddenly trembled. He had just stepped into the Dongshu shuttle's inner cabin when he almost fell to the ground. Damned black horn, get the hell out here! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's face had turned as white as a sheet of paper. He gritted his teeth and roared out loud, giving Hao Fangfang, who was in the cabin, a huge fright. She subconsciously replied, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me out? Why do you have to do with everything? Go play at the side." Yi Xian was almost angered to death. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Hao Fangfang, turned around and immediately rushed out of the Dongshu shuttle. Barakai did not ask any further and followed closely behind. The reason why he had taken out his battleship and quickly rushed into it was to escape from this place and avoid the entanglement of the black weeping soul horn. But now that he had successfully entered the immortal realm, there was no point in staying in the Dongshu shuttle. After all, the trouble with the black weeping soul horn was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. And outside the black hole, there were still a large number of void soldiers that needed to be dealt with urgently. Xiao! After Barakai followed closely behind and rushed out of the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand with a gloomy expression and immediately kept it into his body. Then, after pondering for a moment, he immediately asked the devouring system in his body about the black weeping soul horn. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed him greatly. The black weeping soul horn had already gone back and forth between the black hole and the undying world in Yi Zhuan's body, but the devouring system still knew nothing about it. What was more serious was that whether it was the devouring system or Yi Xian himself, they could no longer sense the whereabouts of the black horn. That thing was clearly in Yi Xian's body, but now, it seemed to have completely disappeared. No matter how hard Yi Xian tried, he could not find the whereabouts of the other party. Such a strange situation was simply unacceptable to Yi Xian, and he was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. After all, after refining the undying world, it had long been connected to his bloodline and could no longer be distinguished. But this black weeping soul horn ignored all of this unceremoniously. It could enter and leave as it pleased, but the key was that the other party was clearly in his body, and no matter how hard Yi Xian tried, he could not find a trace of it. It was simply too embarrassing. Chapter 2890. Consciousness Crystal and Essence Crystal. After struggling for a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down, and his fluctuating emotions also calmed down. With the terrifying strength of the black weeping soul giant horn, if it really wanted to harm him, it would be useless to worry about it. He would not be able to resist at all. Since that was the case, it was better to put this matter to the back of his mind first and slowly think of a way to solve it later. At least from the current situation, the other party did not seem to have shown any ill intentions towards him. And the reason why this black horn refused to leave the undying world in his body was probably because of some other reasons. After thinking about it carefully, he might be able to find the crux of the problem and solve this matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. He finally threw this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. After calming down, he turned his head and glanced at the void army gathered in the black hole in the distance. At the same time, his figure also quickly flew over. Although the Void Ladybird Empress was dead, at the front of this army of millions of soldiers, there were still more than 10,000 giant soldier commanders. Among them, there were even 3 that were as large as 30 feet. Although they could not be compared to the Void Ladybird Empress that was nearly 20 meters in diameter, in Yi Xian's eyes, these 3 giant soldier commanders were still quite tempting. Without the Void Ladybird Empress, he could only choose the next best thing. It would not be bad to keep these 3 giant soldier commanders by his side. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian, who was once again filled with anticipation, quickly arrived in front of the army of 1,000,000 soldiers under the escort of Barakai. What surprised him was that all the soldiers in the army of millions, without exception, trembled when they saw him at this moment. It was exactly the same as when the black weeping soul giant horn hovered in the black hole above them. This was clearly a sign of great fear. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and quickly came to a realization. It was obvious that the Void soldiers were not afraid of him, but the black weeping soul horn that had killed the Void Ladybird Empress in an instant. These Void soldier ladles had all witnessed the scene of the giant black horn rushing out of their bodies. Furthermore, after the black horn killed the Void Ladybird Empress, it had also rushed into their bodies. This scene was also witnessed by all the Void soldier ladles. Under such circumstances, even he himself might not believe that the giant black horn had nothing to do with Yi Xian, let alone these Void soldier ladles. The reason why these Void soldiers immediately revealed such a fearful reaction when Yi Xian approached was because of this. To put it bluntly, it was just one sentence. In the eyes of these Void soldiers, the current Yi Xian was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Regardless of whether he had the intention or not, the effect was definitely not fake. After realizing all this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. He didn't think too much about it and immediately forced the profound aura of the Void Essence Crystal out of his body with all his might. This aura was profound and invisible, and Yi Xian had never come into contact with it before. Obviously, it was unique to the Void Essence, and it was absolutely impossible to fake. In this regard, no one could deceive the Void soldier ladles. They were originally subsidiary products of the Void Essence, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they came from the same source. It was precisely because of this that the Void soldier ladle's acute perception of this aura was beyond doubt. Previously, Yi Xian was too far away. In addition, the amount of profound aura emitted by the Void Essence Crystal in his mind wasn't very large. This was why even a supreme expert like the Void Ladybird Emperor was unable to sense the aura within his body. And now, Yi Xian was standing right in front of this army of 1,000,000 void soldiers, and he was fully urging the profound aura in his sea of consciousness to spread out from his body. Under such circumstances, the void soldier ladles, who were the most sensitive to this aura, sensed it almost immediately. In a short period of time, all the void soldier ladles in the army of 1,000,000 looked up at Yi Xian in unison. At first, their eyes were filled with confusion, but gradually, as they acknowledged this aura, the eyes of all the void soldier ladles began to burn rapidly, and even the slight trembling of their bodies disappeared completely without them noticing. Obviously, they had acknowledged Yi Xian and regarded him as an existence similar to the void essence crystal. This acknowledgement made all the void soldier ladles regard Yi Xian as the closest and most dependable existence. The extreme fear in their hearts naturally disappeared quietly. Ding! Mental crystal fluctuations have been detected. Except. Just as Yi Xian was relieved to see the changes in the void soldier ladles, the notification from the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Mental crystal fluctuations. Could it be from the void soldier ladles in front of him? Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Guesses flashed through his mind, and after pondering for a moment, he immediately ordered the system to accept immediately. Immediately after that, Yi Xian felt a faint tremor in his sea of consciousness. It seemed to be from the void essence crystal that was suspended in the sea of consciousness, separated from his spirit source core. The whole process did not last long. It only took a dozen seconds or so before the slight trembling from the sea of consciousness in his brain completely disappeared. Most likely, the so-called consciousness crystal's waves had all been received. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian discovered that some information had suddenly appeared in his mind. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately came to a realization. Obviously, this should be the fluctuation of the consciousness crystal that the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness had received. The void essence crystal and the void soldier ladles originally came from the same source. Only the void essence crystal could receive and analyze the mental crystal fluctuations from the void soldier ladles. The information that was analyzed by the void essence crystal was directly imprinted into Yi Xian's mind through the devouring system. He only needed to think about it to understand everything in an instant. In just a few short seconds, Yi Xian had completely comprehended the information from the consciousness crystals that were transmitted through the devouring system. What surprised him was that there were actually 3 portions of the mental crystal fluctuations that he received. They were transmitted by the 3 giant ladle commanders that were about 10 meters in diameter. In the entire Void Soldier Ladle clan, only these 3 8-star ladle kings and the 9-star ladle queen that had already fallen had a small mental crystal condensed in their bodies. Therefore, they had the ability to activate the mental crystal to form a special fluctuation and communicate with the void essence. It was worth mentioning that there was actually a similar mental crystal in the void essence's body, but its level was different. Therefore, it was called the marrow crystal. Chapter 2891. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Imprinting Space Coordinates. There were over 10 million Void Soldier Ladles, but only the 9-star Ladle Emperor and the 3 8-star Ladles had condensed consciousness crystals in their bodies. This was enough to show the importance of the consciousness crystals in their bodies. The essence crystal that the Void Origin Marrow gave to the devouring system had the same nature as the consciousness crystals in the 9-star Ladle Emperor and the 3 8-star Ladles. However, its grade was higher, so it was definitely more precious and important. Yi Xian did not know about this before, but now that he knew, he suddenly realized that this was clearly the Void Origin Marrow's funeral arrangements. After all, it would eventually completely fuse with Yi Xian's undying world, so it would not be useful to keep this Void Origin Marrow crystal. Giving it to Yi Xian probably meant that it was entrusting him to him. Yi Xian did not reject this. There were over 10 million Void Soldier Ladles, and the 1 million Void Soldier Ladles in front of him were merely the elites that followed the 9-star Ladle Emperor. There were even more Void Soldier Ladles roaming around in various regions of the vast black hole star domain. This was simply a dream army with terrifying combat power. Yi Xian could not wait to see it, so how could he reject accepting it? Through the information that was transmitted to his mind, Yi Xian now had a good understanding of the Void Soldier ladles. Apart from the number of Void Soldier ladles in the tens of millions, he also included the strength and grade of the 1 million Void Soldier ladles in front of him. The Void Soldier ladles were different from human powerhouses and demons. Even when compared to the various strange races in the universe, they were still considered the most unique type of existence. After all, the Void Soldier ladle's entire body was formed from crystals. Not only did they not have divine sense, spiritual power, or even brainwave, they could not be considered as pure existences. Because of this, although the Void Soldier ladles had different levels of strength, they could not be measured and classified by the cultivation realms in the universe. Because of this, even though Yi Xian was able to distinguish which soldiers were stronger and which were weaker, he was completely unable to determine their true combat strength. What exactly was their true combat strength like? Previously, Ba Kai had only been guessing about the Void Ladybird Emperor's cultivation. Because of this, he was unable to clearly discern the Ladybird Emperor's true strength. He only knew that it was definitely very strong, and that was all. However, Yi Xian had already understood all of this through the 3 pieces of information in his mind. According to the Devouring Systems analysis, the Void Ladybird Empress's overall combat strength should be equivalent to a Starry Sky expert who had surpassed the Origin Realm, which was the 10th realm. As for what this realm was, Yi Xian had never come into contact with it, so the Devouring System did not know either. In the entire tribe, the other 3 8-star King Ladles had condensed consciousness crystals in their bodies. Their overall combat strength was equivalent to the 9th realm of the Starry Sky expert, the Origin realm. Behind these 3 8-star King Ladles were tens of thousands of 7-star and 6-star King Ladles. Their overall combat strength was equivalent to the 8th realm of the Starry Sky expert, the Black Hole realm, and the 7th realm, the Galaxy realm. After that, there were over 1 million ordinary soldiers. Their overall combat strength varied, but they were basically all at the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm or above. After all, this army of 1 million was made up of the elites of the tribe stationed around the Void Ladle Emperor's lair. In terms of overall combat strength, it was naturally impossible for them to be too weak. 3 8-star King Ladles with Origin Realm strength. More than 10,000 7-star and 6-star King Ladles with Black Hole Realm and Galaxy Realm strength. More than 1 million elite soldiers whose strength was at the 4th realm of the Planet Realm and above. This data was too shocking. Yi Xian's mind was immediately shaken. Immediately after, a wave of excitement surged into his heart, causing him to instantly feel as if he'd hit the jackpot and been smashed into his mouth by a meat pie that had fallen from the sky. Not to mention the other existences of the Void Ladybird tribe that were scattered all over the Black Hole star field, just this million-strong army in front of him would be able to go anywhere in the universe if he could bring them all with him. Although this was a little exaggerated, there was no doubt about the terrifying combat strength of this million-strong army in front of him. Unfortunately, this was only a thought in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't bring this million-strong army with him. After all, they basically represented the most elite strength of the entire drifting soldier tribe. Although there were still nearly 9 million ladybirds wandering around the Black Hole star field, they were all at the lowest level of 1-star and 2-star ladybirds. There were also 3-star and 4-star ladybirds, but there weren't many of them. It could be said that once this million-strong army was brought away, the Black Hole star field would no longer be the sole territory of the Void Ladybird tribe. There were countless experts and races in the universe, so who knew if some existences would coincidentally set their sights on this Black Hole star field. Moreover, Yi Xian was prepared to imprint his first coordinates in this place. After all, it was well hidden enough. In the future, when his system title was upgraded again and he gained the ability to teleport between planes, he could directly teleport to this place if he encountered a life or death crisis. Because it was in the Black Hole star field, Yi Xian would obviously have more protection if he was in danger. Therefore, this black hole star field had to be firmly held in his hands no matter what. Of course, this kind of control was actually achieved through the countless void ladybirds left in the black hole star field. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave behind enough elite troops. Only by being strong enough would he be able to ensure that this black hole star field wouldn't be lost. After pondering for a while, he quickly came to a final decision. Of the million-strong army in front of him, he only needed to bring away 100,000 of them. One of the Origin Realm 8-star ladybirds would be chosen. Half of the Black Hole Realm and Galaxy Realm 7-star and 6-star ladybirds would be taken away, which was 5,000. The remaining 95,000 would be chosen from the nearly 1 million void ladybirds. 100,000 void ladybirds was the limit of a single bastion's capacity. When the time came, all of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito would have to be moved to the same bastion. Apart from those responsible for the operation of the bastion's engine room on the 3rd floor, the rest of the bastion would be empty to accommodate the 100,000 void ladybirds. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to absorb them all into his body. He couldn't just carry them around everywhere, could he? After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately notified the devouring system of his decision, allowing the system to communicate with the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness. Through the void essence crystal, it was finally transmitted to the 3 8-star king ladles in front of him, allowing them to quickly select and confirm these 100,000 elites. Chapter 2892. Going to the demonic emperor planet very soon, Yi Xian's decision was successfully conveyed through the devouring system and the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness after 2 transfers. It was indeed a little troublesome, but it couldn't be helped. Previously, Yi Xian had tried to communicate with the void essence crystal, but it didn't respond to him at all. Since Yi Xian couldn't directly communicate with the void soldier ladle, he had no choice but to do this. After arranging all of this, Yi Xian did not even bring along Ba Chai. He indicated for him to stay with the army and wait for him. After all, what he was going to do this time was to imprint his first coordinates in space. This did not seem to be of much use at the moment, but in the future, it would definitely become one of Yi Xian's most important life-saving skills. It was a matter of great importance, so even if it was a demon slave, he did not dare to reveal the exact coordinates. Very soon, he moved alone and quickly flew towards the dark and endless void of the star cave star field. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Yi Xian was still moving at top speed, heading towards the deepest end of the black hole region. The space coordinates that he had imprinted were the teleportation destination that he would use to escape at the critical moment of life and death. It was obviously not suitable to be too close to the entrance of this black hole space zone. The deeper he went, the safer it would be. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian ran for nearly 2 days in this unchanging void that was surrounded by endless darkness from beginning to end. Only when he was certain that even if he wasn't at the end of this black hole galaxy, it definitely wasn't too far away did he finally stop. It was too boring. Even though the end was not far away, Yi Xian was not willing to continue. Usually, when he was traveling alone in the boundless void, there would at least be countless large and small stars appearing from time to time. However, in this black hole space, there was nothing. After being bored for so long, even if he just wanted to change his field of vision and see different sceneries, it would only be wishful thinking. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian felt like 2 whole months had passed. To be safe, Yi Xian circled around the void once again. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, not even a single void soldier ladle, he landed and communicated with the devouring system in his body to understand the specific steps and method of imprinting the space coordinates. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian was fully aware of all of this. Although the location he chose in this black hole void was to be the destination of the Starry Sky teleportation in the future, since it was the Starry Sky coordinates, all the other conditions and arrangements needed for the teleportation, such as the teleportation platform, restriction formation, and the like, were naturally unnecessary. After all, it was the exclusive ability of the Starry Sky title that came with the Devouring system. It would be unreasonable if it was not more advanced. The coordinates that he had imprinted were actually a primordial spirit imprint. Once it was imprinted, then Yi Xian's primordial spirit imprint would fuse with the space he was currently in. It would be fixed and exist here for eternity. Moreover, there was no trace of it, nor was there the slightest trace of its aura. This was because it had already completely fused with a certain point in the space. Only when Yi Xian activated an interstellar teleportation in a distant galaxy would the function of the imprint be instantly revealed. Within the same universe, regardless of the distance, it would form some sort of invisible connection with Yi Xian's imprint in the blink of an eye. Then, like a beacon, it would guide his interstellar teleportation to this place. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Previously, he was worried that if the imprinting of the coordinates took too long, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not be discovered by some coincidental beings. But now, it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. The soul imprint had completely fused with the void. Even if he deliberately searched for it, it was obvious that there would not be any results. With his mind at ease, Yi Xian immediately ordered the Devouring system to start imprinting the coordinates of the star coordinates. Soon, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, guiding Yi Xian step by step to start the imprinting of the coordinates. The whole process was basically not too complicated. It was just refining a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed by various means into a special brand. Then, this primordial spirit brand would be shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it with the void, fitting it, and finally completely fusing with it in the end. However, these few words sounded simple, but in the actual process, it was obviously not so. First of all, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of one's own soul was already difficult to describe with words. Then, after separating this strand of soul, Yi Xian could not immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomforts of the injured soul, force himself to be alert, and use different and complicated methods again and again to continuously condense this strand of soul. This process took more than half a day. Afterwards, Yi Xian also had to focus on the entire process as he fused the successfully condensed primordial spirit imprint into the space before him. From connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit imprint with the primordial spirit imprint, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from the beginning to the end. He was even a little on edge. After all, if the fusion failed, everything would have to start all over again. In that case, experiencing the pain of the soul being separated again was not a big deal. The key was that 2 days had passed. If this continued, Yi Xian would not be able to make it in time for the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial on the Devil Emperor planet. This was something that Yi Xian could not miss no matter what. Fortunately, the final result was more daunting than dangerous. Just once, Yi Xian's first star coordinates successfully and perfectly fused into the chosen black hole void. After all this was done, the entire void was completely different from before. Even Yi Xian himself could not feel the presence of that strand of soul imprint. This result made him click his tongue in wonder, and the last strand of worry in his heart finally dissipated completely. After that, Yi Xian immediately left the void. He rushed towards the path he came from at an extremely fast speed for half a day before waving his hand and summoning the Dongshu shuttle within his body. After all, he had spent a full day and a half on the way here. If this continued, he would waste another day on the way back. But if he used the Dongshu shuttle to rush back at full speed, he would be able to reach the place where he had parted with Ba Chai in half a day. At that time, he would only need to spend a little more time to arrange the 100,000 void soldiers into a space fortress. Then, Yi Xian could leave this black hole void and rush to the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. Chapter 2893. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi translation Zwolicing was flushed with success. The ferocious mosquito, which had been carrying the 10 candidates to the demonic emperor planet for the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial, had departed from the Black Mosquito domain 10 days in advance. By the time they had passed by the black hole in the middle section of their journey, they had already spent 3 full days on the journey. It was also at this time that the ferocious mosquito had been destroyed. Less than half of the 10,000 demonkin experts inside the bastion had perished, while the rest had entered a stellar-level warship that Zhuhongwu had prepared beforehand. The Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commander, Zhuo Fengtai, had paid a hefty price to obtain this warship from outside the demonkin domain. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumps like the Bastion, but its interior also utilized the Tianji clan's perfect space-folding technology. Therefore, although the exterior of the warship was the same as an ordinary stellar-level warship, with a length of only 3,000 meters, the interior space was very large. It could definitely accommodate more than 10,000 demonkin experts. That day, this special stellar-level warship called the Fictional had successfully performed a long-distance space jump at the same time as the ferocious mosquito bastion had completely disintegrated. Zhuhongwu and Zwolicing, uncle and niece, had laughed and celebrated in private. Although they had lost thousands of demonkin, neither the uncle nor Zhuo Fengtai, the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, actually cared about this at all. It was the ferocious mosquito bastion and some of its resources that they felt rather regretful about. However, in Zhuo Fengtai's view, this was not a problem. After all, on the surface, the ferocious mosquito bastion had been destroyed by a normal accident. Under such circumstances, he could very well request for another bastion to be sent over as a replacement. In this way, the father and son had actually not suffered any losses. On the contrary, they had gotten rid of Zhang Wuji, a super freak with a terrifying level 5 spirit source core at the first level of the meteor realm. No matter how one looked at it, this was a huge gain. After all, it was obvious that the father and son duo had fallen out with Zhang Wuji. If they did not get rid of him as soon as possible, it would be the end of the world for the father and son once the young man grew up with his abnormal spiritual power and innate talent. Moreover, if they did not get rid of this person, with his terrifying psychic talent, everyone else from the Black Mosquito tribe who had gone to the Holy Sun trial, including Zwolicing, who had originally thought that he was a scholar prince, without exception, Zwolicing. The Black Mosquito tribe's new saint was this person. And now, with the fall of Zhang Wuji, the title of Holy Sun had undoubtedly returned to Zwolicing's hands. This was something he was extremely certain of, without the slightest bit of suspense. Although the Black Mosquito tribe's bastion had departed 10 days earlier, before the ferocious mosquito had been destroyed, half of the journey behind them had already taken 3 days. In other words, the Rising Ting had a full 7 days to cover the other half of the journey. Although its ability to jump through space was not comparable to that of a real bastion, it was definitely not inferior by more than half. According to Zhuhongwu's estimation, the ferocious mosquito bastion should have only needed 3 days to cover the distance, but with the Rising Ting, they would need at most 4 days to cover the distance. Based on this calculation, they clearly had 3 days to spare. Even so, Zhuhongwu did not dare to relax in the slightest. He spent most of his time in the Rising Ting's control room, overseeing and supervising. After all, this trial was related to the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun's position. Whether Zhuo Fengtai's faction could succeed or not, it was no longer the same as before. It was always under the control of the High Priest, Greybone Lei. Therefore, Zhuhongwu did not dare to take it lightly. As for Zwolicing, since his greatest enemy, Zhang Wuji, had been schemed against and died in the area of the black hole, he was a different person. He was very proud of his success. During the next few days of the voyage, Zwolicing had nothing to do, so he mingled with the other 7 sage-to-be. Obviously, these 7 guys knew that they were only here to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies, so they had already accepted it. Therefore, their words and actions were almost flattering. After 4 days, Zuolicheng, who was getting more and more complacent, was almost sent to heaven. On the evening of the 4th day, Zuo Hongguo, who had been overseeing the Rising Ting's control room, personally came to greet them, saying that they would arrive at the Demon Emperor planet the next morning. He asked them to rest well so that they would not be impolite tomorrow. At this time, Zuolicheng and the other 7 suddenly realized that they did not have to meet again this time. They all returned to their own villas and caves to properly prepare. In fact, even Zuolicheng, as the young master of the Black Mosquito tribe, was inexplicably nervous when he realized that they would arrive at the Demon Emperor planet the next morning. Even he had never been to the Demon Emperor planet. It was not that he did not have the opportunity. After all, among the 10 tribes of the Demon tribe, each tribe had a space fortress. Although it was not used often, it was basically necessary to go to the Demon Emperor planet at least once a year. As long as Zuolicheng was willing, as the young master of the tribe, he could go with him. In fact, there was a reason why he had never been there before. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of trouble. The Demon Emperor planet was the main planet of the Demon tribe. In addition to the Supreme Demon Emperor, there was also the High Priest. And there was more than one. One of them happened to be from the Black Mosquito tribe. His name was Wenxing, and he was the former High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. At that time, the current High Priest, Huegu, was only the holy son of the tribe. Because of this relationship, it was not a big deal to visit the other experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, but Zuolicheng was the young master of the tribe. If he came to the Demon Emperor planet and did not pay a special visit, it would be a great breach of etiquette. It was even possible that he would be misunderstood by High Priest Wenxing. In case he had a grudge against the Zuo family of the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be a big joke. Because of this, Zuo Fengtai did not allow Zuolicheng to go to the Demon Emperor planet at will. He was afraid that Zuolicheng would accidentally offend Wenxing, and he would not even know it. Coincidentally, Wenxing was extremely disgusted by this kind of boring thing, so his interest in going to the Demon Emperor planet to broaden his horizons gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. At this moment, the reason why Zuolicheng felt slightly nervous was because of High Priest Wenxing. Although he had never seen this person before, it was rumored that his strength was quite terrifying. He had already broken through the origin stage and entered the 10th great stage, the Heavenly Passage stage. In addition, his spirit source core had reached a terrifying level 6, which was second only to the Demon Emperor, who had a level 7 source core. Chapter 2894. Destination: Demonic Emperor planet. After successfully integrating his first set of coordinates into a corner of the black hole galaxy, Yi Xian summoned his Dongshu shuttle and entered it. Immediately, he pushed the shuttle to its limits and returned to where he came from at top speed. As soon as the matter in front of him was done, the anxiety in his heart that he had been suppressing became more and more uncontrollable. For Yi Xian, this opportunity to become the Black Mosquito tribe's chosen was not something he could miss no matter what. After all, this was his only chance to enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be able to obtain the multi-pupil crystal, and he would not be able to rapidly develop the immortal rank superbrain fragment that served as the intelligence center of his interstellar communicator. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian would probably be extremely depressed. It was an immortal rank superbrain fragment that should have possessed a more powerful interstellar communicator, but because of its slow growth, it could only display the abilities of an ordinary superbrain. It was no different from holding a dragon slayer stallion in his hand, but could only chop firewood in the backyard every day. It would be strange if he was not depressed. 2.5 days had passed since the destruction of Ferocious Mosquito. Before that, the ship had already spent 3 days on the first half of the journey. For Yi Xian, even if he were to leave immediately, he would only have 4.5 days left. If he were to run into some other small accident along the way, he would be even more pressed for time. Even if the Black Mosquito or Black Wind were to hurry along, there was no guarantee that they would arrive on time. Because of this, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle after hurrying back. With a wave of his hand, he put it back into the undying world within his body. After all, it was not appropriate for Hao Fangfang to know what was to come. In front of them, the army of 1,000,000 soldiers had long since been divided into two parts. The smaller part was the 100,000 soldiers that Yi Xian had requested to take away. At the very front was an 8-star king ladle that was around 10 meters in diameter. Its overall combat strength was equivalent to an origin stage expert, and it was most likely in existence that was much stronger than Shui Ben. After all, the latter was only at the first level of the origin realm. After retracting his gaze, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito and Black Wind bastions from his undying world. At the same time, he used his psychic energy to connect with the two Bastion Central AI superbrains and used them to relay his orders to Buck and the other high-ranking members of the Demonslavs. It didn't take long for all of the demons to leave the Black Wind and return to the Black Mosquito. However, none of the demons on the third floor moved. After all, they needed someone to take care of the engine and warehouse areas. As for the fourth floor above, the Demonkin servants and guards were all there, including the Demonkin think tank who was in charge of the central control room of the fourth floor. Apart from that, the lower two levels were basically empty. The second level of the demonic dwellings was empty without a single demonic dweller expert. It was enough to house tens of thousands of void soldiers. As for the other half, they were naturally placed in the first level of the myriad hell. Although there were still thousands of Federation powerhouses there, they would probably be stunned to see so many strange insects move in and live with them. But this wasn't something Yi Xian had time to think about. The cages were closed anyway, and the void soldiers couldn't get in. As long as they weren't eaten like meat, it was fine. Soon, all of the demons on the Black Wind Bastion had left. Yi Xian immediately used his devouring system to contact the Void Marrow Crystal in his knowledge. Once the order was given, the army of 100,000 void soldiers soared into the air like a black wave. One after another, they disappeared into the main passage of the Black Wind's light barrier. At this point, all of the forces that Yi Xian had gathered from the front and back had been temporarily arranged. The lower two levels of the Black Wind had 100,000 void soldiers, while the lower level of the Black Mosquito, the Myriad Hell, had 10 million mosquito beasts. The reason so many mosquito beasts could be accommodated was because the mosquito beasts weren't that big. Moreover, they were used to building their nests in the air. The Myriad Hell's large space was used to the fullest. As for the upper three levels of the Black Mosquito, the top level was still the same. Li Mosquito, Naboshan, Ba Chai, and the other confidants had been given the authority to activate the portal to the top level. Du Wenshuan and Du Wenshuan were the same. In the future, Yi Xian's confidants would be settled in the third and fourth levels of the Black Mosquito. The second level below was occupied by 5,000-man brigades of fiend slaves. A total of 5,000 fiend slaves were stationed there. 4 of the 1,000-man brigades of fiend slaves had just been transferred from the Black Wind. Only one of them was the original 1,000-man brigade of fiend slaves from the Black Mosquito. Its chiliarch was Tsang Qingyu. As for the other brigade of fiend slaves from the Black Mosquito, they were still led by Gui Haidao in the greatly expanded Dongshu shuttle. It was the same for the wretched Mosquito Slayer. After arranging the two bastions, Yi Xian's last consideration was his Dongshu shuttle. Right now, he had too much power in his hands, but it was basically not something that could be easily exposed. For example, the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts at the bottom of the Black Mosquito ship. Although the aura they released together was definitely astonishing, it also instantly pushed Yi Xian to the cusp of the storm. Besides, it was inconvenient to take out the bastions at any time. Lu Wenshuan had added the perfect space folding technology to his Dongshu shuttle. Its internal space had expanded by 100 times and was even divided into 3 levels. Hao Fangfang and Yi Xian were usually in the main control room on the top level. The former obviously did not have the authority to enter the 2 levels below. Therefore, he was completely unaware that the 1,000-man brigade of fiend slaves led by Gui Haidao and the wretched mosquito slayer were on the 2nd level in the middle. In addition, the largest space had a central plaza. The bottom level was basically empty. After some hesitation, Yi Xian decided to divide the first level into 3 areas. The center would be the plaza, and the 2 sides would be occupied by 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly selected the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. There were 200 of them, from the 3rd realm, planet level to the 8th realm, black hole level. In this way, Yi Xian would be able to use the forces of different realms at any time under different circumstances. Yi Xian then took out the Dongshu shuttle again. Of course, to prevent Hao Fangfang from peeking at him from the top level, Yi Xian directly turned off some functions. Then, he let the 1,000 mosquito beasts and soldier ladles all enter the first level below. After everything was settled, Yi Xian immediately closed the black light membrane between the 2 bastions and put them away into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Chapter 2895. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 1 Emperor, 2 guards. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle had successfully completed the 6th fusion with the Dongshu shuttle, which had a perfect internal folding space created by Old Man Du Now. Like his Devil Blood Star Tears sword and indestructible glass armor, it had become an epic-class Starry Sky treasure ship. Not to mention its functions. In addition to the internal folding space and the upgraded version of the Star Destroyer cannon, there were several types of eternal formations engraved on the hull of the ship: acceleration formation, defense formation, concealment formation, transmission formation, and so on. It was simply dazzling. It could be said that this epic-class small private warship, after being meticulously built by Yi Xian more than 6 times, was now absolutely a rare treasure in the outside world. Oh, right, it had also been integrated with a small private warship called the Black Hole Warship, so it had the same sturdy hull as a stellar-level large warship, which could withstand the tearing force of the void produced by the wormhole jump. But even so, being able to withstand the crushing force of the wormhole jump did not mean that it had the ability to open the wormhole jump at any time. The Dongshu shuttle had the transmission formation, which could teleport both the passengers and the ship away, but this kind of teleportation and wormhole jump were 2 completely different concepts. Simply put, no matter how far the distance of teleportation was, it was just that. But wormhole jump was different. Generally, it could directly cross the distance of a galaxy, which was far beyond the reach of a simple transmission. In fact, even a stellar-level large warship with a length of 3,000 meters did not have the ability to autonomously connect wormholes and open the wormhole jump at any time and anywhere. For a stellar-level warship of this level, if it wanted to perform a long-distance wormhole jump, it had to first rush to a natural wormhole that had long been discovered, and enter it before it could open the wormhole jump. Suahonghua's warship was an exception. In this aspect, it was clearly specially added. Just like Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, it had various abilities that other small private warships of the same type did not have. However, the fact that the Dongshu shuttle could not connect to space wormholes was obviously a shortcoming. Because of this, Yi Xian had no choice but to take the risk and use the Black Wind. Otherwise, with the short-distance space transmission of the Dongshu shuttle, it would be too late by the time he arrived at the demonic Emperor planet. After returning to the Void Hole shuttle and rushing out of the Black Hole of Life, Yi Xian continued to travel for more than 2 hours before finally stopping in a desolate void. This time, only he and Ba Chai walked out of the Void Hole shuttle. As for Hao Fangfang, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him know about the Black Wind Battlestar. However, considering that he was the only one left on the top floor of the Void Shuttle, and that it was unlikely that he would be able to take out the Void Shuttle from the undying world within his body in the next few days, before Yi Xian and Ba Chai left, he specially went to the 2nd floor below and brought the wretched mosquito butcher over. He didn't want to lock up a nagging fellow like Hao Fangfang alone for the next few days, so that she wouldn't go crazy from holding it in. The reason he personally went down to the middle floor was because Yi Xian didn't give the wretched mosquito slayer access to the different floors of the Dongshu shuttle. Ever since Yi Xian had taken him in as his demon slave, he had improved a lot compared to before. However, from time to time, he would still display some extremely unreliable behavior. This was something that Yi Xian could only attribute to the fact that it was hard to change one's nature. But from then on, Yi Xian had to keep an eye out for this wretch. Who knew what kind of trouble he would stir up in the future? With a wave of his hand, he stored the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world. Yi Xian immediately summoned the Black Wind and activated its concealment formation. This was to avoid being seen on the way to the demonic Emperor planet. After all, this was one of the 10 great demonic tribe scout fortresses. There were probably quite a few demonic experts who recognized it. After that, Yi Xian and Barakai entered the Black Wind and immediately gave the order to travel at full speed. At the same time, they activated the wormhole connection mode. Once they successfully connected to a stable wormhole, they would immediately jump through it. In addition, Yi Xian specifically reminded them to stop as soon as they got close to the demonic Emperor planet. They couldn't enter rashly, so as to avoid being exposed. After explaining all this, Yi Xian didn't need to ask about the itinerary. If anything unexpected happened, the demonic slaves would come and report. After all, although the demonic experts on the Black Wind had been subdued by Yi Xian and became his slaves, their knowledge of the demonic Emperor planet hadn't been erased. It was impossible that the Black Wind hadn't been to the demonic Emperor planet before, so the rest of the journey was as easy as a walk in the park for them. Yi Xian's questions were unnecessary. Taking advantage of the time, he directly sat down on the leather sofa in the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Wind. Then, through the personal space communication system in his body, he directly connected to the internal space network of the Black Wind and issued a conditional search to retrieve all the information about the Devil Emperor planet for research. The Black Wind superbrain had some of this information. After all, this was an important military base under the protection of the 10 scouts of the Demonkin tribes. It had to be stored in the Black Wind's database for easy access. Through the information in the Black Wind's database, Yi Xian quickly gained a general understanding of the demonic Emperor planet. The demonic Emperor planet was located at the center of the Demonkin galaxy. Although it was commonly referred to as the demonic Emperor planet, it wasn't actually a single planet. Instead, it was composed of a main planet and 2 smaller satellites that orbited the main planet. These 2 smaller satellites were called Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2. They were only small in comparison to the Demon Imperial Star. In fact, Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2 were about the same size as the main stars of the top 10 demon tribes. For example, the main star of the Star Mosquito tribe was the Black Mosquito Star. The main star, the Demon Emperor Star, which these 2 subsidiary satellites revolved around, was a rather rare giant star. The diameter of the star was several times the size of Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2. The surface area of the star was even wider, so it was easy to imagine how vast it was. To make an analogy, 3 stars placed together were basically the difference between 2 apples and a watermelon. There were also many demon dwellers residing on the 2 satellites, but the Demon Emperor Star had even more demon dwellers. Each of the 10 demon tribes had 10 demon stars. Although each demon star only had about 10,000 scouts, if the ordinary demon civilians were included, the total population of each demon star was in the hundreds of thousands. The smallest one was 30, and the largest one was 50. In other words, the total population of a Demonkin tribe was between 3 and 5 million. The total population of the 10 tribes was between 30 and 50 million. The total population of the demonic Emperor planet's 1 main planet and 2 satellites was also over 30 million. In other words, nearly half of the entire Devil Dweller race lived on these 3 central stars, Zeta. Chapter 2896. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The secrets of the source core. As for the environment, the demonic emperor planet had 1 emperor, 2 satellite, and 3 other planets. All of them were of the best quality with pleasant scenery and a comfortable climate. The entire demonic emperor planet was located in the central demonic emperor planet, which was surrounded by 2 satellites. 2/3 of the demonic emperor planet was covered by land and only 1/3 by sea. The demonic emperor city, the core of the demonic emperor planet, was located in a vast plain in the central region of the entire continent. The demonic emperor city was not just a single city. It was also divided into 2 major regions. The central inner city was the Imperial City region, and the wider area surrounding the Imperial City region was the Outer City region. Like the other demonic emperor planets, the demonic emperor planet did not have the astral defense array that was commonly found in the various administrative planets of the Third World. In other words, the atmosphere of these 3 planets could be entered at will. No one would stop you, whether you directly traversed the void and landed on the inner part of the planet or drove a warship. However, in the demonic emperor city, one could not fly at will, let alone take out a warship. Once such a situation occurred, the demonic emperor guards in the city would immediately take action. This flight restriction was not only applied to the sky above the Imperial City region, but also to the wider sky above the outer city. Within 100 miles of the outer city, one could only fly at low altitudes. Warships and the like were not allowed to be used either. As for the structure of power, it was similar to the feudal monarchies of the ancient human race. The demonic emperor was supreme, and there were civil and military officials under him. The commanders of the 10 major tribes were equivalent to the kings of different territories. Unlike the feudal monarchies of the ancient human race, the demonic emperor was not only revered, but his personal strength was also the strongest on the demonic emperor planet and even among the entire demonic emperor race. It was said that in the entire demonic emperor planet, there were at least 5 supreme masters who had reached the Grotto Heaven realm, the 10th stage of the demonic emperor planet. As for the 9th stage, the origin stage, which was below the Grotto Heaven realm, there were obviously more of them. Among the less than 10 supreme beings at the Grotto Heaven realm, the demonic emperor's cultivation base was publicly recognized as the strongest. However, no one knew exactly what level he was at the Grotto Heaven realm. Nevertheless, everyone knew the level of the demonic emperor's mind. The demon emperor's mind source core had already undergone 6 transformations and evolutions, so it had already reached the 7th level. This was a unique existence in the entire demonic race. In fact, the level of the spirit origin core was slightly inferior to the demon emperor's. A demon cultivator who had reached the 6th level was definitely a rarity in the entire demon emperor. Even if all the level 6 origin cores on the 1 emperor, 2 guards, and 3 stars of the demon cultivator star region were added together, they still wouldn't be able to make up the number of people on both hands. Yi Xian only knew of 2 people from the Black Winds database. However, he had heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Mosquito Beast planet mention that on the Demonic Emperor planet, there were 3 Demonic Emperor royals with level 6 spirit cores, who were even more senior than the current Demonic Emperor. According to what Yi Xian had learned from the Black Winds database, one of them was the great commander of the Demonic Emperor's guards, who had a supreme Grotto Heaven realm cultivation base, Chanas. The other person was Wen Xing, who had left the Black Mosquito tribe and entered the Demonic Emperor planet because he had been recognized by the Demonic Emperor. He had been promoted from the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest to the Imperial capital's high priest. Yi Xian had heard of the fact that the latter's spirit core was at the 6th level. Wen Xing was also a supreme powerhouse with a Grotto Heaven realm cultivation base. Wen Xing and Chanas were the 2 most powerful existences in the Demonic Emperor star region. In the entire Demonic Emperor star region, they were second only to the Demonic Emperor. Their high status and great authority were second to none in the entire Demonic Emperor race. The only difference was that the great commander of the Demonic Emperor guards, Chanas, was in charge of the security of the entire Demonic Emperor city and the surrounding areas. High Priest Wen Xing represented the demonic emperor in managing the demonic saint ancestral temple, which was also located in the central area of the imperial capital. At the same time, High Priest Wen Xing was also in charge of the 10 Great Tribes' holy test. As for the entrance to the demonic saint Forbidden Land, it was also in the imperial capital and not far from the demonic saint ancestral temple. However, the people in charge of guarding this place were all descendants of the demonic emperor's bloodline. This showed how important the demonic saint Forbidden Land was to the demonic emperor's bloodline. It was said that the demonic emperor, who had single-handedly expanded the entire demonic race, had obtained an opportunity from the demonic saint Forbidden Land. The demonic emperor's spirit core was the highest level existence in the history of the demonic race. After 7 transformations and evolutions, it had reached level 8. When he saw this, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had left a spiritual imprint in his Sea of Consciousness that could protect Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness from being probed by any demonic race powerhouse with a higher level of source core. Although Yi Xian didn't know how to respond to this spiritual imprint, the Mad Mosquito Emperor wouldn't lie to him about this. However, what made Yi Xian a little suspicious was that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had claimed that his source core level was the same as the demonic emperor's, which was level 8. He had even said with a sigh that if one source core couldn't reach level 9, they would be nothing more than ants. It was as if he didn't take his level 8 source core seriously at all. As he thought about this, Yi Xian unknowingly became distracted and started to speculate about the mysteries of the demonic race's source core. It just so happened that he had finished reading all the information he had obtained from the central database of the Black Wind's superbrain. Yi Xian casually took out a small spatial pagoda that contained a large number of weeping soul beasts from his undying world. Then, he took out a few weeping soul beasts from the pagoda and began to absorb the spirit source energy with ease. Unknowingly, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Yi Xian, who had entered a state of cultivation, was so engrossed in it that he didn't notice the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Ba Chai came in front of him and carefully extended his spiritual power to remind Yi Xian that he abruptly woke up. The weeping soul beasts that had taken out the small spatial tower had also finished absorbing the spirit origin, so he immediately got up and waved his hand to absorb the small black horn scattered all over the ground into his body. Then, he asked Ba Chai about the Black Wind's journey through space. Yi Xian was immediately shocked by this question. Unknowingly, a full 4 days had passed since he had absorbed the weeping soul beasts. No wonder he felt that the small black horns on the ground were densely packed. There were clearly too many of them. Fortunately, although there was a small accident along the way that delayed them quite a bit of time, the Black Wind finally arrived at the demonic Emperor's star system after 4 days of space travel. Now, according to Yi Xian's instructions, the Black Wind had stopped at a secluded side of an abandoned dead star. Furthermore, the concealment formation had been activated all along. Although this place wasn't very close to the demonic Emperor's star, with the speed of Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, they would be able to reach it in less than half a day. Chapter 2897. The Mosquito Slayer was as strange as ever. Time was already running out, so Yi Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately escaped from the Black Wind Battlestar with Ba Chai, then raised his hand and stored it back into the undying world within his body. Only then did Yi Xian immediately take out the Dongshu shuttle and enter the cabin with Ba Chai. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to activate the Dongshu shuttle immediately and head for the demonic Emperor planet at top speed. However, as soon as he stepped into the cabin, everything he saw and heard was so shocking that he almost trembled. Even the thought of making the best use of his time was gone. In his line of sight, Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher's actions were clearly filled with a thick sense of strangeness. The wretched mosquito butcher was actually like a lord, spreading his body and leaning on the animal skin sofa. Although Hao Fangfang was also sitting at the side, his hands were clearly hugging the wretched mosquito butcher's smelly feet at this moment. Furthermore, she had taken off her shoes and socks, and even her pants were rolled up by 2 layers. She was clearly massaging the wretched mosquito slayer's feet with a fawning expression on her face. The latter, on the other hand, was lying on his back with his eyes slightly closed. His face was filled with bliss and satisfaction, and he was even humming softly from his mouth and nose. When the sound entered Yi Xian's ears, it instantly made his hair stand on end. All the hairs on his body stood on end. What made him feel even stranger was that the wretched mosquito slayer in front of him was looking more and more like the wretched mosquito slayer when he had pretended to be subdued by his slave seal. This expression, this demeanor, and that hair-raising sound like an old cat crying out in spring. No one who saw or heard this would ever associate it with the existence of a demon slave. "Master, you've come." At this moment, the wretched mosquito slayer who was squinting his eyes on the sofa coincidentally saw the sudden appearance of Yi Xian and Ba Chai through his slightly squinted eyes. He immediately retracted his pair of smelly feet, and with a sincere smile on his face, he nodded and bowed towards Yi Xian. On the other hand, Hao Fangfang's expression clearly did not show the slightest bit of awkwardness or distress. It was as if his action of ordering the servant girl to knead the wretched mosquito slayer's smelly feet was completely justified and justified. There must be something wrong here. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian sized up the wretched mosquito butcher with a suspicious look in his eyes. Then, he asked Ba Chai to take him back to the second level below. As for himself, he immediately activated the Dongshu shuttle, which had activated the concealment formation, and flew toward the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. As for the strangeness between Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher, although Yi Xian's heart was filled with suspicion, it wasn't the time to think about such things right now. After he was done with the urgent matters in front of him, he would have the time to slowly investigate. Yi Xian did not slack at all as he activated the shuttle with all his might. After half a day, in front of the Dongshu shuttle, in the void of the galaxy, 1 big, 2 small, and 3 planets with green eyes finally appeared. Obviously, they had finally arrived at the Devil Emperor planet. If there was enough time, Yi Xian would have chosen to stop at a distance, then stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle, put it away, and once again traversed the void with his physical body to enter the Devil Emperor planet. However, there were only 4 hours left before the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial test officially began, and there was still a short distance to the Devil Emperor planet. In addition, after entering the interior of the Devil Emperor planet, due to its unusually large size, the surface of the planet and the atmosphere was especially vast. If he traversed the void with his physical body, he would have to spend a little more than half of the last 4 hours. If there were any other accidents, he was afraid that he would really miss the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial test. Considering this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made up his mind and directly activated the Dongshu shuttle, flying toward the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. Soon after, the Dongshu shuttle, which had activated the concealment formation, was like an invisible meteor, rapidly plunging into the atmosphere of the Devil Emperor planet. After a brief period of hazy fog, the view in front of the battleship was instantly reflected in a large expanse of lush greenery. This was clearly the best planet for habitation. Green mountains and rivers filled the eyes, and there was not much difference between this planet and the administrative planet where the human race lived in the third universe. Even the buildings were roughly similar, but the style was quite different. Yi Xian only glanced at it a few times, then withdrew his mind and directly issued an order to the personal star communication system in his body, allowing it to connect to the star network of the Devil Emperor planet. He then launched a conditional search to obtain the geographical information of the Devil Emperor planet, as well as the location of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, which was used for the Holy Sun trial test, as well as other information. If he was in the territory of the human race in the third universe, facing such an imperial city, which was far from comparable to an ordinary administrative planet, Yi Xian would naturally not be so careless as to directly connect to the star network, considering that the central superbrain of his personal star communication system was still in a fragmented state. But if he was in the devil domain, then there was nothing to worry about. Although the Devil race had submitted to the Tianji race, they also had technological applications in various aspects, such as battleships, which were basically products based on technological elements, were extremely common in the Devil domain. However, all of the Demon domain's planets in this star field, without exception, did not have the normal star defense system of the third universe's human race. In that case, even if they actually had the starry sky network, even if the star in front of them was an important place for the entire Demon race, Yi Xian didn't need to analyze to be sure that the level of the starry sky superbrain used by the Demon Emperor star's starry sky network definitely wasn't that high. Since that was the case, even if his personal star communication system was based on a fragmented piece of the superbrain, Yi Xian believed that the other party would definitely not discover that the communication system had been hacked. The facts soon confirmed his guess. In just a few minutes, the information Yi Xian needed was automatically imported into his mind by the communication system. At the same time, there was also an evaluation result of the internal star network of the Devil Emperor planet. The result given by the communication system was very simple, but the conclusion was very firm. Ordinary star network system, can be connected. Can be merged. Risk probability, less than 0.1%. The risk probability was less than 1 in 10,000, this was clearly a rhythm that could destroy the other party at will. Yi Xian immediately grinned and at the same time, quickly flipped through the information received in his mind. After confirming the location of the Devil Emperor planet, he immediately activated the battleship and rushed over at top speed. Chapter 2898. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales opening of the trial. After landing in the forest, Yi Xian immediately brought Hao Fangfang out of the cabin and kept the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. At this point, his heart that had been hanging in the air all this time was finally completely put down. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at their destination about 2 hours before the trial officially opened. The Devil Imperial City was just a few hundred miles away. With such a short distance, given Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang's cultivation level, they would be able to enter the city before the trial started even if they had to walk. After feeling slightly relieved, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Hao Fangfang's question. However, it was not about the wretched mosquito slayer. Instead, it was about the fact that after spending the past few days with Yi Xian had unintentionally discovered many of Yi Xian's secrets. Yi Xian originally wanted to give a few words of advice. However, on second thought, if Yi Xian could really keep his mouth shut, there was no need for him to say anything. If it was the other way around, what was the point of giving a few words of advice? Thinking like this, Yi Xian immediately cut off this thought. In any case, what the other party knew was just some unimportant things. Yi Xian didn't dare to expose the truly important secrets in front of him. Wuji, are you worried that Luan will be a blabbermouth and reveal some of your little secrets? What surprised him was that even though Yi Xian did not intend to mention this matter, Hao Fangfang took the initiative to ask. However, in her tone, there was a hint of resentment. In your heart, Luan Xian is such a person. You have really hurt Luan Xian's feelings. You have really disappointed Luan Xian. Stop. It was just a few simple words, but they caused all the hairs on Yi Xian's body to stand on end. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly interrupted him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he turned around and rushed out of the dense forest. Let's hurry up and leave. We only have 2 hours, and this demon imperial city is not small. I'm afraid we'll need some time to find the Saint Demon Forbidden Area. After saying that, Yi Xian's figure had already left the forest. He flew into the air and turned into a shadow as he flew towards the majestic city in front of him. Hao Fangfang, who was in the woods, curled her lips. Her face was full of displeasure. She snorted and stomped her foot. Then, she quickly chased after him. After a short while, the two of them landed far away from the majestic city gate of the Devil Imperial City and walked towards it. Previously, they had already felt the extraordinary grandeur of the Devil Imperial City from afar. Now that they were close to it, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang finally realized the size and magnificence of this huge city. Not to mention other things, just the huge city gate in front of them was enough to make them gasp in amazement. Standing in front of it, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression as if one was leaning against a giant peak. It was obvious how terrifying its height was. It was not much different from a real giant peak. The peak of the city gate could be said to be towering into the clouds. However, although the majesty of this huge city was awe-inspiring, there was not a single guard inside or outside the gate. After passing through the huge city gate, an extremely prosperous and lively city scene suddenly rushed towards them. It was basically similar to other Devil Imperial cities, but the scale was more imposing and not just a little bit stronger. Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang were thinking about the Holy Sun trial, so they were not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. After a few glances, they quickly rushed towards the inner city where the Imperial city was located. With the magnificence and scale of this majestic city, it would take them a long time to go from the outer city to the inner city, even if they did not take any detours. It would take a little bit of time. After all, no one was allowed to fly in the air within the Imperial city. No matter how urgent the matter was, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, the Devil Imperial guards would immediately rush over and directly capture them. If that was the case, it would take even more time. In desperation, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang could only speed up their footsteps. Even so, it still took them nearly 20 minutes to finally see a wide river in front of them. They had finally arrived at the periphery of the inner city. This 1,000-meter-wide river was actually the moat that separated the outer city from the inner city. On the 1,000-meter-wide river, there was a huge black stone arch bridge that connected the two sides of the river from the north, south, east, and west. Right now, what appeared in front of Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang was one of the 4 giant bridges. After crossing the bridge, they would be able to reach the inner city. However, although there were almost no pedestrians on the bridge, there were some black-armored demon royal guards guarding the 2 ends of the bridge. There were 4 of them on each side of the bridge. They just stood there in a straight line. Although they were lofty and motionless, they gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Obviously, this inner city was not a place that just anyone could casually enter. If one wanted to cross this bridge, one had to have the qualifications. At the very least, one had to take out something to prove one's identity. This was really beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Before this, he had never thought that such a situation would occur. After hurrying and rushing, they finally arrived at the Imperial City. However, it just so happened that this last bridge separated them and they could no longer go forward. You and I are the trial saint of the Black Mosquito Star. Could it be that these Devil Imperial guards dare to stop us? After staring blankly at Yi Xian for a few moments, Hao Fangfang suddenly pouted and muttered indignantly. At the same time, she had already swayed her hips and walked towards the 4 black-armored Devil Imperial guards on the left side of the bridge. The 4 fellows were originally expressionless, and their eyes were so cold that they could almost emit frost. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw a man swaying his waist in a flirtatious manner towards them. His wide mouth was pursed up high, revealing a strange feeling that made people feel extremely disgusted. Under such circumstances, the originally cold and solemn faces of the 4 Devil Imperial guards finally began to change gradually. At first, they were stunned, then puzzled. In the end, when Hao Fangfang stood still about 10 feet in front of them, pinched her fingers together and opened her mouth to say, "Luan." Yi Xian clearly saw the faces of these 4 guys turn green in an instant. At the same time, on the west side of the inner city of the Devil Imperial City. Although it was called the inner city, in fact, the inner city was surrounded by a moat, and its area was extremely vast. Moreover, the atmosphere of the entire inner city was completely different from that of the outer city. The outer city was bustling and bustling. It was a metropolis full of people and buildings. On the other hand, the inner city was like a wilderness forest. Except for the real imperial city area, which was an inner city, there were also tall city walls. The streets within the walls were crisscrossed with crisscrossing paths and buildings. The other areas of the entire inner city were basically surrounded by green mountains and rivers, and the natural environment of the desolate forest. Among them, in addition to the huge imperial city in the central area, there were also some buildings of different shapes scattered around. The Holy Devil Ancestral Temple of the Demon Tribe was one of them. At this moment, in a valley about a few dozen kilometers away from the Saint Devil Ancestral Temple, Zhuangwu, Zhuliqing, and Zhuangwu were leading a dozen devil experts from the Black Mosquito tribe. They were waiting at the side of the valley with respectful expressions. Although they were silent, their eyes revealed a wisp of excitement. Chapter 2899. Bullying an honest person. The entire valley was not very vast. Entering from a curved gourd-like entrance, there were mountains and cliffs all around. At the end of the valley at the bottom of the gourd, there was a huge statue on the towering cliffs. The statue was more than 100 meters tall and was completely red. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of, but it was definitely not mountain rock. However, the strange thing was that the lower half of the statue was fused with the knife-like mountain wall behind it. The two materials were clearly not of the same material, but where they touched and connected, all the traces left behind gave people a feeling that they were completely natural. Moreover, there was a feeling that this blood-red 100-meter-long giant beast was not a so-called statue at all. It was originally a real living creature of flesh and blood. However, when it coincidentally drilled out from this mountain wall, before its lower body could leave the wall, its entire body had, for some strange reason, instantly solidified and turned into a statue. From then on, it would forever stand in this mountain valley, as if it was silently warning of something. Although a small part of the 100-meter-long beast's body could not be seen, the majority of its body that was exposed was clearly enough to see its species and bloodline. This was clearly a huge weeping soul beast. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as an ordinary ape, except that it had a slightly curved horn on its head. Unfortunately, whether it was Zhuangwu, Zhuliqing, or the other Black Mosquito Star Trial Saints, none of them showed any unusual reaction when they entered the valley and saw this strange and mysterious single-horned ape statue. It was obvious that none of them had seen a weeping soul beast before. After all, this beast was unique to the underground Weeping Soul Cave on Black Mountain Star. It was obviously impossible for experts outside Black Mountain Star to enter such a place. As for the demon experts who had seen or heard of the Weeping Soul Beast on Black Mountain Star, they did not have the chance to come to this forbidden valley on the Demon Emperor Star. Yi Xian was the only exception. If he were here at this moment, he would probably be shocked to the spot by this strange statue at the first moment. This was because all of the ordinary Weeping Soul beasts in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, after their illusory bodies were completely absorbed of the spirit origin energy contained within, the small horns that were left behind were all black. Only the Weeping Soul Giant Horn, which he obtained from the deepest seal of the Weeping Soul Cave, was completely blood-red. Although the horn had appeared once again in the black hole of life, it had actually changed from blood-red to black and turned into a large black horn. However, Yi Xian had a feeling that it was doing this on purpose, as if it was trying to hide something. And right now, the single blood on the head of this statue-like giant Weeping Soul beast was shockingly blood-red. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly the same as the Weeping Soul bloody horn in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star in Yixian. In the valley, other than Zhuangwu, Zhuliqing, and the other trial saints from the Black Mosquito Star, who were waiting respectfully at the side, there were a few other figures. One of them was a thin, brown-bearded old man in his 60s. He was the current Demon King's most trusted high priest of the Demon King Star. He had a grade 6 source core and his cultivation base had reached the origin realm, Wenxing. Just now, Zhuangwu and the others had followed him to this forbidden area in the valley. In addition, High Priest Wenxing was followed by 2 demons from the Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Finally, there were the two guardians of the forbidden area who had just stepped out of their respective cave abodes. On both sides of this strange statue at the bottom of the valley were clearly two cave abodes that had been directly dug out of the stone walls. These two old men guarding the forbidden area in the valley had just walked out of these two simple cave abodes on the mountain wall, one on the left and one on the right. Although these two people were dressed in coarse hemp clothes, their identities were not to be underestimated. Not only were they members of the Demon King's royal family, but their seniority was also quite frightening. Even the current Demon Queen had to call them imperial uncles when she saw them. As for the cultivation of the two, although they deliberately concealed it, there was no way to perceive it. However, from the warm attitude of High Priest Wenxing when he saw the two coming out of the Guardian Cave, he immediately came forward to greet them. The cultivation of these two guardians of the forbidden area must also be extraordinary. Alright, if there is nothing else, you can enter now. After exchanging a few pleasantries with High Priest Wenxing, one of the guardians glanced coldly at Zhuo Hongwu and the others. His face was expressionless, and his tone was indifferent and cold. The requirements of the trial are always the same. After the 10 people who enter are sent out at the end of the month, the final candidate for the Holy Sun will be decided based on the number of multi-pupil thought crystals in their hands. The one with the most wins. At this point, the Guardian paused for a moment, and then continued, there is also a special case, which is that if someone can obtain a certain skill, secret skill, or even divine ability in the Saint Demon Forbidden area in this short period of time, then that person will be the winner. If there is more than one lucky person, then between each other. Then, the final candidate for the Holy Sun will be decided based on the number of multi-pupil thought crystals in their hands. It was very clear and very fair. Zhuo Liqing and the other 8 prospective Holy Sons of the Black Mosquito tribe nodded obediently after they heard what he said. However, this guardian seemed to dislike this kind of obedience. Seeing this, he frowned and snorted coldly, then turned and walked to the cave residence on the left. It was also at this time that in a certain direction about a few dozen miles away from the valley, a ferocious and shrill howl suddenly sounded without warning, causing Zhuo Liqing and the others in the valley to tremble in fear, and their faces faintly changed. High Priest Wenxing frowned and looked in the direction of the shrill howl, muttering to himself, listening to the sound, it seems to be from the East Bridge. Could it be that someone is so bold as to break into the inner city of the Demon Emperor? At the same time, the others also subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, including the guardian of the forbidden area who turned and walked to the cave residence. However, what was surprising was that at this moment, after he heard Master Wenxing's soft muttering, not only was his face annoyed, a bright light actually burst out from his eyes. It was as if he was extremely interested in the existence that was forcefully breaking into the inner city in the East Bridge district. Such an obvious performance, even Zhuo Liqing and the other prospective Holy Sons of the Black Mosquito tribe saw it. Because of this, the expressions on their faces were a little strange at this moment, faintly revealing a hint of hidden bitterness. Chapter 2900. Mournful and demonic. This mournful howl that was filled with incomparable ferocity was the masterpiece of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Xue Ben. Of course, the person who instructed it to do this was Yi Xian. The reason why the latter released Xue Ben from the pet bracelet on his wrist was not because the demon royal guards guarding the East Bridge were too rude and unreasonable and wanted to attack him and Hao Fangfang. It was also not because Yi Xian wanted to force his way through the East Bridge. This was the imperial city of the demon race. Even though Yi Xian's power was extremely terrifying, he definitely did not dare to act wildly here. At least, that was the case for now. Any random Grotto Heaven Realm expert would be able to wipe out Yi Xian's subordinates in an instant. The reason why Yi Xian took the opportunity to release Xue Ben from the pet bracelet and secretly ordered it to let out a long howl, was only to alarm the person in charge of the Imperial City, or rather the head of the Demon Royal Guards in front of him, and then lead them here. These Demon Royal Guards in front of him were, frankly speaking, nothing more than gatekeepers. Yi Xian had no interest in chatting with these underlings who could not make decisions. Besides, the time of the trial was getting closer and closer, so he did not have the time. But the other party did not want to let him pass, and he could not force his way through, so the only way was this. Very soon, a junior demon royal guard commander rushed over with a few subordinates. What made Yi Xian dumbfounded was that this guy was clearly an official, but he was actually even more muddle-headed than the gatekeepers. He did not even have the intention to ask a few questions to understand the situation. Before he could stand still, he had already sternly ordered the demon royal guards to immediately arrest Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang on the spot. Fortunately, at this time, another figure hurried over from the other side of the bridge. When he saw this person, the junior demon royal guard commander did not continue to show his authority and politely greeted him, taking the initiative to exchange pleasantries. This person was one of the two attendants of the Saint Devil Ancestor Palace who had followed High Priest Wenxing into the Forbidden Valley. Now, he was here on High Priest Wenxing's order to inquire about the reason for the previous sharp howl. Of course, he wouldn't say that the one who really asked him to come and take a look was actually the guardian of the forbidden area that made Zhuo Liqing and the others feel so aggrieved. However, to Yi Xian, it was not important who had sent him here. The important thing was that he had finally achieved his goal. Therefore, as soon as the other party finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately cupped his hands and explained the situation briefly. Of course, the main point was to emphasize the purpose of his and Hao Fangfang's visit. What? Are you here to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial? It would have been better if this matter had not been brought up. Once this matter was brought up, the attendant of the Ancestral Hall was stunned. Even the junior commander of the Demon Emperor Guards had a strange expression on his face. Originally, they had thought that those who dared to make trouble here, even if they were not relatives of the imperial family, were more or less related to the imperial family. In this case, they only had a dispute with a few Demon Emperor Guards, and then they would go back and ask for a private message. Then, this trivial matter would be resolved. Who would have thought that these two guys were just the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial takers? Since when did these prospective Holy Suns from the top 10 foreign tribes, who hadn't passed the Holy Sun trial takers, dare to be so arrogant? As this thought flashed through his mind, the expression of the attendant of the Ancestral Hall became even more strange. He didn't say anything more. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the junior commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, he signaled Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang to follow him, and then led them straight across the bridge. In the Valley of the Forbidden Area, the two guardians of the Forbidden Area and the High Priest of the Demon Emperor Star, Wenxing, and the other two were sitting cross-legged in the void about 100 meters above the ground. They were in a triangle formation, facing the head of the 100-meter-tall statue. They seemed to be working together to perform some kind of secret skill. All of them had their eyes closed, and their expressions were solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang followed the attendant of the Ancestral Hall of the Demons into the Valley of the Forbidden Area. When Yi Xian looked up, he immediately saw the giant statue of the Weeping Soul Beast at the bottom of the gourd wall at the end of the valley. Especially that familiar blood-red color of the Weeping Soul Beast, which caught him off guard and caused his expression to change abruptly. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt as if there was a flash of light in his mind, making him vaguely feel as if he had touched upon some kind of truth. Unfortunately, this flash of light was still too obscure, and when he carefully searched for it, he couldn't catch anything. However, this matter caused Yi Xian to instantly feel a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. Since this Saint Devil Forbidden Area was related to the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, then, he had to be more careful on this trip. What if all of this was not a coincidence? Thinking of this, Yi Xian, whose heart was slightly trembling, quickly regained his composure, and the shock on his face quickly dissipated. Screech! It was also at this moment that an extremely mournful and strange howl suddenly came from the end of the valley in front of them. Listening to the sound, this was clearly not a sound that could be made by a devil cultivator expert. Even a magical beast might not be able to make such a strange and mournful sound. It was clearly emitting a strong demonic aura. What made Yi Xian even more surprised was that this strange and mournful demonic howl was clearly coming from the head of the blood-colored weeping soul beast statue at the bottom of the valley. Yi Xian subconsciously looked towards the direction of the sound, and in the next moment, he saw that the forehead area of the weeping soul beast statue had actually turned into a layer of grayish-black light film, just like the black teleportation light film that appeared after the space door in the Battlestar was activated. It was just that the color was different, and it was also faintly shining. Obviously, this layer of light film on the forehead of the statue should be the entrance to the void passage into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Just now, it was successfully opened by the joint efforts of High Priest Wen Xing and the other two, and immediately there was such a strange and mournful howl coming out from it. This was clearly not a good sign. This thought flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian followed the Saint Devil Ancestor Palace servant in front of him into the depths of the valley on the opposite side. At the same time, he subconsciously frowned. He suddenly had an intuition. This time, the Holy Sun trial, I'm afraid it will be difficult to be as peaceful as before. Zhang Wuji. You, why aren't you dead yet? Just as he was a little absent-minded, not far from the right side of the end of the valley, a familiar exclamation suddenly came at this time, and there was a strong sense of shock and unwillingness in the words. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and what was reflected in his eyes was Suo Liqing's horrified face, which was full of despair, as if his father had just died. As for the other trial candidates of the Black Mosquito tribe, they were clearly on his left and right, and at this time, they also looked in Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang's direction, with their mouths wide open and their expressions dull, and there was also a very obvious sense of horror. Without waiting for Yi Xian to respond, suddenly from the direction of the end of the valley came a loud laugh. Zhang Wuji. Good. Not only is the way of doing things to this old man's taste, but even the name is to my liking, ha ha ha. Chapter 2901. Aren't you despicable? The person who suddenly laughed out loud was one of the two guardians of the Forbidden Mountain Valley that Suo Liqing and the others were filled with resentment. At this moment, he, who had been keeping a straight face all this while, took the initiative to get close to Yi Xian as he walked over. The latter was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes were filled with suspicion. He looked at the old man who was walking towards him from head to toe. This matter clearly had a slightly familiar strangeness to it. All of a sudden, an old man with a wretched smile popped out of nowhere. When he opened and closed his mouth, it was either to his liking or to his liking. In the end, he even brazenly said that he was fated to be with him. This was clearly a blatant hint and seduction. What's wrong with me recently? Why am I always being pestered by such a freak? I haven't completely gotten rid of the one behind me and now another one pops up out of nowhere. Could it be that there's no end to this? As these thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. The light in his eyes instantly turned cold, and he even rolled his eyes at the wretched old man who was walking towards him. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph, don't try that. Don't think that I'll give you face just because you put on a smile on your face. I won't be affected by force or persuasion, so you better give up on this idea and don't bother me." The reason for his words and attitude was because he had already learned a painful lesson from Hao Fangfang. Wasn't this wretched and shameless old man in front of him not much different from Hao Fangfang back then? If she had ignored him from the beginning, perhaps she would have retreated after a few rounds of rebuffs. She wouldn't have become more and more familiar with him now. Even if she wanted to treat him coldly and make him tactfully stop pestering her, it was obviously impossible. And this wretched old man in front of him was clearly using the same trick as Hao Fangfang. Because of this, Yi Xian, who had already learned his lesson from Hao Fangfang, decided to treat him badly from the start. He definitely couldn't let the old man see even the slightest chance of success. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets in the future. Won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. It's even better than what this old man imagined. Unexpectedly, the moment Yi Xian finished speaking, the wretched old man actually laughed out loud. Not only was he not annoyed by Yi Xian's words and attitude, he even clapped his hands and praised how wonderful. What an old fox. He's much more stable than Hao Fangfang. He actually still hasn't given up and is still testing. Thinking of this, Yi Xian secretly clenched his teeth. He thought about how this old man was dressed in rough cloth. Even if he wasn't a servant, he probably wouldn't be any better. In addition, he was the one who took the initiative to provoke him. He was only a little more strict with his words, so he shouldn't be able to cause any unforeseen events that wouldn't end well. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but calm down. His originally gloomy face revealed a hint of malevolence in the blink of an eye. Even his eyes shone with a fierce light. His words were no longer polite. He stared fiercely at the wretched old man who was standing a few feet away, sizing him up with a smile. It was obvious that the more he looked at him, the more pleased he felt. He suddenly roared out loud, "What's wrong with you, old man? Can't you understand human language? If you continue to harass me so shamelessly, I'm going to scold you even more. Scold, 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 hurry up and scold me. Ha ha ha, this old man wants to hear someone scold me. The fiercer you scold me, the happier this old man will be. Hurry up, what are you standing there for?" Seeing that Yi Xian actually turned hostile at the slightest disagreement, the guardian of the forbidden area, who was originally more and more satisfied with him, became even happier. He clapped his hands and grinned at Yi Xian, "Stinky brat, hurry up. I'm about to die from anxiety. I just found the feeling and haven't even had a chance to enjoy it. Why are you suddenly so cold?" This time, Yi Xian was really cold. Even if this damned old man's skin was thick, and he wanted to use this trick to harass him, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? This was clearly the sign of something wrong with his head. Not only was he wretched, but he was also crazy. If compared to Hao Fangfang, he would be at least 10 times more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately depressed. Why bother with this crazy and wretched old man? He could just ignore them. After thinking for a while, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He turned around and walked to the side of the valley. Since he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him, right? In the face of this dramatic and absurd scene, the other guardian of the Forbidden Valley, the high priest Wenxing, and the 2 attendants of the ancestral hall behind him were stunned at first, but they all shook their heads and sighed inwardly. It was as if they were already used to this. There was clearly something else going on. As for Zhuo Hongwu, Zhuo Liqing, and the others, they were all completely dumbfounded. Zhuo Liqing and the other 7 saint trial takers were even more stunned for a few seconds before realization dawned on them. Obviously, they had guessed something. This old prince was clearly a psychologically twisted masochist. Moreover, he was a critically ill existence. He even took the initiative to ask for a scolding in front of him. And he actually said that the scolding wasn't harsh enough. "I just found the feeling and then it was gone. I almost died from anxiety." What a wretch. Unfortunately, he had been angered by such a despicable person to the point that he had a stomach full of anger. He was simply wronged to death. Thinking of this, Zhuo Liqing felt the blood in his brain surge. Almost subconsciously, he opened his mouth and scolded fiercely, "You wretched old bastard. He didn't scold you, but you actually chased after him. I'm talking to you, green bastard. Aren't you asking for a scolding? Come on, I promise I'll scold you until you feel comfortable. What are you waiting for? Do you think I scolded you too harshly this time? Don't you think you're wretched? You found someone to scold and pick on. You're such an ugly old bastard. Don't tell me you want to learn how to be pretentious like a wretch." The more Zhuo Liqing scolded, the more comfortable he felt. Because of the cold shoulder, Zhuo Liqing was finally able to vent his anger. Although there was no benefit in scolding that old bastard, at least he didn't lose anything. They were even. Silence. A deathly silence. Along with the wanton cursing coming to a stop, Swaliching suddenly realized that the atmosphere was slightly strange. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was staring blankly at him, and their faces were filled with dumbfounded and shocked expressions. His heart trembling, Swaliching seemed to realize something. He felt terrible, and his face turned pale. He braced himself and looked at the old prince, who was chasing after Zhang Wuji and begging for a scolding. Chapter 2902. Translator, Nyoibo Studio alternating between good and evil. What? He had to agree before he could scold her. Swaliching was dumbfounded on the spot, and his face was full of grief and indignation. He had never heard of a masochist looking for someone to scold, and there was also a trigger mode for conditions. This was clearly a scam. While wailing in his heart, Swaliching's entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Endless horror surged on his face. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were about to explode. It was clear that the guardian of the imperial family's forbidden grounds who had been cursed by Swaliching already had the intention to kill. This was something that even Yi Xian could clearly sense. In the end, another guardian of the forbidden area who couldn't bear to see this and the high priest Wenxing stepped forward at the same time and pleaded for leniency. Only then did he finally put this matter down for the time being. However, although he could spare Swaliching's life for the time being, he had to promise to do something for him. At this time, Swaliching obviously had no choice. He immediately nodded and agreed. Then, the guardian of the forbidden grounds of the royal family, who was called Imo Qigong by High Priest Wenxing, moved his lips slightly, but did not make any sound. This was not an ordinary sound like secret, otherwise it would be impossible to hide from the others present. It should be a similar but more profound spell. It was clear that only Swaliching could hear Imo Qigong's words. Even Yi Xian, who didn't know his name but knew his identity, and the high priest, Wenxing, both turned their heads and exchanged a look. Ji Er frowned slightly. As for Swaliching, he nodded from time to time as he listened. In the end, he even subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. Although his gaze quickly shifted back, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. This guy was listening to Imo Qigong's orders, so why would he suddenly look at him? The only explanation was that Imo Qigong's orders had something to do with him. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately raised his guard. Just now, when the high priest Wenxing and another guardian of the imperial family's forbidden grounds were pleading for Swaliching, they had a brief conversation with Imo Qigong. Through these words, Yi Xian now understood that Imo Qigong did not have the same problem as Hao Fangfang. He had misunderstood before. Moreover, the fact that Imo Qigong had been chasing after him and begging for a scolding was not because he was crazy. There was obviously a cause and effect for this matter. It seemed to be related to the obsession or heart demon that Imo Qigong had left behind many years ago because of some past incident. And the reason why he took the initiative to ask the people who fulfilled certain conditions to insult him was probably to get rid of the inner demons left behind by what happened back then. But as for the details of this matter, Yi Xian obviously could not deduce from the simple conversation between the three of them. He did not even know which part of him happened to meet Imo Qigong's requirements. However, although the previous matter had been clarified to be a misunderstanding, this did not mean that Imo Qigong would not think about him anymore. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the secret words that Imo Qigong had to say to Swaliching were most likely related to him. It just so happened that Swaliching had an old grudge with him. It seemed that when they entered the forbidden grounds, he would have to double his guard against this person. All right, time has been delayed. You all should enter the forbidden grounds immediately. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, Imo Qigong seemed to have finished his instructions and looked directly at Yi Xian and the other candidates. He then repeated the rules of the Holy Disciple trial and added a few more words. The trial will last for a month, but after you enter through the void tunnel, you may not be together. The location you will be transported to is random. Therefore, even if you are alone at that time, there is no need to panic. Once the time is up, as long as you do not die in the void tunnel, even if you are on your last breath, you will be transported out on time. Then, after pausing for a moment, he reminded them one last time, remember, although there are fortunes and opportunities in the forbidden grounds, there are even more dangers. Everything will depend on your own temperament and luck. In addition, this old man's only useful experience for you is one sentence: the forbidden grounds do not belong to our universe. It does not even belong to our endless Milky Way. Therefore, do not use your inherent cognitive habits to presume what you will encounter in there, and even more so, do not be rash to jump to conclusions. Remember, after saying that, Mo Qigong suddenly waved his hand without warning. In the next moment, a total of 10 quasi-holy sons, including Yi Xian, felt their bodies tighten. Their entire bodies were uncontrollably wrapped by a vast and invisible force as they shot straight towards the 100-meter-long blood-colored weeping soul beast statue in front of the cliff wall at the bottom of the valley. They quickly approached the weeping soul beast's wide forehead spiritual altar. Xiao, among the 10 candidates, the first one to come into contact with the grayish-black light film covering the giant blood beast's forehead was actually Hao Fangfang. The moment his body entered the grayish-black light film, Yi Xian vaguely heard a faint sound breaking through the air and quickly disappearing into the distance. At the same time, just as Yi Xian's body came into contact with the grayish-black light film, Mo Qigong's voice suddenly came from the valley. It was clearly directed at him. Stinking brat, let me give you a golden saying. Understand it yourself: one evil thought, and you will be evil for life. One good thought, and it will be in vain. Xiao. It was unknown whether Mo Qigong's golden saying was finished or not. In short, Yi Xian only heard a few words before his body entered the grayish-black light film. Following the faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian only felt as if he had fallen into a strange whirlpool with an endless suction force from all directions. His entire body flowed uncontrollably, and even his sense of direction was lost. Everything seemed to be covered in a layer of dreamlike emptiness. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, the muffled sound of a heavy object hitting the ground entered his ears. Yi Xian, who had long since fallen into a daze, finally completely recovered his clarity of mind. Following that, a sudden numbness came from his waist and back. Only then did he realize that the muffled sound he heard was the sound of him falling from the sky and smashing into the ground fiercely. What a mess! Although there was no one around, Yi Xian still felt very awkward. Black lines appeared on his forehead, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. He quickly got up and turned his head to look at his surroundings. Actually, there wasn't anything too strange in the surroundings. Boundless mountains rose and fell continuously, and the sky was high and the ground was far away. It was vast and boundless. Chapter 2903. A sea of corpse fluid. It was clearly on the surface of a planet. Although it was different from the forbidden land of the demonic sage that he knew, it wasn't enough to make Yi Xian so surprised. The reason why he was shocked was because the heavens, the earth, the mountains, and the boundless vegetation. All of this clearly revealed a dense sense of ancientness and antiquity. Even the invisible aura in the void was the same. It was exactly the same as the aura he felt when he saw the giant star tortoise and the desolate golden dragon in the 2 inheritance images when he cultivated the hollow void technique infused with the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. This made Yi Xian suddenly feel like he was hallucinating. Could it be that he had dreamt back to the primordial era? After being stunned for a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down. Then, he once again swept his gaze to the surroundings. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized an extremely strange situation. At this moment, he was within such a desolate mountain range, yet his ears actually didn't hear even the most ordinary cry of birds or roar of beasts. It was as if this boundless mountain range, or even this part of the world, was a completely dead land. Thinking of this, the expression on his face slightly changed. Then, his eyes caught sight of a towering mountain peak in the distance. Looking from afar, it was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the clouds. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian quickly soared into the air and flew towards the giant mountain peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. When he was in the air and looked down, he discovered that this giant mountain was actually like a volcano. There was a huge hollow ring-shaped mountain pass, and the inside of it was hollow, like an endless abyss. Before, Yi Xian was too far away from this giant mountain, so he didn't feel it was real and clear. But now, as he approached, he discovered that the ring-shaped volcanic crater at the top of the giant mountain was about 1,000 miles in diameter. If one reached the top of the giant mountain and looked at the opposite side of the ring-shaped crater, they wouldn't be able to see the end at all. If Yi Xian hadn't fallen from the sky, he would have mistakenly thought that the place he was standing at was actually the edge of the abyss. Yi Xian had never seen such a magnificent ring-shaped volcano before. However, at this moment, the giant mountain peak under his feet, although it had the appearance of a ring-shaped crater like a volcano, and the inside of the mountain was also hollow, it was clearly not a so-called volcano. Because even if it was an extinct volcano, the magma vein activity in the depths of the mountain had disappeared for many years. But even if it was no longer hot, it was impossible for it to be like now. What was spreading out were clearly strands of extremely cold that made one feel thoroughly uncomfortable. This feeling not only didn't feel like a volcano, but more like the aura of hell. This strange situation unknowingly aroused Yi Xian's curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made a decision. His figure leaped up, and directly landed at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater below him. As his figure descended, the distance gradually decreased. At the same time, it was also because he was gradually getting used to this dark environment. More importantly, it was also because Yi Xian's figure had to pass through a large amount of floating black fog as he descended. Therefore, not long after, when Yi Xian's figure had descended 70 to 80,000 meters, the scene at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater, which was like an endless abyss, finally became clear in his line of sight. As his field of vision rapidly cleared up, Yi Xian's expression once again changed in astonishment. This time, even his Shi Xing was trembling with redness. It could be seen how shaken his mind was by the scene before him. It was common knowledge that the deeper one went into a ring-shaped crater, the wider it became. This huge ring-shaped crater was the same. Previously, when he was still at the top of the ring-shaped crater, he couldn't see the opposite side. But now, even though he hadn't reached the bottom of the crater, Yi Xian still felt that all around him had become a boundless void. From this, it was enough to see how vast and boundless the bottom of the crater was. However, the shape of this boundless expanse of land was actually a boundless ocean, a black ocean. Yi Xian had never heard of a boundless ocean appearing at the bottom of a ring-shaped crater. But in reality, this wasn't the strangest thing about this huge ring-shaped crater. In the air above this vast ocean that was pitch black and exuded an endless cold aura, there was clearly a layer of dense black fog that permeated the air. Previously, when Yi Xian was descending, he had passed through layers of thin fog. It was obvious that this fog had slowly spread upwards from here. And at this moment, as Yi Xian's figure once again slowly descended towards the boundless black ocean, his vision gradually became clearer. At this moment, through the gaps in the black fog that occasionally moved like waves in the absence of wind, Yi Xian could clearly see that on the ink-black surface of the ocean below, there were countless different shapes, but all of them were incomparably terrifying and sinister floating corpses. These floating corpses were basically all kinds of living creatures, but all of them exuded an ancient feeling of vicissitudes. Yi Xian even saw a black sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters on a corner of the ocean not far away. At first, he was puzzled as to what kind of living creature it was, but as he gradually got closer, at the same time, the sphere also moved along with the slight ripples of the black ocean. Gradually, Yi Xian finally realized that this was clearly a head with facial features similar to a human's, but a head that was incomparably enlarged. it was just a head, but it had a diameter of 100 meters. Was this a giant, or a supreme deity from the primordial age? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. Then, his expression changed again in shock. In this boundless black ocean, there were so many floating corpses of all kinds floating on the surface, almost covering more than 80% of the surface area within the range of his divine sense. Then, what about below the surface of the ocean? What about the deeper parts of the ocean? Obviously, the endless corpses floating on the surface of the sea were only a small part of it. This was because if there were no more corpses, then the vast and boundless Black Sea at the bottom of the mountain would not be able to pass through it all. Little by little, they would accumulate into an ocean in the end. This black seawater was clearly corpse fluid, the fluid that slowly seeped out from the bodies of the corpses. After realizing this truth, Yi Xian's entire body turned completely cold, and even his spirit could not help but tremble. Terrifying. Indescribably terrifying. Corpse Fluid Sea. Chapter 2904. Corpse flower condensing fruit. Looking at everything in front of him, Yi Xian fell into an indescribable shock. If the Devil Saint Forbidden Land really existed, then this space, this world, was very likely to be a place that had been sealed since the primordial era. It was as if it had been forgotten in the boundless river of stars, and it had become a part of time that had been frozen for countless years. Whether it was the environment and aura of this world, or the appearances of the creatures in this endless pool of corpses, they all exuded a strong aura of desolation that was definitely not present in the galaxy and spacetime Yi Xian was currently experiencing. If that was really the case, then what exactly had happened here before this desolate world was severed and imprisoned in the endless space and time of the boundless galaxy? With this kind of shock and thought, Yi Xian lowered his body once more. Only when he was only 1,000 meters away from the terrifying corpse pool did he stop. Then, on the surface of the pool, whether it was thick or thin, it was everywhere, and the floating black corpse aura started to sway in all directions. After a full half an hour, Yi Xian continued to move in one direction, but he still hadn't reached the edge of the black corpse pool. From this, one could see how vast it was. Even now, the black corpse pond below was still filled with a large number of corpses. Some of the corpses had turned into skeletons, but some still had some flesh and blood. Some of them were even able to keep their bodies intact due to their special bloodline or because they were simply too powerful. However, they were filled with a thick sense of death, which made Yi Xian not dare to approach them. In this place, he had seen too many skeletons and corpses of such enormous creatures. In the end, he was almost numb to them. As Yi Xian ventured deeper into the pool of corpses, he soon spotted a few more islands. Yes, it was an island, but it was an island of bones. A large number of skeletons, perhaps due to the power of the corpse pool's internal flow, slowly gathered together and squeezed closer and closer together. The gaps between the skeletons became smaller and smaller. In the end, they joined together and formed this strange island made up purely of endless corpses. Yi Xian gathered his courage and landed on one of the islands. Then, he slowly walked with a shocked expression. The ground under his feet and everything on the island that he could see, whether it was the craggy peaks or the cave-like openings that occasionally appeared on a bone peak, everything was made up of skeletons. Even with Yi Xian's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear as he stepped on this island of bones. There was also an indescribable feeling towards life. This made his mind suddenly brighten up. He didn't dare to say that it was an epiphany, but at this moment, his state of mind did indeed have an effect that was close to sublimation. One's realm could be improved, but the cultivation of one's state of mind required luck. Just based on this inexplicable understanding of the state of mind, Yi Xian didn't come in vain this time. He couldn't see anything at the moment, but he would benefit a lot in the future because of this. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the endless corpse pool outside the island of bones suddenly emitted a continuous series of dull roars. Yi Xian's body shook and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Through the endless surface of the black corpse pool, Yi Xian could clearly see numerous invisible whirlpools wreaking havoc. In addition, a powerful airflow inexplicably appeared above the corpse pool, causing the black corpse aura above the pool to surge. All of this directly caused the countless corpses of living beings that floated within the corpse pool that had been deathly still for so many years to actually come to life at this moment, and the hideous and terrifying corpses and skeletons made various movements under the surging and surging of the pool of corpse fluid, causing it to be indescribably horrifying. At this moment, the endless corpse pool seemed to come to life. The inexplicably surging airflow stirred up a torrential wave of corpses and wind. At the same time, there were roars and howls that sounded like roars and howls that rang out. This was caused by the invisible airflow passing through the gaps between the skeletons during the violent flow. But in such an environment, how could these roars and whistles not be the unwillingness and anger of the countless creatures floating in the endless corpse pool? Rumble. Gotcha. Just as Yi Xian was shocked by the sudden change in the boundless black corpse pool, he was dumbfounded on the island of bones and didn't have any reaction to it. Just in front of his sight, in the pool formed by the endless black corpse liquid, a black round object with a diameter of a meter suddenly rushed out. It looked like a black thunderball, and its interior was extremely unstable. The black energy in the ball could be vaguely seen rotating and surging endlessly. After rushing out of the corpse pool, it soared into the sky. It didn't explode until it reached a height of about 1 kilometer. With this explosion, an electric net burst out in an instant, quickly spreading in all directions. It was indeed a lightning ball, but its energy was not the lightning attribute energy of nature. Instead, it came from the bottom of the pool. If he was not mistaken, it should be a large amount of corpse aura and even the evil thoughts of these creatures that had died. Under the pressure of the pool water, they gradually gathered together and condensed inward under the pressure of the pool water, becoming denser and denser before finally forming the lightning ball. Boom! Rumble, gotcha! Just as these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, the surface of the corpse pool in that area once again rushed out of the corpse thunderball. There were big and small, and it was unknown what kind of power caused it, but it actually shot towards the top of the pool one after another. After reaching a certain height, it suddenly exploded, bursting out with corpse electricity. Although there were different sizes of corpse lightning, they were all pitch black in color. However, after these corpse thunder exploded, although there were strong and weak corpse electricity, there was clearly a more obvious difference. This point quickly attracted Yi Xian's interest. That was the color. At first, the corpse thunder that burst out after the corpse thunder exploded was black, but in the large number of corpse thunder that exploded later, there were clearly some lightning of other colors. Red. Green. Even gold. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled by this strange phenomenon and faintly felt that there was something hidden in it, the sky suddenly brightened at this moment. In that area, about 100 kilometers in radius, the black corpse gas that filled the air above the pool was finally ignited by the corpse electricity that spread out after the corpse thunder exploded. It was the burning of the corpse gas that brought about the light, but it revealed a strange pale color. It was also at this time that Yi Xian suddenly saw a delicate flower under the monstrous corpse flames. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system quietly sounded in his mind. Chapter 2905. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. May you pluck more. Nine-eyed golden crystal. Pluck more. Yi Xian was dumbstruck. His mind was spinning. Unknowingly, he recalled what Li Mosquito had explained to him about the multi-eyed sense crystal. The multi-eyed sense crystal referred to the demonic sense star crystals with eye halos. An ordinary devil star crystal was just a translucent black crystal. The crystal was completely empty, and there was nothing inside. As for the multi-pupil sense crystal, one could see layers of halos that resembled pupils within the crystal. The minimum number of halos was 1 to 9. The more halos there were, the higher the grade of the crystal. Therefore, if the multi-eyed sense crystal was further divided, it could be called the single-eyed sense crystal, the dual-eyed sense crystal, the eight-eyed sense crystal and the nine-eyed sense crystal. If Lee Mosquito was right, then wouldn't the nine-eyed sense crystal be the highest grade among all the multi-eyed sense crystals? Wasn't his luck a little too good? One had to know that according to Yi Xian's understanding, even in the entire devil cultivator race, the true upper echelons only had a few multi-eyed thought crystals in their hands. Even if it was a single-eyed thought crystal, it would only have a single dazzling thought crystal. The mind power in this sense crystal was different from the normal demonic sense crystal, which didn't have any eye effects. It was more advanced. Therefore, many high-level martialists of the Demon Man race would only absorb the advanced mind power of the multi-pupil sense crystal when they had a breakthrough in their mind power or when they felt that their mind source cores were about to transform. They could make use of this effect to break through in one fell swoop. Even so, according to the information that Yi Xian had obtained from the Black Mosquito Star Web database, the highest grade multi-eyed sense crystal that had ever been found in the demonic man race was only an eight-eyed sense crystal. Because it was silvery white, this sense crystal was called an eight-eyed silver crystal. It was treated as the race's most precious treasure and kept in the demonic Emperor Star Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Even the Demon Emperor couldn't bear to use it. Now, he had inexplicably come across a nine-eyed golden crystal. The eight-eyed sense crystal was silver, and the nine-eyed sense crystal was gold. This was in accordance with the rules, but besides Yi Xian, no one else in the demonic man race knew that the nine-eyed sense crystal was actually gold. Because they had never seen it before. Yi Xian was indeed shocked by the fact that he had unexpectedly encountered a top-notch nine-eyed golden crystal. However, this was not what he was more surprised about. Instead, this multi-pupil thought crystal was actually produced in the corpse pond. It was formed from a very beautiful plant in the corpse pond that could be called a corpse flower. After undergoing the baptism of corpse thunder, corpse lightning, and corpse flames, the flower grew into fruit. This fruit was the multi-pupil thought crystal. All of this was simply inconceivable. Yi Xian had previously thought that this was most likely a type of mineral. At most, it was produced in a special place. But at this moment, everything in front of him clearly confirmed the strange reality of the corpse flower condensing fruit turning into polychoria. Rumble, boom. Gotcha, just as Yi Xian was in a daze as he stared blankly ahead. However, his mind was rapidly spinning as he analyzed everything. In the area of the corpse pond in front of him, the corpse lightning in the depths of the pond still rushed into the sky one by one and exploded. Then, the corpse lightning burst out and entered the raging corpse flames that enveloped the entire area of the pond. However, the area where the corpse flames burned in the sky was only this 100-mile radius of the corpse pond. It did not spread out and affect the entire boundless black corpse pond. This was because the corpse chi that filled the entire surface of the pond was not a hole. They were like clouds, with a small canopy here and a large canopy there. There would be some gaps between them. When the corpse lightning in this 100-mile area exploded, the invisible airflow that was produced unknowingly pushed away the corpse chi that filled the air around the edge of this area. Under such circumstances, when the corpse chi in this area was ignited by the corpse lightning, the corpse flames burned along with the corpse chi to the edge. When they encountered a separation zone where there was no corpse chi, the corpse flames stopped burning. The corpse chi at the edge was pushed away by the invisible airflow, leaving behind a ring without corpse chi. It was the same as when a forest fire broke out, cutting down trees outside the fire to form a line of separation. In short, the blazing corpse flames only wreaked havoc in the air above the 50-kilometer radius of the pool and didn't spread to the entire corpse pool. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have any other choice but to take the risk and quickly escape from the corpse flames. At this moment, as the flames that were spreading out finally stopped, they were restricted to the area above the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers. At the same time that Yi Xian's heart relaxed, his gaze swept through the area beneath the monstrous corpse flames. His entire body instantly became excited once again. Corpse flowers. Corpse flowers again. And there was more than one. Previously, he had clearly glanced over this area of the corpse pond. Not to mention more corpse flowers, in fact, even the corpse flower that had just condensed the nine-eyed golden crystal fruit appeared inexplicably. Yi Xian originally thought that he did not pay attention at that time, but now it seemed that as a large number of corpse flowers were captured by his gaze, the first corpse flower clearly did not exist before. It was the same as the large number of corpse flowers that appeared in his line of sight now, appearing inexplicably and suddenly. As for the reason why these corpse flowers appeared, there was no need to think too much about it. It was clearly because of the corpse flames that were triggered by the corpse lightning. It was as if they had to go through the baptism of the corpse flames before they could condense the fruit-like multi-eyed thought crystal in the bud. Therefore, before the appearance of the corpse flames, even if there were corpse flowers in a certain corpse pond, they were hidden and would not appear easily. Only when the corpse flames erupted would they take the initiative to appear in order to undergo the baptism and condense the fruit crystals. Although the truth of the matter might have other details, according to Yi Xian's analysis and deduction, this should be the main theme. Of course, regardless of the facts and the truth, as well as the reason or principle, those were actually minor details. It was not important to understand them or not. For Yi Xian, the most important thing was that this time, he was probably going to reap a great harvest. At a glance, in the area of 100 square miles where the corpse flames were burning fiercely in the sky, there were at least 100 demonic corpse flowers that appeared on the surface of the corpse pond. Apart from the initial golden corpse flower, Yi Xian saw another 3 golden corpse flowers, as well as about 7 to 8 silver corpse flowers. Apart from that, the other 100 corpse flowers were all black. It was only a small area of 100 square miles, but there were more than 100 gigantic demonic corpse flowers that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, they were all bathed in the corpse flames above, swaying slightly with some kind of invisible airflow that was emitted by the corpse flames. This scene revealed a cold and demonic beauty, and it caused Yi Xian to suddenly think of a sentence that contained an artistic conception. Chapter 2906. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The secret of the perception crystal. More than 100 incomparably beautiful corpse flowers caused Yi Xian to become excited. The only reason why he had gone through so much trouble to come to the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was to find the multi-pupil perception crystal so that the fragment of the immortal level superbrain, which was the core of his personal star communication system, could grow rapidly. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a wider range of information through the improvement of his personal star communication system's capabilities. Only in this way would he be able to grow rapidly in the context of the universe. Of course, finding the origin of engulfment, which had become the currency of the devouring system, was also one of his goals. However, as long as he had a wider range of information, he would be more confident in finding the origin of engulfment. Therefore, this goal was actually included. Previously, he was worried that even if he entered the Devil Saint Forbidden Land, he would not be able to find the multi-pupil perception crystal. How frustrating would that be? After all, the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was in the vast void of the Milky Way. It was bound to be vast. Finding the multi-pupil perception crystal, which was only the size of a fingernail, would be like finding a needle in a haystack. In fact, according to Yi Xian's understanding, there were not many multi-pupil perception crystals in the entire demon tribe. Even the real upper echelons of the imperial family only had a few. It was obvious how low the probability of it being produced was. However, all his worries and concerns were now gone. Even if the sense crystal fruits produced by more than 100 demonic corpse flowers could not allow the fragment of the immortal level galaxy fun brain to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy super brain, it was still possible for it to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy super brain. It could at least increase its quality and level by 1 or 2 times, right? This at least ensured that Yi Xian did not come in vain. Apart from other unexpected gains, such as the inexplicable improvement of his state of mind, he had finally gained something from his original goal. Of course, it was not easy to come here. It would be impossible for Yi Xian not to think about obtaining more multi-pupil perception crystals. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to be greedy. If he wanted to be greedy, he had to at least wait until he obtained the 100 over multi-pupil perception crystals in front of him. Otherwise, he would be too speechless if he thought of other things before he even got his hands on them. With this kind of excitement in his heart, Yi Xian stood at the edge of the island of bones beneath his feet. However, his gaze was fixed on the surface of the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers in front of him. Soon, as time passed, the corpse flames above the pond gradually weakened. After all, no matter how dense the corpse chi was, it would eventually run out. Once the corpse chi was gone, the corpse flames would naturally die out. At first, Yi Xian was worried that after the corpse flames disappeared, these demonic corpse flowers that appeared because of the corpse flames would once again return to the depths of the corpse pool. If that was the case, then Yi Xian would be overjoyed, wasting his expression, and being excited for nothing. However, at this moment, when he saw a few corpse flowers at the edge of the area, after the corpse flames above them had died out, they still swayed slightly and steadily stayed at the edge of the pool. When he saw that they did not disappear, Yi Xian's slightly anxious heart finally calmed down. It was good that they did not run. If they did not run, then there was no need to rush. There was no need to risk some unknown danger under the corpse flames and immediately go to pick them. More than 10 minutes passed. At this moment, the corpse flames above the 100-mile-wide corpse pool had shrunk by more than half. The diameter of the corpse flames was only 1/3 of its original size, burning above the central area. Yi Xian held back for a long time. Finally, at this moment, he leaped up and rushed toward that area. After all, there were no more corpse flames at the edge of the area. However, there were 30 to 40 beautiful corpse flowers swaying gently there. The swaying made Yi Xian's heart itch unbearably. Soon, with excitement in his heart, Yi Xian finally arrived at the edge of the 100-mile-wide corpse flame area. The first thing he rushed toward was a golden corpse flower. In this 100-mile-wide area, there were now 4 golden corpse flowers and 8 silver corpse flowers. Among the 4 golden corpse flowers, the other 3 were in the central area. There were still corpse flames burning above them. Therefore, Yi Xian did not pay attention to them. He would first get the one in the periphery. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's rapidly approaching figure finally approached. But it was also at this moment that his figure, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, suddenly shook. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his entire body trembled violently. It was too unexpected. If it were not for his courage, if it were someone with less courage, he would have been scared out of his wits. Previously, because the distance was too far, Yi Xian could see the corpse flowers. After all, each corpse flower, including the flower stem, was about a meter tall and was considered a large flower. However, although he could see the flowers, he could not clearly see the situation at the bottom of the flower stem because of the distance. However, now that he was close, he could naturally see it clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was given a great fright. Because this golden corpse flower did not come from the corpse pond below. Instead, it grew from the mouth of a living creature's corpse that was facing up. Its roots were deeply buried in the corpse's wide-open mouth. It gave people the feeling that after the corpse died, someone threw a flower seed into its mouth. Now, that flower seed sprouted and grew from its mouth. Not only did it grow into a demonic corpse flower the size of a meter, it even bore a golden crystal fruit the size of a pigeon's egg. As this conjecture flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's entire body trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked around. Every demonic corpse flower that he saw was indeed growing from the mouths of corpses that were facing up. One flower was an accident. If there were 2 or 3 flowers, he could still use this excuse to deceive himself. However, now that every flower that he saw was like this, then, was there any need to deceive himself? There was no doubt that these corpse flowers grew from the mouths of the living creatures in the pond. Previously, Yi Xian did not see them. It was not because they were hiding in the pond and did not come out, but because they had not been born yet. After the corpse gas in the sky turned into corpse flames, due to some unknown inducement, they suddenly grew rapidly from the mouths of the corpses and condensed into crystal fruits in the blink of an eye. This was already a fact and could not be doubted. However, what was the reason for all this? Was it because these living creatures that grew corpse flowers had some special characteristics, or was this terrifying corpse pond really a certain existence that, in order to plant corpse flowers and collect crystal fruits, collected and even personally created countless corpses of living creatures and threw them into the pond, using them as fertile soil to grow flowers? As he calculated all this in his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt an incomparably mysterious feeling towards the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower plate of the golden corpse flower. Chapter 2907. A huge harvest. After suddenly discovering that these demonic corpse flowers were actually growing out of the mouths of ancient creatures, Yi Xian was somewhat absent-minded. Suddenly, he inexplicably felt a mysterious and strange aura. It seemed to be shrouding the sky above this endless corpse pool, hiding around his body. It gave birth to an inexplicable feeling of unease. It was like a suspicious ghost. At this moment, no matter how Yi Xian looked at his surroundings, he felt that it was strange. His entire heart was thumping wildly. However, this kind of fluctuating change in his state of mind very quickly disappeared under his strong efforts to pacify himself. Following that, Yi Xian took a deep breath and shook off all the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. He reached out his hand and plucked the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower disc of the golden corpse flower. No matter what secrets there were, he was already here. He had already seen the multi-pupil perception crystal. It was even right in front of him. If he didn't take it, what kind of logic would that make? As for whether there would be any other consequences, or whether there were unfathomable hidden dangers behind this multi-pupil perception crystal, these were not things that he needed to consider now. He would slowly think about it in the future. He had to get the thing first. Thinking like this, Yi Xian had already pinched the golden crystal in his fingers. With a light lift, it was separated from the flower disc of the demonic corpse flower. Yi Xian held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. First of all, it was golden. It was the size of a pigeon's egg and had a prismatic shape. There were countless small prismatic refraction surfaces on its surface, just like a polished diamond. Therefore, when Yi Xian held it in his hand and examined it carefully, he felt that it was unbelievably beautiful. And in this prismatic golden crystal, Yi Xian counted carefully. There were indeed 9 layers of pupil halos. The outer layer was the largest, wrapping around each other. When it reached the innermost 9th layer, it was just a small dot. Suddenly looking at it, it really did seem like he was looking at an eyeball with 9 layers of pupil halos. It was a kind of dazzling, as if he looked at it seriously, his mind would be immersed in the illusion. Other than that, Yi Xian didn't notice any other abnormalities or special colors for the time being. Right at this moment, just as he was about to keep this precious 9-eyed golden crystal into his undying world, he unexpectedly discovered a situation that caused him to jump in fright. Very quickly, his jaw dropped in astonishment. In his line of sight, the gigantic demonic flower from which he had taken the 9-eyed golden crystal was rapidly dissipating in an almost illusory manner. This process had obviously started a while ago, probably right after he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal. It was just that Yi Xian was too preoccupied with examining the 9-eyed golden crystal in his hand to notice. At this moment, half of the bewitching corpse flower had already dissipated. It did not wither, nor did it collapse. Instead, it turned from a material object into an illusory golden speck of light. From top to bottom, it rapidly dispersed and disappeared. This type of miraculous disillusionment quickly reached the root, extending into the mouth of that creature's corpse that had its mouth wide open. However, everything didn't stop there. Very quickly, that corpse also started disillusionment, starting from its face and spreading to its entire body, rapidly turning into golden specks of light and dissipating. Not sure if it was an illusion or not, but Yi Xian clearly discovered that this creature that originally had its mouth wide open and looked incomparably ferocious seemed to have the bloodline of an ape, but had a pair of gigantic wings on its back. The process of disillusionment was transmitted from the corpse flower to its body, starting from its face. Its originally ferocious expression seemed to have turned into tranquility. Even its originally angry mouth was closed, as if it had been freed from its torment and was relieved. Very quickly, under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, the entire corpse that was about 3 meters tall had completely turned into a small golden speck of light in less than a minute, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the empty space between the corpses on the surface of the pool where it was originally located, Yi Xian suspected that he was in a dream. Everything was too unreal. After calming himself down, Yi Xian flipped his hand and kept the 9-eyed golden crystal in his body, placing it in a small crystal box to prevent its energy from dissipating. Yi Xian still had quite a few of these small crystal boxes, all of which were obtained from the Black Wind's warehouse. It should be a special item prepared by the demon army to store some kind of energy that dissipated easily. There were exactly 100 of them in total. Following that, he did not continue to delay, turning around and rushing towards the other corpse flowers. This time, he did not hesitate and directly plucked the multi-eyed sense crystal from the center of the corpse flowers, keeping it in the undying world in his body, storing it in the small crystal box, before moving on to the next corpse flower. As he continued to pluck the corpse flowers, Yi Xian would occasionally turn around to look at the corpse flowers that he had just plucked. As expected, he discovered that after every corpse flower's crystal fruit was plucked, it would be like the first corpse flower, disappearing from the bottom to the bottom and finally to the root, passing this disillusion to the creature that nurtured and nourished the corpse flower. Finally, the corpse marrow also carried a kind of relieved and liberated aura, disappearing completely. After every pluck, it was the same. The only difference was the color of the small specks of light that quickly dissipated when disappearing. When the golden corpse flower dissipated, what appeared was countless golden specks of light. When the silver corpse flower dissipated, the countless specks of light that appeared were silver. As for the black corpse flowers, the large number of specks of light that appeared when disappearing was a kind of semi-transparent faint black color. After plucking the corpse flowers in the periphery, the corpse flame above the corpse pond was finally reduced to a small area of 12 meters in radius, and would be completely extinguished soon. While there was still some light, Yi Xian immediately sped up. After a short while, he had finished plucking all the crystal fruits in the central area. Then, he flew around in a circle in midair. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he was relieved. His figure flashed, and he swept toward the skeleton island that he had previously landed on. Before he reached the island, the light behind him had quietly dimmed, and the corpse flame was finally extinguished. The entire corpse pond once again fell into an endless darkness. Fortunately, whether it was Yi Xian's mental power or divine sense, they could spread out in this extreme darkness, replacing the vision of the naked eye. Therefore, even if there was no light, to him, everything around him was still as clear as a candle's flame. After landing on the skeleton island, Yi Xian took out his harvest this time and began to count them. The 4 9-pupil golden crystals were placed in 4 small crystal boxes by themselves. There were 8 pieces of 8-eyed silver crystal, and they were also stored in 8 small crystal boxes. In addition, there were some black and semi-transparent multi-eyed sense crystals of other grades. Based on the number of layers of pupil halos inside, these sense crystals should be from 3-eyed to 7-eyed, a total of 103 pieces. Chapter 2908. Gongming Tian Yunyi Xian stored the 103 black translucent multi-pupil consciousness crystals, which ranged from 3 pupils to 7 pupils, in 5 small crystal boxes according to their different levels. The 3-eyed and 4-eyed crystals had the most, with over 30 each. The 7-eyed crystals had the least, but there were still 12 of them. These 5 small crystal boxes were quickly stored in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. After that, Yi Xian played with the 8 8-eyed golden crystals for a while before keeping them in his body as well. Right now, there were only 4 small crystal boxes in front of him, each containing a 9-eyed golden crystal. Yi Xian examined them carefully and realized that there were slight differences between the 4 boxes of 9-eyed golden crystals. Of course, they were mostly the same. If one did not examine them carefully, one would not be able to see the differences. This difference was reflected in 2 aspects. One was the depth of color. 2 was the number of small prismatic facets on the surface of the golden crystals. In terms of color, even though all 4 of them were golden semi-transparent crystals, the one that Yi Xian picked first shone brighter than the other 4. In terms of facets, the one that Yi Xian picked first had the most facets. There were thousands of facets on the surface of the crystal. Even though the other 3 also had thousands of facets, they had fewer facets than the first one. Even among the 3 9-eyed golden crystals, the one with the most minor refractive surfaces had 600 less minor refractive surfaces than the first one. Even though Yi Xian could not figure out the difference, he was sure of one thing. Among the 4 9-eyed golden crystals, the one that he picked first was definitely the best and most perfect one. With this guess in mind, Yi Xian quickly kept the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals into his undying world. Then, he took the first 9-eyed golden crystal out of the crystal box and played with it for a while before keeping it into his body. He threw it to the devouring system for identification. Very quickly, the system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, perfect 9-eyed. Attribute, primordial mystique inheritance. Do you want to start collecting the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Wait. Yi Xian subconsciously roared out these words in his mind. He then realized that he had overreacted. As long as he did not give a definite answer, the system would not act on its own accord. However, he did not have the time to be embarrassed. He focused all his attention on the system's notification in his mind. 9-eyed level 9 was expected. Perfect 9-eyed mystique inheritance was. But what was the meaning of the primordial divine ability inheritance in the appraisal result? Why did it ask him to collect the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Could it be that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of a divine ability after absorbing the 9-eyed golden crystal? Moreover, it was of the primordial level. Wasn't this a bit too much of a joke? If that was the case, wouldn't there be many powerful people in the demon tribe who would have such a primordial mystique inheritance? After all, although the multi-eyed divine crystal was rare, some of the higher-ups in the demon tribe still had 2 or 3 of them. If he didn't figure this out, Yi Xian obviously wouldn't act rashly. What if there were some unknown dangers or even dangers? Thinking of this, he immediately took out the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals and threw them to the devouring system for appraisal. The result caused him to be stunned once again. The appraisal results of these 3 9-eyed golden crystals were exactly the same, without a single difference. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, normal 9-eyed. Attribute, spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start collecting it immediately? Basically, the result was similar to the first one. However, in terms of quality and attribute, the difference was like heaven and earth. In terms of quality, the first one was a perfect 9-eyed crystal, but these three were normal nine-eyed. In terms of attribute, the first one was a primordial mystique inheritance, but these three were spiritual origin crystals. And in terms of the question at the end of the notification, the absorption of these three crystals was only a question. What was absorbed was probably only spiritual origin. Of course, it was far from normal spiritual origin. The quality of the nine-eyed level 9 was right there. But these three crystals were obviously not like the first one. In terms of absorption, apart from obtaining pure, high-quality spiritual origin energy, one could also obtain a primordial mystique inheritance. With this comparison, Yi Xian basically knew what was going on. It seemed that not all multi-pupil sense crystals contained some kind of divine ability inheritance from the primordial age. Only a nine-eyed golden crystal that had reached the 9th grade of the 9 eyes and was a perfect 9th grade in terms of quality would contain such a divine ability that originated from the primordial era. Therefore, the multi-eyed divine crystals in the hands of the demon dwellers could at most absorb some high-quality spiritual origin energy. Even the three in Yi Xian's hands had reached the 9th level of the 9 pupils, but they weren't perfect in terms of quality. They were only ordinary 9 pupils golden crystals, and they didn't contain any inheritances. There was no need to mention the goods in their hands that were like rotten street goods to Yi Xian. After confirming this result, Yi Xian was instantly relieved. Perfect 9-eyed golden crystals were not easy to find. Although this corpse pool was boundless, and if there were golden 9-eyed golden crystals, there might not be perfect level 9, but even if there were definitely not many. In addition, the 9-eyed golden crystals that appeared were very rare to begin with. With this accumulation, perfect 9-eyed golden crystals were basically something that could only be found by chance. In that case, wasn't the value of the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal in his hands immeasurable? In addition, what exactly was the divine ability inheritance contained within this perfect grade 9 eyes golden crystal? A primordial level divine ability. Just thinking about it was enough to move him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart thumped faster and faster. In the end, he couldn't restrain himself, and after putting the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals into the small crystal box and storing them into the undying world within his body, he finally gave the order to Devourer to immediately absorb the first 9-eyed golden crystal and accept the divine ability inheritance contained within. When this order was given, Yi Xian was already sitting cross-legged on the ground of Skeleton Island. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. The system's confirmation notification sounded, and then it began the process of absorbing the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal. Very quickly, strands of golden spiritual origin energy were sent into Yi Xian's mind and automatically entered the purplish-black spiritual core in his mind. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yi Xian, who was immersed in the process, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Chapter 2909. One arrow shatters the heaven's heaven-falling bow. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard those 3 words. His first reaction was to wonder if the system had made a mistake, or if he had misheard it. The 3 words heaven-falling bow clearly indicated that it was a magic treasure. Although the name of the bow sounded quite domineering, this small 9-eyed golden crystal was not a spatial magic treasure. How could there be a bow named Heaven falling in it? Wasn't he supposed to get a powerful divine ability from the desolate antiquity era? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt his knowledge sea tremble, as if something had been directly sent in by the devouring system. Could it be that the 9-eyed golden crystal contained the law of primordial era's divine ability? With this thought, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. It wasn't that he hadn't grasped divine abilities before, but the environment and background at that time were different. Divine abilities were closely related to some kind of law of heaven and earth. For example, the void suppression divine ability used by the Void Ladybird Empress in the Black Hole of Life was a type of divine ability that used the law of void. However, the void suppression divine ability that the Void Ladybird Empress had mastered was not complete and was incomplete. Otherwise, with the strength of the law of void, it would not have been so weak. Although Yi Xian had mastered some divine abilities in the past. However, whether it was in the immortal world or the god world, the divine abilities that he had mastered were actually comprehended in the narrow environment of a single star like the nine-heaven star. Although every divine ability was indeed related to some kind of law of heaven and earth, the law of heaven and earth mentioned here was an extremely narrow law of heaven and earth at the level of the nine-heaven star. Now, Yi Xian had already left the nine-heaven star and entered the vast and boundless Milky Way outside. The great shadow of heaven and earth he was in was no longer the inner world of a single star, but the background of the entire vast and boundless starry sky. In this environment of the starry sky, the law of heaven and earth within a single star was no longer applicable. Therefore, the divine abilities that Yi Xian had painstakingly mastered before were all useless in the starry sky world. There was no way he could use it. And now, the divine art he obtained from this nine-pupil golden crystal would be his first divine art in the context of the starry sky. Moreover, this divine art originated from the distant desolate antiquity era. Just this point alone was enough to predict its extraordinariness. When he thought of this, Yi Xian could no longer hold back. He immediately immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to grasp this desolate era divine ability as soon as possible. Even if he could only display a small portion of its power for the time being, it should be enough for Yi Xian, whose cultivation was still low. With such a strong expectation, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, he saw the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Before this, there were already two foreign objects suspended above his sea of consciousness. One of them was the spirit source core that hovered in the eastern part of his knowledge sea. The second was the void crystal that was hovering in the western part of his sea of consciousness. And now, this small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness was obviously the third foreign object. This golden bow was clearly in the form of energy. Its entire body was golden, and it was extremely small. It was only the size of a thumb, and there was no bowstring. Needless to say, there was not a single arrow. It was completely a naked bow. However, its shape was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow was composed of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow was a two-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The two-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling miserably. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. Seeing this small and strange golden bow, Yi Xian was stunned. Could this be the fallen sky bow that he obtained from the 9-pupil golden crystal? Some kind of divine art from the distant antiquity era. Wasn't this too much of a scam? A divine art from the antiquity era had turned into a strange small bow. The key point was that it was a defective product. It was fine if there were no arrows, but at least there should be a bowstring, right? Depressed, Yi Xian sighed and extended a wisp of his divine sense over, as if he had accepted his fate. Soon, he touched the small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness. The next moment, an explosion suddenly came without warning. It was like a thunderclap on a dry day. In an instant, Yi Xian's consciousness was shaken, and he almost fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yi Xian's consciousness shook for a moment. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. It was no longer his sea of consciousness, but a boundless void of stars. Even more surprising to him was that this unfamiliar and vast starry sky actually gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and it revealed a simple and boundless feeling of age and distance. It was surprisingly similar to the Void of Stars where he saw the Starry Sky Giant Turtle when he cultivated the Void Dimension Fragment and the Golden Starry Sky Giant Dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestral dragon blood. Could it be that this small golden bough really came from the Antiquity era? Otherwise, as soon as his divine sense touched it, it immediately caused a terrifying explosion that seemed to be the rumbling of the Grand Tao, and then he saw this boundless starry sky from the Antiquity era. Screech. Roar. Roar. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. There was a fierce roar full of violent aura. There was a roar full of the power to swallow the starry sky. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, he saw an extremely tragic battle at the end of the endless starry sky. The entire endless starry sky was the battlefield. Everywhere on this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that could not be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless starry sky, Yi Xian seemed to be able to clearly sense the terrifying aura that was emitted from their bodies. He could not describe this aura, and did not know what kind of realm it was, but Yi Xian did not doubt that even a supreme existence like the Mad Mosquito Emperor could only be reduced to an ant in the face of this aura. As for being less than an ant. Swish, just as Yi Xian was shocked, a high-pitched screech sounded out, and a brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield in front of him. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space, and instantly rushed to the end of the vast starry sky. Along the way, it destroyed everything, and even the starry sky was cut in two. Chapter 29:10. The ancient and confusing passed this golden arrow of light, capable of tearing through the void of the galaxy, soared into the heavens, and as it did so, Yi Xian's body trembled violently once more. He wasn't shocked by its terrifying supreme power, but was shocked by the familiarity of this golden light. Subconsciously, Yi Xian's line of sight followed the direction of the terrifying golden arrow. Very quickly, a figure that was not very tall entered Yi Xian's line of sight. It was humanoid in shape, but its face was ferocious, just like a yiksha. Although its body was only about 10 feet tall, there was clearly a pair of huge wings on its back. They flapped slightly, supporting its body lightly in the air. This was clearly the corpse that Yi Xian had picked the first nine-eyed golden crystal from the corpse pool. It was the corpse that was facing up, its mouth wide open, and the corpse flower that had nurtured the nine-eyed golden crystal grew from its roots. At this moment, the figure raised his left hand high up in the air, and the huge, weird, and ancient golden bough that was gradually disappearing proved this point. In that instant, Yi Xian came to a realization. As it turned out, the reason why the corpse flower grew out of its mouth was not because someone was using a corpse to nurture the flower. Judging from the corpse flower's golden crystal fruit that contained the fallen sky bough's divine ability, the birth of the corpse flower and the formation of the nine-eyed golden crystal in the flower disc was clearly influenced by a strand of obsession left behind by the existence that floated in the corpse pool. Only then could it be realized. However, did such a powerful being from the primordial era die in the end? Then, who was it that threw its corpse into this endless corpse pool? Furthermore, were all the other corpses in the corpse pond also supreme existences of the same level as it? It was also what he was seeing right now. Although it was incomparably vivid, in reality, it was in this monstrous battle that happened countless years ago. Had he fallen? Then, what was the meaning of this battle? What was the reason? What was the result in the end? As questions continuously surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian was completely at a loss. His gaze gradually blurred, and he shifted his gaze away from the supreme expert who had left behind the fallen soul bough's inheritance. Just like that, he slowly swept his gaze across the battlefield in a daze. A land of endless slaughter with the boundless starry sky as the background. Suddenly, Yi Xian's pupils constricted. His originally dull and sluggish consciousness also instantly sobered up at this moment. Even his body violently shook, and cold sweat faintly appeared on his back. It was another familiar figure. Moreover, this figure, even at this moment, was still entangling him. It was a kind of uneasiness, as if there was a dagger on his back. At the edge of this galactic battlefield, in an area where there were fewer desolate antiquity creatures, Yi Xian clearly saw a blood-red figure lurking on the back of a huge dead star. The illusory state of the energy body, the huge size of a small meteor, and the appearance of an ordinary ape, except for the strange shape of a blood horn on the top of its head. Everything was so familiar. This was clearly the statue that was embedded on the cliff at the bottom of the valley in the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet. This was clearly the owner of the Weeping Soul blood horn that had always been in Yi Xian's undying world, but could not be found no matter how hard he tried. This was clearly a giant Weeping Soul beast with a blood horn. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly felt unwell. This Weeping Soul beast with a blood horn was actually a supreme existence from the desolate antiquity era. No wonder even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the black hole of life did not have the slightest intention to resist when facing its aura. But this was not the key point. The key point was that in this monstrous war that broke out countless years ago in the desolate antiquity era, all the other desolate antiquity creatures seemed to have fallen, including the original owner of the fallen sky bow that Yi Xian obtained, the supreme existence with the power to destroy a part of the sky with a single arrow, had also fallen. But this Weeping Soul beast with a blood horn was clearly an exception. Even though its original illusory body might have already dissipated, the Weeping Soul blood horn that was left behind clearly contained some sort of mystery. Otherwise, how could this horn be so strange as to be able to freely enter and exit the undying world within Yi Xian's body? Even hunting the 9-star Ladybird Emperor and absorbing its energy crystal body for its own use. Could it be that this Weeping Soul beast with a blood horn really did not fall in that battle back then? Was it sealed in the Demon Emperor Forbidden Ground where the corpse pond was located together with the corpses of all the experts who had fallen in that battle? Then, what was the matter with the statue embedded in the cliff of the mountain deep in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet? Was it its original body that was sealed? Was it detected by some kind of power when it was trying to escape from the Demon Emperor Forbidden Ground and was directly sealed in the cliff of the mountain? Then, what was the Weeping Soul blood horn that appeared in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star? Who was it that set up the altar and sealed the Weeping Soul blood horn there? While his body was shaking violently, Yi Xian's eyes were always fixed on the Weeping Soul beast in the distant corner of the void in front of him, but in an instant, a series of tangled questions flashed through his mind. All of this made him feel as if his head was about to split apart, as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Confusing and confusing. He had thought about it, and even hoped that all this was just him being oversensitive, but in fact, it was simply impossible. Leaving aside everything that had already appeared in reality, such as the statue in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet, the Weeping Soul blood horn in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor's death, and the blood-red Weeping Soul horn that he had been looking for all over his body but could not find. Even if all of this was put aside for the time being, the strange scene that entered Yi Xian's line of sight was still enough to prove that this blood-horned Weeping Soul beast was unfathomable. At this moment, in the vast battlefield of the stars, countless creatures of the remote antiquity era were all fighting fiercely. Only this Weeping Soul beast, which was like a small meteor, was quietly hiding behind a huge dead star, secretly looking at the entire vast battlefield of the stars. His demeanor and actions clearly showed that he was trying to pry into her. Why didn't it fight? What was the purpose of hiding like a ghost? What was the purpose or scheme? As he stared blankly at all of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the countless primordial creatures in the boundless starry sky were fighting to the extreme, and the bloodhorn Weeping Soul beast was silently hiding in a remote corner of the battlefield. Gue Chong was spying on them to the extreme. When these two images entered his eyes at the same time, the stark contrast caused him to inexplicably feel a chill in his heart. It was also at this moment that the weeping soul beast, who was hiding in the shadow of the huge dead star, seemed to feel something and slowly turned its head to look at Yi Xian. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 29:11. Double Advancement Boom. Just as Yi Xian's line of sight and the inheritance scene converged with the bloodhorn weeping soul beast at the edge of the blood-colored void battlefield, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out, directly blasting Yi Xian's consciousness out of the inheritance scene that originated from the primordial era. It even caused his own consciousness to withdraw from his sea of consciousness and open his eyes. At this moment, an extremely strong light of shock burst out from Yi Xian's eyes. Only now did he realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. It was even more so for his forehead. As a cultivator with the background of the starry sky, if it wasn't for the fact that his mind had suffered such a huge change and shock, such a situation definitely wouldn't have occurred. From this, it could be seen how astonished Yi Xian was. There was a conspiracy. What a huge conspiracy. It was related to the primordial era and had continued to this day. It even involved Yi Xian himself. If there was a string that connected all of this, then this string was undoubtedly the bloodhorn weeping soul beast. However, what he saw earlier was clearly the scene of the primordial memory inheritance contained within the 9-pupil golden crystal. Even though this scene really did exist, it was in the primordial past countless years ago after all. Under such circumstances, how could the bloodhorn weeping soul beast in the inheritance image sense his existence? Furthermore, its blood-red eyes, which were filled with an endlessly strange aura, could actually meet his gaze in reality. That was impossible. But that fleeting exchange of glances was so real. Even if Yi Xian didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. Damn it! What was the reason for all this? What secrets are they hiding? The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt in his head. He wanted to stop thinking about it, but he couldn't help but start thinking about it again. All of this infuriated Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian suddenly heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind, instantly diverting his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host. His cultivation base had increased. Current cultivation base, Meteor Level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. Source Core Level Upgrade. Current level, Level 6. You have obtained a Mind Power Secret Technique. Would you like to activate it immediately? The successive system notifications instantly improved Yi Xian's gloomy mood. His cultivation base and source core level had both increased at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. This time, Yi Xian hadn't absorbed the source energy of the star core to cultivate the void fragment art. He hadn't absorbed the source energy of the demon's brain or the weeping soul beast's illusory body to condense his source core. However, his source core level and cultivation base level had both. Was a pleasant surprise. However, although the accident came suddenly, Yi Xian immediately understood the reason behind it after pondering for a moment. It was obvious that all of this was because of the 9-eyed golden crystal. After the 9-eyed golden crystal's high-grade source energy had been absorbed by the devouring system, all of it had been injected into the source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. The extremely high grade of this pure source energy had caused his source core to undergo a metamorphosis. Leveling up from level 5 to level 6 was simply a matter of course. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, it was partly because Yi Xian had absorbed quite a bit of the star core's source energy and had been accumulating it in his body the entire time. All he lacked was an opportunity to break through. Absorbing the 9-eyed golden crystal had been the best opportunity for a breakthrough. After all, the 9-eyed golden crystal didn't only contain the source energy of the star core. Yi Xian had already discovered that there was some other pure energy contained within it. After all, the 9-eyed golden crystal had been grown from the flesh of an ancient powerhouse. It couldn't possibly be just the source energy of the star core. As for these pure energies that weren't spiritual origin energy, after being absorbed, it was obvious that they were the same as the source of the star core. They were directly used on Yi Xian's main cultivation technique, which was the cultivation of the void insight fragment. Therefore, his cultivation in this aspect had also unexpectedly advanced. Overjoyed, Yi Xian immediately felt the power within his body. Sure enough, even though he had only advanced from the first level of the meteor realm to the second level, the higher his cultivation level was, It was also only a small breakthrough. However, compared to before, the change in his strength after advancing and before advancing was even more obvious. At the moment, he could clearly feel that his body was full of surging power. His entire body was in an excellent state, which was simply unprecedented. As for the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, it had undergone its fifth transformation and entered the sixth stage. Due to the increase in the source energy it contained, its volume had become much denser. Therefore, the mind source core had shrunk once again. It was now the size of a green bean, but there was a thick layer of purple around it. Its original black color had become fainter and fainter, to the point where it was almost undetectable. After a careful examination, Yi Xian's mood had completely recovered. The haze from before had been thrown to the back of his mind. Then, he immediately ordered the system to activate the mind power secret technique that he had obtained after his mind source core had evolved to the sixth stage. If there was anything that Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with about this simultaneous breakthrough in his source core grade and cultivation base, it was obviously the mind power secret technique that he had obtained this time. Previously, he had always hoped that when his source core evolved to the sixth stage, he would be able to obtain some sort of remarkable ability related to the use of mind power. However, this hope had clearly been dashed. What Yi Xian had obtained was still the same as before. It was some sort of secret technique related to the use of mind power. However, it was still better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing when his mind source core had evolved to the fifth stage. Previously, when Yi Xian's mind source core had been reconstructed and evolved from the fourth stage to the fifth stage, it had still required some time and accumulation before the fourth transformation was complete. However, when he had encountered the Mad Mosquito Emperor on the Mosquito Beast star and obtained his help, he had immediately skipped this process. However, perhaps due to the interference of external forces during that transformation, when the countless fragments of the jelly-like mind source core in Yi Xian's mind had once again condensed into a crystalline source, Yi Xian had not heard any system notification that he had obtained any sort of mind power secret technique or mind power secret technique. At the time, he had been worried that there wouldn't be any in the future. However, after the fifth transformation of his source core, he had obtained another mind power secret technique, which had finally made him relax a little. Plus, the mind power secret technique that he had obtained when his source core evolved to the sixth stage was more or less stronger than the mind suppression secret technique that he had obtained when his source core had evolved to the fourth stage. This was enough for him. Chapter 29:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spiritual Thunder Technique, Ding. Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the secret technique of spiritual power, Spiritual Thunder Technique. As the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian, who was full of anticipation, was immediately stunned. Spiritual Thunder Technique. Spiritual power could actually evolve into a lightning-shaped attack. Yi Xian had never heard of this before. Generally speaking, there were two types of lightning-type attacks. One was to grasp a certain level of the law of lightning and use lightning-type divine abilities to directly trigger the lightning-type attacks in the void. The other type was to use special lightning-type magic treasures to attack. These lightning-type magic treasures first had to be refined with lightning-type materials. After the refinement was completed, one had to go to some starry sky thunder pool or some stars or regions in the void of the universe where lightning-type energy was rich and filled with endless lightning-type energy all year round. After the lightning-type energy was refined, one could freely use this lightning-type magic treasure to launch lightning-type attacks in battle. Yi Xian had only obtained a secret technique of using spiritual power. Obviously, it was impossible for him to obtain any lightning-type magic treasures. Similarly, since it was a secret technique, it was impossible for it to be like the lightning-type divine ability, where one could use one's understanding of the law of lightning to directly trigger the lightning-type energy in the void of the universe for one's own use and attack as one pleased. Therefore, if he was not mistaken, this so-called spiritual lightning technique was most likely a technique that directly used his spiritual origin energy as energy. After some complicated elemental evolution and transformation, the spiritual origin energy would be transformed into the power of lightning, and then used to launch an attack. Although it was not as easy to use as the lightning-type divine ability and did not consume much spiritual power, it was at least much more convenient than relying on lightning-type magic treasures to launch a lightning-type attack. As long as one had enough spiritual origin energy, there was no need to go around collecting lightning-type energy. Furthermore, one had to refine the energy before using it as one pleased. All in all, Yi Xian was quite satisfied. Soon, Yi Xian's mind was immersed in his knowledge sea. 2 balls of energy of different colors were reflected in his vision. These 2 balls of light floated silently in the air above his knowledge sea. Unlike the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, and the strange little golden bow in the distance, they were unusually quiet. The 2 balls of light contained pure inheritance information. The purplish-green ball of light contained the essence of the spiritual lightning technique, a secret technique that Yi Xian had obtained after his mind source core had undergone its 5th metamorphosis and reached level 6. As for the other ball of golden energy, it contained the primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow, that Yi Xian had inherited from the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal. The Heaven Falling Bow, which sounded like an arrow-type magic treasure's divine ability, was rather strange. The entire divine ability was like an imprint, and that imprint was the strange little golden bow that was currently floating in the north of Yi Xian's knowledge sea. This ball of golden energy was the specific method to activate the divine ability imprint in the shape of a small golden bow. It could be said that whether it was the main body of the Heaven Fallen Bow's divine ability, the small bow, or the golden ball of energy in front of Yi Xian, both of them were the key to successfully executing the Heaven Fallen Bow's unique primordial divine ability. Neither of them could be missing. Yi Xian extended his consciousness and sank it into the golden ball of light. Soon, a large amount of obscure and mysterious runes covered the sky and covered the earth as they swept towards his consciousness. As expected of a powerful divine ability from the primordial era, Yi Xian had never imagined such a huge amount of rune information before. There was no doubt that it would take far more than a short period of time to completely master and comprehend this primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian gave it some thought and quickly dismissed the idea of immediately comprehending it. Soon, the strand of consciousness that he had extended earlier quickly withdrew from the golden ball of light. Yi Xian planned to find some free time to properly comprehend the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability. As for now, he planned to devote all his energy to comprehending the secret technique of spiritual power that he had just obtained, which was the spiritual thunderbolt technique. There was no doubt that the power of the spiritual thunderbolt technique was much weaker than that of the Heaven Falling Bow. This was obvious just from the fact that the spiritual thunderbolt technique was a secret technique of using spiritual power, while the Heaven Falling Bow was a divine ability that was passed down from the distant primordial era. However, for Yi Xian, the primordial divine ability named Heaven Falling Bow was far less practical and important than the spiritual thunderbolt technique, which was merely a secret technique. Perhaps this was one of the main reasons why Yi Xian immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind when he discovered that it seemed to be a rather troublesome matter to successfully use the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability. At this moment, as the strand of consciousness that he had extended into the golden ball of light retracted, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and immediately sent this strand of consciousness into another ball of light that was suffused with a dark purple color. Similarly, as soon as his strand of consciousness entered the ball of light, a large amount of cryptic rune information swept toward Yi Xian's consciousness. Although the amount was still enormous, if it was compared to the enormous amount of rune information within the golden energy ball from before, it was obviously much, much less. They were simply not existences of the same level. Yi Xian roughly estimated that based on the amount of cryptic rune information contained in the dark purple ball of light, he would be able to completely grasp the secret technique of using spiritual power within half a day at the latest. In terms of time, it was obviously acceptable. After confirming this, Yi Xian's entire body seemed to instantly become excited. He didn't hesitate any longer and poured all of his attention into it. Very quickly, he entered a profound state where he forgot about everything and wandered around in this mystical world where spiritual energy was used as a secret technique. Time passed slowly. Yi Xian, who was completely immersed in the profound method of using spiritual power contained in the dark purple ball of light, had completely lost consciousness of time. Unknowingly, a full 3 days had passed. This had far exceeded his initial estimate of the time he would need to comprehend the spiritual thunderbolt technique. Fortunately, although the original estimate of time had been extended by several times, it was only 3 days. For Yi Xian, who could spend an entire month in this mysterious Saint Devil Forbidden Area's void, it was barely acceptable. Chapter 29:13. Corpse flames soaring into the sky, boom. Slala. Crack. Just as Yi Xian's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened without any warning, an invisible energy shockwave strangely rippled out from his eyes. It was extremely fast, and with a strange power that surged through the void, it actually shot to the edge of the skeletal island beneath him in the blink of an eye. It arrived in an instant. Almost at the same time, at the edge of the skeletal island, a small purple lightning ball suddenly exploded without any warning. Weak purple lightning arcs instantly scattered in all directions, emitting a dense sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. This egg-sized purple lightning ball, as well as the spider web of purple lightning that appeared after the lightning ball exploded, was the result of Yi Xian's first small attempt after he completely comprehended this spiritual lightning technique. It had to be said that Yi Xian was very satisfied with the effect of this small attempt. Although the dark purple ball of lightning that exploded was very small, like the size of an egg, and the pearl net purple lightning that burst forth after the ball of lightning exploded only covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. As for the actual lethality of this lightning ball and the spider web of purple lightning, it was even more insignificant. However, to Yi Xian, he was already very satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect in a short period of time. Not to mention that he'd only used a small amount of his spiritual energy to condense this lightning ball. If it was necessary, once Yi Xian used his full strength and didn't care about the consumption of his spiritual energy, with his current strength and foundation in terms of spiritual energy, he would be able to condense a rather large ball of lightning. Once it exploded, the power would be far from what he'd experienced for the first time. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to really go all out and use this kind of spiritual lightning technique with all his strength, even if he was only at the second level of the meteor realm, the instantaneous attack power he would be able to display would still be quite impressive. It could be said that in an instant, Yi Xian's overall combat strength had increased by a level. However, these thoughts only appeared briefly in his mind before they were quickly thrown to the back of his mind. In fact, the real reason why Yi Xian was so anxious to master this spiritual lightning technique immediately had nothing to do with increasing his combat strength. His goal was this vast and boundless black corpse pool. To be precise, it was the countless corpses of primordial creatures that floated in this boundless corpse pool. Everything that had happened before had already allowed Yi Xian to have a certain understanding of this corpse pool. At the very least, Yi Xian already knew how the multi-eyed thought crystals were formed, what kind of incentives were needed to cause the corpse flower to appear, and how the multi-eyed thought crystals were born. Although Yi Xian was unable to understand the specific principle, it did not affect his next plan. Obviously, as long as the corpse flower appeared, then the multi-pupil thought crystals that Yi Xian needed would be in his hands. As for the trigger for the corpse flower to appear, it was obviously the endless corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. After it was ignited by the corpse lightning that burst forth after the corpse lightning exploded, it formed a corpse flame. However, although this strange corpse pool could be said to be vast and boundless, the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth was obviously not very high. If he were to sit there and wait, he was afraid that he might not be able to see the next corpse lightning bursting forth even after a month of training. Yi Xian naturally could not sit there and do nothing. That was not his usual style at all. Since the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth could not be predicted and could not be controlled at will, then, at the very most, he could change his method of thinking and use the lightning to ignite the corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. Wasn't it just a matter of lighting a fire? If this corpse pool was not so vast, and Yi Xian had to obtain as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible within this short period of less than a month, this would not be a problem at all. The reason why there was an almost negligible amount of corpse gas at the edge of the 100-mile radius area where the corpse flame raged was because before the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, there was a gust of wind that swept the corpse gas in the air above the pool. When the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, it was so strong that the corpse gas was blown away by the sudden rise of the corpse flame. With a gleam in his eyes, Yi Xian rose into the air from the skeleton island. As he rushed back the way he came, he muttered to himself and deduced all the details of the entire plan. Right now, I am using the spiritual lightning technique to ignite the corpse gas. Before the lightning ball explodes and the lightning bursts forth, there is absolutely no precursor effect. In this case, I only need to start from the center of the corpse pool that faces the crater above. Then, the corpse flame will burn in the center of the pool and quickly spread in all directions. What I need to do is wait for the corpse flame in the center to extinguish because of the consumption of the corpse gas. Then, I will descend and start to collect the multi-pupil thought crystals from the center. As the corpse flame in the surrounding areas extinguishes, I will gradually go deeper into the corpse pool. In terms of manpower, I obviously can't take care of this vast pool of corpses by myself. When the time comes, I'll just summon the Black Wind and the Dongshu shuttle and let Gui Haidao lead the entire army of fiend slaves to harvest the corpses. Anyway, no matter what, this time, I have to take as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible. After all, even if I have another chance to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land in the future, it will be at least 100 years later. If I don't have enough multi-pupil thought crystals, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long even if I give the star's super brain fragment away. As Yi Xian kept muttering to himself, he sped all the way. Soon, he finally returned to the area facing the crater above the corpse pool. Almost 4 days have passed since the 1-month deadline. I can't waste any more time. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment as he stood in the air above the pool. In the end, he clenched his teeth and threw away the last bit of misgivings in his heart. As he muttered to himself, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand towards the corpse pool below. Rumble. Crack. Zzz. On the way back, more than a dozen spiritual energy lightning balls that were condensed from quite a bit of spiritual energy origin energy shot out from Yi Xian's hands. In the blink of an eye, they reached the height of the pool where the corpse aura was the densest, and immediately exploded without any suspense, releasing streaks of dark purple electric nets that emitted a mysterious aura. In a few breaths of time, the large amount of corpse aura that filled the pool below was instantly ignited. Chapter 29:14. The fruit picker has arrived. Yi Xian originally thought that the black corpse gas floating above the corpse pond would start to burn from the center of the ring-shaped mountain pass. Then, the fire would slowly spread out in all directions. However, the reality was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. As he threw down more than a dozen spiritual power thunderbolts, they exploded and burst into a dark purple electric net. As a result, a large area of corpse gas was ignited in an instant. Just the range of Yi Xian's perception was already more than 1,000 miles away. It was impossible to estimate how far the corpse pond had been ignited. It was very likely that the black corpse gas that filled the entire vast corpse pool had been ignited in an instant. The fire below him instantly ignited. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly increased his speed and rushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass at the first moment. Boom! Almost in the next instant, a huge pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles gushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass like it was biting its tail. It soared into the sky at least 1,000 miles away, almost turning half of the sky red. However, this red was obviously strange. After all, it was ignited by corpse gas. Within the red, there was a touch of gray and black. Clearly, the fire was soaring into the sky, but what hit him was a cold aura. This should be because it was burning corpse gas, and the quantity was extremely large. Yi Xian subconsciously retreated a distance before stopping. His expression was already somewhat sluggish as he stared blankly at the gigantic pillar of flames in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he nervously muttered to himself, "This commotion seems to be a bit big. Could something have happened?" Obviously, no one could answer this question. The only thing Yi Xian could do now was to wait. If he didn't wait for this level of fire to be extinguished before continuing, even if he hid in the Dongshu shuttle and sneaked into the ring-shaped mountain pass, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he had to retreat. There are only 20 days left in the month. This fire shouldn't be burning for too long, right? Realizing this problem, Yi Xian immediately became even more nervous. After a while, he faintly sighed and comforted himself. At the very least, the corpse chi in the central area of the corpse pond below the ring-shaped mountain pass should be exhausted soon. After all, there is an open ring-shaped mountain pass above, and the corpse aura is slowly leaking out, so the concentration of the corpse aura is not very high. If one were to climb to an endless height from the enormous crater Yi Xian was currently in, and finally look down, the scene one would see was actually not a celestial body. Instead, it was a broken continent. This continent was like a complete vessel that had been smashed to the ground, breaking into countless pieces of varying sizes. Some of these large and small fragments were connected to each other, while some were isolated and did not come into contact with any other fragments. However, the gaps between the large and small fragments were not oceans, but the void, a chaotic void filled with turbulence. In addition, this entire continent formed by fragments was surrounded by a layer of void filled with turbulence. Like an isolation belt, the entire continent was separated from the boundless void of the Milky Way outside. It was like being exiled, imprisoned. This was a land of exile, a land that had been completely smashed, fragmented, and separated from the original boundless void of the Milky Way. The fragment that Yi Xian was in happened to be located in the central area of this vast continent. It was the largest of all the fragments that made up this continent. And that crater was located in the center of this largest fragment. At this moment, if one looked carefully, even at such a height, one could see that in the center of this largest fragment, there seemed to be a small red dot that suddenly appeared. This red dot was the pillar of corpse chi that rose into the sky from the crater of the crater. Such a huge pillar of corpse chi, even at such a terrifying height, could be seen as a small red dot. Then, in this mysterious continent formed by countless fragments below, it was naturally more eye-catching. Although there were very few living creatures in this mysterious continent, it was not that there were none. At this moment, as this huge pillar of red flame rose into the sky, there were some existences in all directions of the crater. In an instant, they were attracted, and one by one, they cast their eyes over. Some of them quickly retracted their aura again, as if they were not very interested in this, but a small number of them, one after another, all rushed towards the area where the huge pillar of flame was located. Some of them were extremely far away, and between the largest fragment where the huge crater was located, there was more than a chaotic void filled with space-time turbulence between them and the largest fragment where the huge crater was located. They could only go around time and time again. Obviously, it was impossible to reach their destination in a short time, and it was even possible that they would never reach their destination. However, there were also a few figures who were destined to arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region. This was because they were all on the same fragment. Although the distance between them varied, as long as they didn't give up, they would definitely arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region of the Grand Junction region of this fragment after speeding all the way. In the entire fragment, there were nearly 100 living creatures who paid attention when the huge pillar of flame rose into the sky, but at this moment, because of the interest, there were only a dozen or so that were rushing over here. Most of them were at the edge of the fragment. With the vastness of this fragment, no matter how fast they were, it would take them a certain amount of time to reach the crater, at least 10 days. And the other half, a total of 3 existences, were not too far away from the crater, and the nearest one could reach within half a day. This was a 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger. In terms of size, compared to ordinary tiger beasts, it only had 2 extra pairs of fleshy horns on its back. In addition, its eyes were also green, with a cold light. Apart from that, it was the proportion. This 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was nearly 10 meters long, and could not be compared to ordinary tiger beasts at all. As the saying goes, it is like a tiger with extra wings, but this ferocious beast not only had wings, but also 2 pairs. In addition to its huge body of nearly 10 meters, there was no doubt that its degree of ferocity was extraordinary. At this moment, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was flapping the 2 pairs of huge wings on its back, spreading out its extreme speed. It had identified the area in front of it where the red pillar of flame rose into the sky, and was rushing over in the void. Its speed was extremely frightening, so fast that its whole body seemed to have turned into a dim flowing arrow. Every moment, it was greatly reducing the distance between it and the flame pillar area in front of it. If there were no accidents, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger would reach the edge of the huge crater where Yi Xian was located in at most half a day. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. Chapter 29:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who's afraid of you? Ding! Discovered a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. Do you want to absorb the power of the sense crystals immediately? As Yi Xian took out all the multi-pupil sense crystals except for the 8-pupil silver crystal and 9-pupil gold crystal from his undying world and threw them to the engulfing system, a notification rang in Yi Xian's head. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian directly gave an affirmative response. However, he emphasized that he had the devouring system transfer all of the energy absorbed from the multi-eyed thought crystals to the immortal superbrain fragment that was the center of his personal star communication system. The so-called power of the sense crystals was similar to the power of the origin of spirit, but there were some differences. When Yi Xian collected the perfect 9-pupil gold crystal, the engulfing system had absorbed a more complex composition of energy. 90% of it was the power of the origin of spirit, while the remaining 10% consisted of a few different types of energy. Other multi-pupil sense crystals and even the lower-grade demonic sense star crystals had different levels of energy, but they were all in the same ratio. It was like this kind of sense crystal. If there were no different types of energy gathered in the same ratio, it would not be able to truly form. As for that immortal-level starry sky super brain fragment, it just so happened to need this kind of consciousness crystal. Yi Xian had tried to give it a star core crystal or a devil cultivator's brain to absorb, but it didn't even sniff it. In order to allow this piece of the star brain to grow as quickly as possible, Yi Xian had always been throwing ordinary demonic sense star crystals at it. He used a large amount, but it didn't have any obvious effect. This time, there were more than 100 high-grade perception crystals, which were multi-pupil perception crystals, and all of them were thrown in. In Yi Xian's opinion, that immortal-level star brain fragment would at least have some meaning and grow a little stronger. If the situation was the same as before when he threw out a large amount of normal-grade magic astral crystals, Yi Xian would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. As for the dozen or so 8-eyed silver crystals and 9-eyed golden crystals in his hands, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't plan to give them to this immortal-level star brain fragment to absorb. However, considering that this fellow was only a small fragment right now, it was obvious that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to grow into a complete immortal-level superbrain. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was not appropriate to give him such top-notch goods with 8 or 9 pupils. It would spoil the child and cause him to become picky. It would be troublesome in the future. After doing all of this, Yi Xian moved closer to the huge ring-shaped mountain in front of him and looked at the intensity of the fire. Although the pillar of flames that soared into the sky seemed to be a little small, it still existed. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be extinguished for a while. Frustrated, Yi Xian could only turn around and return. However, waiting was not a solution. He might as well take advantage of this time to look around. As this thought popped up in his mind, he could not help but think of how Fong Fong, Zuolicheng, and the other 9 Black Mosquito Tribe prospective saints. He wondered where they were now. The others were not important, but the key was Zuolicheng. Yi Xian was still very concerned about him. On one hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him. After all, if Yi Xian was not so lucky, he would have died in the black hole area. If he did not take revenge for this, how could he cultivate and defy the heavens? In addition, Yi Xian had always kept Imo Qigong's secret instructions to Zuolicheng in mind. He always felt that this matter must be related to him. He did not know what tricks Imo Qigong was playing. If he could meet Zuolicheng, he would have to force this matter out of him before he killed him. However, looking at the vastness of this mysterious world, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a specific person without any clues. Yi Xian did not have high expectations. With a wave of his hand, the void shuttle was summoned from the undying world within his body. Yi Xian immediately stepped in, and with a thought, he directly activated the shuttle to transform into a wisp of light that pierced through the air and sped away. With the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, the distance behind them was already very far in just a short 2 hours. However, as they sped over, the environment that Yi Xian saw through the warship's porthole didn't change at all. It was similar to the surroundings of the enormous ring-shaped mountain range. They were all boundless mountains that rose and fell continuously. It exuded a boundless sense of ancientness, but not a single lynx or bird could be seen. Clearly, the mountains were green and exuded a dense aura of life, but it also seemed like a true land of death, where all living beings had already gone extinct. Just as Yi Xian was feeling very disappointed, in the void in front of him, there was suddenly a rumbling sound of thunder. It seemed that there was something, and it was rushing in this direction at an extreme speed. And the other party was obviously very arrogant. It did not hide its aura at all. It was because of this that when it came at such an extreme speed, such an intense rumbling sound of thunder could be heard from so far away. This was clearly caused by the aura emitted from the other party's body, which was rushing into the void at an extreme speed. All of this had happened too suddenly. Either they couldn't see a single kitten or puppy for a long time, or they could see such a terrifying existence. The contrast was too great. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was stunned. Fortunately, the other party was still far away. At least from where Yi Xian was at the moment, he could not see any figure in the void at all. Only the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. But this also showed how terrifying and powerful the other party was. Before the person arrived, the rumbling sound of thunder caused by the rapidly spreading aura had already traveled such a long distance. Perhaps even a black hole stage 9th perfection expert would not be able to do this. What was worse was that the other party was obviously coming in this direction. It was most likely because he saw the huge pillar of corpse chi behind them. In other words, this guy was here to pick the fruit. He had met a villain. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately angry. The endless corpse aura in the huge crater was ignited by him. In that case, the countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the deep lake in the mountain belly at this moment were actually the result of his hard work. This incomparably arrogant guy in front of him actually wanted to reap without sowing. Simply shameless. Does he really think I am easy to bully? Previously, in the demon domain, he had to be cautious and keep a low profile. But now, humph, in this sealed world, there was no need to be afraid of exposing his identity. If a fight really broke out, who knows who was afraid of who? Ba Chai, go out immediately, hide yourself and rush forward. See if you can sense the other party's cultivation. Once you have a result, come back immediately. Chapter 29:16. All troops prepare for battle. As soon as Ba Chai left, Yi Xian stepped out of the void hole shuttle and put it away with a wave of his hand. He immediately deployed the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. At the same time, he activated a concealment array. As soon as the two enormous bastions appeared, they immediately concealed themselves and disappeared into thin air. The reason why Yi Xian took out the two space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, was to allow the concealed Black Mosquito and the Black Wind to participate in the upcoming battle. Of course, they would be on the periphery, using the bastion's unique star-obliterating cannons to provide long-range suppressive fire. Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer when he thought of the fiery battle that would ensue. In truth, he'd had this idea for a long time. After all, anyone who suddenly got a super powerful toy like a bastion would want to test its power at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to do so from beginning to end. When he was in the graveyard domain of the third universe, he was apprehensive of the other bastions of the Demonkin scouts. He was afraid that they would leak the news of the Black Mosquito's fall. When he got the Black Wind, he immediately fell into a wormhole. After that, when he arrived in the first universe where the Demonkin's ancestral land was, Yi Xian didn't dare to rashly try. After all, a bastion's superstar obliterating cannons would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, when they investigated the energy fluctuations left behind in the void, they could immediately determine that it was the energy left behind by a bastion's superstar obliterating cannons. In the Demonkin domain, bastions were not like private warships. In fact, the same was true for human technology. Therefore, the final result of the investigation would be that a bastion of unknown origin had appeared in the Demonkin domain. This was no small matter. If it was reported, the Celestial Clan would be alarmed. After all, if the Celestial Clan could send Demonkin scouts to the third universe's wormhole to gather information, then the humans of the third universe could do the same. Under such circumstances, the entire Demonkin domain would be plunged into chaos. Even if Yi Xian had the mental strength unique to the Demonkin, there was still a chance that he would be exposed in the Celestial Clan's investigation. Because of this, although Yi Xian had obtained the Black Mosquito and Black Wind for a long time now, he had never had the opportunity to test the power of the superstar obliterating cannons. Today, however, he had a rare encounter with a villain in this relatively safe sealed void. Yi Xian couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Black Wind, and the superstar obliterating cannons of the ship's Black Wind. Immediately, Black Wind and the Black Mosquito, the Black, and the Black Mosquito, Black Wind and the Black Mosquito for Black Wind and the Black Mosquitoes to begin charging the bastion as possible. Just as he finished explaining all of this, Ba Chai's figure appeared in the air in front of the Black Mosquito ship. Yi Xian immediately opened the Black Mosquito ship's light screen and let Ba Chai enter. Master, the enemy is very strong. He should be around Origin Rank 4. As soon as Yi Xian emerged from the spatial door at the top of the Black Mosquito, Ba Chai immediately reported the results of his investigation. Moreover, with his speed, he'll be here in 3 minutes. What? Yi Xian was caught off guard when he heard this, and his expression immediately changed. Origin Rank 4. That was the middle stage of the Origin realm. Although Yi Xian had two supreme existences at the origin realm under his command, one was the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben, and the other was the 8-star King Ladle that he had brought out from the black hole of life not long ago. The Mosquito Prince, Shui Hui, was only origin rank 1. As for the 8-star Wang Ladle, due to the fact that the Void Soldier Ladle was in existence between life and non-life, there was no way to determine their strength with the universal realm of the starry sky. Therefore, the 8-star Wang Ladle was at the origin realm. Not to mention Yi Xian, even it didn't know. However, it was certain that it was stronger than the Mosquito Prince. As for how much stronger, there was no way to know. If it was origin rank 2, there's no time to consider. If we let him roar away, the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the corpse pool will be completely wasted. When he thought about the large amount of multi-eyed perception crystals behind him, Yi Xian clenched his teeth and instantly made a decision. His figure flashed as he rushed out of the black mosquito ship and summoned the Mosquito Beast Prince with a wave of his hand. Then, he raised his hand and waved his hand, shooting two spiritual imprints at the black mosquito and the black wind. Two black light veil channels immediately appeared on the two spaceships. Then, 1,000 black mosquito demonic beasts rushed out of the black light veil channel at the bottom of the black mosquito ship. All of them were at the black hole realm. Yi Xian had brought 5,000 mosquito beasts of this level out of the 10 million mosquito beasts he had brought out from the mosquito planet. This time, he had only mobilized a fifth of them. On the other side, 1,000 figures rushed out from the bottom of the black wind. They were 1,000 2-meter-tall void ladles, and all of them were black hole realm 7-star ladles. Among the 100,000 void ladles Yi Xian had brought out from the black hole realm, there were also 5,000 6-star and 7-star black hole realm ladles. However, there were more 6-star ladles at the galaxy realm, 3,000 at the 6-star ladles, while only 2,000 at the 7-star ladles at the black hole realm. This time, he had mobilized half of them. Leading the 1,707-star General Ladles was the Origin Realm Wang Ladle, an 8-star General Ladle who was much stronger than the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben. Soon, all the troops Yi Xian had dispatched to participate in the battle appeared. The black light veil passageways in the bottom of the two bastions quickly closed and disappeared into the void again. At this moment, two large square formations were arranged neatly in front of Yi Xian. The 1,000 mosquito beasts on the left and the 1,000 ladles on the right. All of them were at the black hole realm. Just these two large phalanxes alone would be able to sweep through a starry sky nation once they returned to the third world's human race's technological base. However, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence as to whether or not they would be able to kill the middle stage origin stage existence in the void in front of them. The 2,000 black hole realm mosquito beasts and ladles could only play a supporting role in this battle. The key to determining the outcome of this battle still lay with the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Royal Ladle. Of course, the two Bastion's superstar obliterating cannons were also an important factor, but that alone was not enough. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the Skyfall bow he had just obtained. Chapter 29:17. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Superstar Destroyer Cannon. After finding out that the existence in front of him was actually a supreme existence with a terrifying cultivation of the 4th level of the Origin Realm, Yi Xian immediately began a series of preparations for battle. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't give up the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the underground corpse pool behind him. In fact, even though Yi Xian had made a lot of preparations, it was the most representative of what he had, even though it wasn't all that he had. If the Origin Realm Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Wang Guo were to join forces, and if the 2,000 Black Hole Realm Mosquito Beasts and Jiang Guo were to join forces, and if the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind Ship were to launch a sneak attack from afar with the Superstar Destroyer cannons, and if the Heaven Fallen Bow, which he had just obtained from the Primordial Era, were to be added into the mix, if he was unable to suppress the other party like this, then even if Yi Xian were to release the 100,000 Void Soldiers and 10 million Mosquito Beasts from the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito Ship, in the end, even if he could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. The reason why he dared to take this gamble was not only because he still had 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts in his hands. Any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm, regardless of the casualties, could easily exhaust the existence that was charging towards him. The more important reason was his anticipation for the heaven-falling bow and his confidence in the weeping soul bloodhorn that he couldn't find in his undying world. The 9-star Ladle Empress was a Grotto Heaven realm existence, but she was still crushed and killed by the weeping soul bloodhorn without any suspense. If that was the case, then what did the Origin 4th level cultivators that were charging toward them count for? If his life was in danger, Yi Xian believed that the weeping soul bloodhorn hidden in some corner of his undying world would definitely take action. No matter what it was scheming by staying in Yi Xian's body, one thing was for certain, it definitely didn't want to see Yi Xian die. Once Yi Xian died, its scheme would be for naught. From this point of view, before Yi Xian truly matured, having such a mysterious and incomparably powerful existence within his body didn't seem to be completely without benefits. Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly when he realized this. He couldn't express his feelings in words. At this moment, the powerful 4th level Origin realm existence that was rumbling toward him finally appeared at the end of the void. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a tiger assaulted his face. The formless sound wave seemed to have transformed into an incomparably fierce and mighty attack. Everywhere it passed, the void trembled, and a buzzing sound covered the heavens and the earth like a tide. Accompanied by this incomparably powerful tiger's roar, a light blue arrow rushed over at an extremely fast speed from the end of the void in front of him. Perhaps it was because of the sudden appearance of the 2,000 mosquito beasts and the army of generals, the other party clearly slowed down at this moment. The light blue arrow gradually solidified, and a gigantic 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the distant void in front of his line of sight. Its eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain, and its body had completely stopped. As if it was taking a leisurely stroll, it stepped on the void, lazily and slowly approaching step by step. It seemed slow, but with every step it took, it was clearly approaching at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 miles away. Screech! The frenzied mosquito prince was the first to act up. It must have felt the provocation from the other party's mocking and disdainful gaze. At this moment, it let out a mournful howl towards the sky, and the blood light around its body instantly intensified. The wings on its back flapped wildly, and with a surging killing intent, it instantly flew into the distance. Wang! Almost at the same time, a large number of rapid buzzing sounds suddenly rang out. The 1,000 black hole realm mosquito beast elites that had been summoned by Yi Xian to participate in this battle also quickly turned into afterimages and rushed away. As for the 1,000 black hole realm void generals, under the leadership of the 8th star Wang Jiao, they did not make any sound, but their speed seemed to be 30% faster than the previous 1,000 mosquito beasts. Before Yi Xian could react, they had already turned into a black light and appeared behind the mosquito prince Shui Ben in the blink of an eye, quietly facing the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger. At the same time, although Yi Xian's figure stayed in place without any unusual movements, he had even activated the perfect vibration before, completely hiding his figure and aura. But it was not that he did not do anything. While his figure was quietly standing there, his mind had already started to work rapidly. He was rapidly comprehending the golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness. Inside it was the profundity of the heaven-falling bow that Yi Xian had inherited from the 9-eyed golden crystal. As his mind and consciousness focused on this matter to the greatest extent, the mysterious golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness was constantly releasing a large amount of cryptic rune information. It fused with Yi Xian's primordial spirit consciousness and rapidly deduced. Roar! At the end of the void in front, a second tiger roar rang out at this time. The mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 8th star Wang Jiao, who were the fastest, finally faced the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger head-on at this time. The situation of the battle had been desperate from the very beginning. The strength of the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger was shocking. Although as a ferocious beast, this tiger did not have any remarkable abilities, the strength of its physical body seemed to have evolved to a certain extent. As the second tiger roar rang out, the mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 8th star Wang Jiao were unsurprisingly pushed back by the tiger's claw and instantly blasted away. Although they did not seem to be seriously injured, just this round of confrontation had clearly shown the great disparity in strength between the two sides. If they could not even withstand the power of a casual swipe of the tiger's claw, how could they suppress and kill? Seeing this scene from afar, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He fiercely clenched his teeth, and his eyes were already bloodshot. This was a sign that his mind had been pushed to the limit. The boundless and obscure rune information within the golden ball of light in his sea of consciousness was being rapidly comprehended and deduced by him at an extremely fast speed, regardless of the exhaustion of his mind. Screech. Hiss. The mosquito prince and the 8th star Wang Jiao, who had been sent flying by the tiger's claw as soon as they met, were completely enraged. They let out a shrill hiss at the same time, and their auras suddenly surged as they pounced forward again. Following closely behind were the 2,000 black hole stage mosquito beasts and the 7-star Wang Jiao who had just arrived, superstar destroyer cannon. Blast! As his eyes were about to split open, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his figure and aura, instantly dispelled the perfect vibration. At the same time his figure appeared, he let out a furious roar. 2 orders of spiritual imprints shot out from his hands in the blink of an eye, entering the bodies of the 2 space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, that were hidden in the void. Buzz. Chapter 29:18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Unstoppable hum, a buzzing sound rang out. Although the sound was weak, the frequency of the trembling seemed to have reached an extreme, even surpassing the effect of the spatial oscillator after it was activated. In the instant the sound was transmitted, Yi Xian even felt as if his primordial spirit was about to be shattered into countless tiny cosmic particles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before he came back to his senses, the terrifying humming sound that had reached a certain extreme frequency was replaced by 2 low sounds of breaking through the air. In the void far to his right, where the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind were, 2 scorching light pillars with a diameter of about 10 meters suddenly shot out. As soon as they appeared, they had already reached the end of the void and instantly reached the place where the bloody battle was taking place. Yes, the 2 scorching pillars of light were only 10 meters in diameter. Even the energy pillars of the star cannons of 1,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 10 meters in diameter, and the energy pillars of the star cannons of a 3,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 50 meters in diameter. In that case, the superstar cannons fired by the Bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters should not only be 10 meters in diameter, but at least 100 meters in diameter. In fact, the superstar cannons on the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind could reach a maximum diameter of 300 meters once they fired. The smallest diameter was 10 meters. The diameter of the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons could be controlled. If the cannon was fired with a maximum diameter of 300 meters, it would be fun to watch, but the 2,000 mosquito beasts and General Biao around it would obviously be killed in one shot as well, except for the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger. It was precisely because of this that Barker's order was to attack with the smallest condensed energy diameter. The energy pillars of the superstar cannons were so fast that they even exceeded the speed of light. At this moment, the 2 pillars of energy shot forth at almost the same time. Even though the 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger was a 4th stage origin realm being, it was caught off guard and managed to evade one of the pillars of energy by a hair's breadth. However, the other pillar of energy still struck its body in the end. Even though it had only brushed past it, it still instantly took away one of the 4 wings on its back without any suspense. Under the immense pain, an earth-shattering 3rd tiger roar rang out at this moment, carrying with it the boundless fury of killing the heavens and controlling the earth. Roar! Although the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons were terrifying, the Four Seasons Biao Tiger was a 4th-level Origin Realm warrior. The 2 energy pillars had no chance of hitting it at all. All of this happened too suddenly, causing it to be caught off guard and fall into a trap. Because of that, the Four Seasons Biao Tiger's translation when the Four Seasons Biao Tiger one of its wings Biao Tigers because of the terrifying temperature Biao Tiger, its ferocity was finally completely provoked. Roar! 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 Furious tiger roars rang out one after another. The furious Four Seasons Biao Tiger went completely berserk, and the domineering and ferocious intent in its body was extremely fierce. With just a few casual swipes of its claws, the Mosquito Emperor King Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao were sent flying again without any suspense, and they retreated rapidly. This time, it was clearly injured, and it seemed to be quite serious. Its rapidly retreating figure was sent flying for dozens of miles, but it still could not stabilize itself. Roar! After sending the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao flying with its claws, the enraged Four Seasons Biao Tiger was clearly not satisfied. It roared angrily again and swept its claws. More than 100 mosquito beasts and the 7 Stars General Biao that were closest to it were instantly killed by this swipe. The fleshly bodies of the mosquito beasts turned into dust and completely disappeared. Only a faint blood mist appeared in their original place, but it was also dissipating instantly with the raging energy of the battle. As for the other dozens of 7 Stars General Biao, their crystal bodies were extremely tough, so even if they were crushed by a supreme existence at the middle stage of the origin stage, their bodies were basically intact, with only a little damage and cracks. However, the consciousness in their sturdy crystal bodies had undoubtedly been completely wiped out. Dozens of slightly damaged black crystal bodies fell to the ground below like dead objects without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, they had already fallen to the ground. In just an instant, 2 supreme existences at the origin stage were sent flying again. In addition, more than 100 black hole stage mosquito beasts fell one after another. Its terrifying battle strength could be said to be unstoppable. With such a degree of damage, even Yi Xian could not help but tremble in fear. The strength of this Four Seasons Biao Qing tiger had clearly exceeded his previous expectations. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme in an instant. Although the superstar obliterating cannons of the 2 bastions, Black Wind and Black Mosquito, could pose a threat to it, the other party was already on guard. While the superstar obliterating cannons were known to surpass the speed of light, they were clearly useless against the terrifying reaction speed of an origin stage powerhouse. They could not be counted on at all. In addition, the fact that the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, and that 8 Stars General Biao had joined forces and clashed head-on with each other had proven to be meaningless. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the difference between a small stage would be. When a first-stage astral core realm faced a second-stage astral core realm, it was possible to fight to the death and drag the other party into the abyss as well. However, when a first-stage origin realm faced a second-stage origin realm, it was impossible to fight to the death. The only outcome was to be crushed. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's only choice seemed to be to mobilize his 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts. They would suffer heavy losses and rely on their overwhelming advantage in numbers to forcefully exhaust the other party to death. However, the final result was clearly unacceptable. Even if this Four Seasons Biao Qing tiger could not escape death, it would be a miracle if half of Yi Xian's 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts could survive. It's just a puny origin celestial tiger. I refuse to believe that I can't crush it today. This kind of tragic outcome that was close to total annihilation was clearly unacceptable to Yi Xian. As such, the idea of mobilizing 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts was immediately abandoned without hesitation as soon as it appeared in his mind. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he let out a loud roar. The 3 spirit source cores and the void essence crystal suspended in 3 different positions in his knowledge, as well as the small ancient golden bow, suddenly began to rotate rapidly without warning. As the rotation grew faster and faster, a large amount of thread-like energy was clearly being extracted from Yi Xian's spirit source core and the void essence crystal at a terrifying speed. It was rapidly flowing into the ancient golden bow that was suspended in midair on the other side of his knowledge. Chapter 29:19. Drawing the bow to shoot the heavenly tiger, boom. In that instant, all the changes in his sea of consciousness merged together and turned into a huge boom, causing Yi Xian's consciousness to become hazy. In a daze, he raised his left arm almost subconsciously. In the next instant, the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a two-headed exotic beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down were the legs of two humanoid creatures. These two humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the two humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At that moment, a strange golden light burst forth from Yi Xian's eyes. He reached out with his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. Holding the energy arrow, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Wang! The buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. In that instant, the space around Yi Xian seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the space around it. Roar! At the same time, in the bloody battlefield in front of him, the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger that was originally wreaking havoc and killing in all directions suddenly seemed to sense a strong sense of danger at this moment. A chill penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its huge head and looked in the direction of Yi Xian from afar. At the instant the enormous golden bow entered its field of vision, the Four Seasons azure tiger's body shook violently, and it once again emitted a world-shaking tiger roar. However, the aura it emitted was different from the furious roar from before, and it clearly revealed a dense sense of despair. It was as if just by seeing this golden arrow that was about to shoot towards it from afar, this powerful Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger had completely lost all hope of survival, as if it was certain that it would fall this time. Swish! An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Yi Xian let go of his right hand that was holding the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with energy, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flames appeared behind it. It was a sign that the void was being torn apart. In that instant, the brilliant golden light in Yi Xian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and all the energy in his body seemed to have been sucked away. The power of the origin of spirit, the power of the soul consciousness, and even the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness transformed into the surging power of this arrow, leaving his body and whistling away. The huge golden energy bow that was originally held in his left hand also quietly dissipated at this moment, turning back into a small golden bow the size of a thumb, suspended in his sea of consciousness. Yi Xian's consciousness also completely recovered at this moment, but he immediately blacked out and fell into a state of unconsciousness due to exhaustion. He fell from the sky with a loud bang, smashing into the boundless earth below. Screech! Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, as if it had directly ignored the distance of space. Even the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger with the supreme cultivation of the origin Fourth Order could not dodge. Its huge body, which was nearly 10 meters long, was directly hit by the golden arrow without any suspense. It let out a roar that was no longer fierce and angry, but filled with endless sorrow. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger instantly exploded as if it had self-destructed. Not even a piece of flesh the size of a finger was left behind. Its huge body turned into a cloud of blood mist, and as the golden arrow exploded, it instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was as if it had never existed or appeared before. Only the murderous and sorrowful intent that still lingered in the air was recounting the tragedy of this scene, recalling the might of this Four Seasons azure jade tiger's roar in the mountains and forests. Wang. As the battle ended in an instant, the figure of the 8-star Wang Ladle, who had a supreme cultivation at the origin stage, trembled. It suddenly appeared with a trembling sound in the air, coincidentally supporting Yi Xian's unconscious body that had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. At the same time, the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 1,000 or so Black Hole Realm mosquito beasts and the 7 stars Wang Biao all turned around and gathered around Yi Xian's falling body. They vigilantly watched everything around them and protected him. Although that arrow just now was far from the strongest power of this divine ability that had been passed down from the primordial era, the heavenly fallen bow. In fact, it could only barely be considered a beginner, but the price Yi Xian had paid was truly too great. All the power in his body, including the power of his mind origin, the power of his soul, and even the power derived from the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal, had been drained in an instant. The small golden bow, which had been the size of a thumb before it had been activated, was like a real bottomless pit. The moment it was activated and used to launch an attack, the amount of energy required to activate it was simply too shocking. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian's body had the devouring system as the monitoring center of everything in his body, even Yi Xian's flesh and blood and life force would have been sucked dry by this golden arrow. At that time, once the arrow was shot out, Yi Xian's entire body would instantly turn into a dried corpse. This arrow would be the strongest attack that would be displayed at the cost of one's life. Right now, if one entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, they would see a dispirited and dispirited aura. In the entire vast sea of consciousness, other than the small golden bow that was still floating in place without any change, whether it was Yi Xian's spirit source core, the other void essence crystal, or the waves in his sea of consciousness that represented his cultivation level, all of them emitted a strange and tranquil aura. This attack had consumed too much energy, so much so that even his sea of consciousness had become dispirited. As if it had sensed this, the devouring system automatically gathered a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in Yi Xian's body. It absorbed the energy within and quickly channeled it into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. At the same time, countless weeping soul beasts were taken out of a small spatial pagoda in the undying world by the devouring system and absorbed directly into Yi Xian's body. As the small black horns appeared, a large amount of mind origin power was absorbed and gathered in the devouring system's transfer station. Then, the last bit was channeled into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and into the mysterious, deep purple mind origin core. Chapter 29-20. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations plucking until my hand cramps ding. Congratulations, host. Level up. Current level, Level 3 Meteor Realm. Yi Xian had just regained consciousness when the devouring system's notification rang out in his mind. His cultivation level had actually increased. He was stunned. It had to be known that Yi Xian's cultivation level had increased not long ago because he had absorbed a 9-eyed golden crystal from the depths of the corpse pond. How long had it been since then? He had actually increased his cultivation level again. Instinctively, Yi Xian immediately checked his own cultivation level and discovered that it was indeed the truth. Compared to his previous level 2 Meteor Realm cultivation level, his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had increased to the 3rd stage Meteor grade. Even his mind source core, which had just undergone its 5th metamorphosis and evolved into a level 6 mind source core, had grown from the size of a green bean to the size of a grape. The level 6 mind source core contained within had increased explosively by an enormous amount. In addition, Yi Xian also discovered a large number of star core crystals within his body. They were all blank crystals, and the star core origin energy within them had been completely absorbed. There was also a large number of small black horns, which were the remnants of the Weeping Soul Beast's energy state after its body had been absorbed as Mind Source Core Origin energy. There were actually millions of them. Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. His sudden increase in cultivation level and the massive increase in capacity of his Mind Source Core Origin energy had obviously been forcefully piled up by the devouring system while he had been unconscious. Although this could be seen as a blessing in disguise, it could only happen once. Even if Yi Xian was tempted, he only thought about it and quickly threw it to the back of his mind. Then, he remembered the 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger. Previously, when Yi Xian had shot that golden arrow, he had already fainted before that golden arrow had hit the beaching tiger's body. Therefore, he actually didn't know that the beaching tiger had fallen. However, when Yi Xian regained consciousness and looked around, he immediately understood what had happened when he saw that the Mosquito Prince, Xue Ben, Wang Biao, and the rest of his subordinates had all returned and were guarding by his side. It seemed that the fallen sky bow, which originated from the primordial age, was indeed very powerful. He was currently only at the level 2 meteor realm, but he could actually kill a supreme being at the level 9 origin realm with a single arrow. It was a pity that he couldn't use this move too often. The consumption was too terrifying. That whistling golden arrow instantly absorbed all his energy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry while he was still alive. Thinking of that scene, Yi Xian still felt a lingering fear. However, although this move couldn't be casually used, to Yi Xian, it was no different from having an additional trump card that he could use to go all out with his life. Even a supreme being at the 4th level of the origin realm could be killed by a single arrow without any suspense. In that case, a powerful being at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm would most likely end up in the same situation when facing the might of this arrow. In this devil domain, the strongest existence was only at the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm. In other words, even if Yi Xian's identity was exposed in the devil domain in the future and he was hunted down by a supreme expert, at that time, he shouldn't have a problem protecting his life. But all of this was for later. For now, the most important thing was the underground corpse pool behind him. With this thought, Yi Xian's heart immediately trembled. This 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger had clearly seen the huge pillar of corpse chi soaring into the sky from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain. Since there was already a 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger, who knew what other terrifying beasts would appear next? If there were 2 at the same time, even if Yi Xian gritted his teeth and used the heaven-falling bow again, it would be useless. At most, he would be able to kill one of them. As for the other one, it would sweep through everything in an instant. Not only Yi Xian, but all of his subordinates would be wiped out. A tall tree attracts the wind. This pillar of corpse chi is too eye-catching. I can't delay the harvesting of the multi-pupil thought crystal. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he put the Mosquito Beast Prince, Xue Ben, back into the beast ring, then opened the black light barrier between the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship, allowing all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to enter. Then, he stepped into the Black Mosquito ship and ordered Barker to order the Black Wind to follow him outside and quickly head back the way they came. What surprised and pleasantly surprised Yi Xian was that after a few short hours, the huge pillar of corpse chi at the mouth of the ring-shaped mountain had clearly shrunk by a large margin. According to this trend, the entire pillar of corpse chi would disappear within half a day. At that time, he would be able to enter the corpse pool to harvest it. Because of the disappearance of the pillar of corpse chi, the powerful beasts that had rushed over from afar would be lost if they were still far away. It would be very difficult for them to find this place again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart settled down a little. He was no longer in a hurry. Half a day later, the pillar of corpse energy that soared into the sky finally disappeared. Yi Xian's mind shook as he immediately charged towards the huge ring-shaped mountain pass. Looking down, at the very least, there weren't any traces of flames in the center of the corpse pool. At least there's still time. I must collect all the multi-pupil thought crystals as soon as possible and sweep the entire corpse pond clean. Yi Xian was in high spirits. He immediately summoned the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito. The two bastions followed behind him and together they descended into the corpse pond. While they were still in midair, Yi Xian saw a large number of demonic corpse flowers in the center of the corpse pool. With a casual glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, and there were clearly 7 golden level 9 corpse flowers among them. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that after descending from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that it wasn't only the corpse flames in the central region of the corpse pond that were extinguished. Even the corpse flames in the depths of the corpse pond in all directions were more or less extinguished. After all, the huge pillar of corpse chi that soared into the sky just now required a large amount of corpse chi to burn as a continuous energy supply. Under such circumstances, the consumption rate of corpse chi was obviously very terrifying. Therefore, there was not much corpse chi left in the entire corpse pool. Only a few sporadic areas still had signs of corpse chi rising. However, although the corpse flames were gradually being extinguished, there were still countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the surface of the corpse pond. No matter which direction Yi Xian's consciousness swept out, he could capture the signs of a large number of corpse flowers. It's hard not to.